Welcome, boy oh boy, folks. Do we have a program for you today? It's gonna be, we've got activities, we've got experiences. Man, we've got so much good shit going on today. Aren't you lucky to be able to be a part of this? I know I'm lucky to be able to be a part of this. I am in fact incredibly fortunate. Oh boy. Folks, let me tell you, whirlwind of a past 24 hours or so. I mean, I'm always busy these days, but boy. You know, I've got a cat, fucking Artemy, got surgery like a week or so ago to get the balls removed, to get the little cat fix, snip, snip, you know? But one of the balls was undescended, so it was in like the stomach, you know? So he had like a stomach nut right here, and then a scrotum nut. You know what I mean? Like there were two. You know what I'm going on about. Anyway, you know, we get the surgery, snip snip, and all's well and good. And just yesterday, we noticed last night he's got this big fucking he's got this it's like a hernia where the stomach ball was removed. Like when you hold him up like this, like under his armpits, he's got like it's like just a big fucking lump, like a hard lump under the stomach, you know? It looks pretty bad, but he's chilling, you know? He's like he hasn't stopped eating, he hasn't stopped running around, he's still purring all of the time, he's still zip zooming, you know? It's not cancer. He's literally like 12 weeks old. I don't think cancerous tumors are even capable of growing that quickly. It's probably some kind of hernia or fluid buildup or infection, which really sucks. So we're taking him to a vet appointment after the stream. And, oh yeah, and the reason why, by the way, I look like shit right now, and I do, listen, I'm humble enough to know, I recognize when I look like shit, is because... God, I really want to get good sleep, but at 4:30 this morning, I was woken up by a fucking cat paw smacking me on the side of my head. Because my dipshit fucking cat, whose bed is placed on top of a very large, spacious, difficult to move night table, he fucking knocked it off. So he fucking wakes me up at 4:30. Until I put it back in place, and then he walks over and goes back to sleep. Fucking idiot. Oh god, I'm so fucking tired. Oh man, I haven't gotten more than 6 hours of consecutive sleep since I got the fucking cat. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Share that information with me. I am excited to learn how you are doing. You specifically, not just the random, not these fuckers in chat. Who the fuck are these guys? Who the fuck are these guys? I know that I know this guy because that's my girlfriend, and the pink name. Who the fuck are these guys? What am I looking at over here? What is this? What is this fucking spaghetti? I don't know, but I want to know about you. That's what I care about. That's true, Carol in HR. You are the only one that matters. Anyway, we've got some beautiful content we've got a beautiful content train to roll out for you today, okay? Here's what we're doing. Here's our plan. First of all, we're going to be talking about that cunt Blair White for just a little bit. We're going to dignify her with just a little bit of my time and attention. And then we've got a Discord AMA. Remember how the last one went where most of the people talking to me were fascists? Apparently this server's a little bit more left-leaning. That might be fun. How do I feel about No Nut November? The more you guys don't nut, the more pussy for me, so I'm good. Yeah, Blair White has been overcompensating lately. Yeah, Blair White is an enormous fucking cunt. Tiffany Tumbles is actually, I think, too sympathetic a portrayal of her, you know? Because Tiffany Tumbles indicates that she believes the only way to defend trans people is through transmedicalism, but Blair White doesn't even believe in that. You really dropped the ball in the Blair debate? So, you know what? We'll just get into it. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just get into it. Fuck it. Okay? Listen up, folks. Oh my God. Shut up. There we go. Listen up, folks. Okay? Blair White. Who is she? What is she? Where is she? The answer to those questions are as follows. She's a huge piece of shit translator YouTuber. What is she? A human, I guess? And where is she? I think she lives in LA. That's not really relevant, though. When is she? Probably the same timeline as the rest of us. But why am I talking about her? Because Blair White has severed the umbilical cord, okay? Listen. I had a debate with Blair White a little while ago. For those of you who don't know, Blair White is like some bimbo transfer. That's not an insult. That's the aesthetic she's going for. Don't you fucking lie to me. Some like bimbo-ified trans lady, American flag shit. And her job is to go on the internet and shit on trans people from behind the guise of being trans herself. That's sort of her shtick, you know? And I debated her a little while ago, and here was my thought process, okay? Here's what was going on in my head. I thought, hey, Blair White puts out shit tier content. It's stupid. It's blatantly transphobic. She constantly shits on trans people. However, recently she criticized, I think it was Dave Rubin, for being disingenuous when he criticized trans people publicly, but then later privately said to Blair White that he didn't have a problem with trans people. And Blair White called him out for that. So I thought, okay, Blair White may be a fucking dumb shit bitch, but maybe she has some principles. Maybe she actually is trying to carve out a space for trans people in her own low IQ way, you know? And I debated her. It was Steven Crowder. It was Steven Crowder, not Dave Rubin. Well, Steven Crowder's even better, isn't it? Because Steven Crowder's a larger content creator, I think. Whatever the case may be, I thought there might be some reaching out on that one. And I was very wrong. The debate was extremely unproductive. And since then, I feel like her tweets have actually been getting worse and worse. Here, like, this one really set me off, for example, okay? This was like, I guess just like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm looking at this from my fucking, see how I'm here in the search bar? That's because this isn't my fucking Twitter account, because this dumb bitch fucking blocked me. So, here's the tweet, you see. Any gender can get their period. Any gender can get their period. Cool, great, okay. I have to say, this style of tweet always leaves me with cold feet, okay? I don't like this style of tweet. Technically true, though. See, watch. I can plug this syllogism in very easily. Watch this, okay? Watch this. Any gender can have a penis. Well, I'm a man, and I have a penis, so that's men down. So that's men can have a penis, check. And Blair White is a woman, at least according to her. I mean, I'm taking her word at it. I assume she's not lying about her identity. And Blair White has a penis. She's talked publicly about having not had bottom surgery. She has a dick. Just like me. I imagine mine's better. So, syllogistically, if the statement, any gender can have a penis, is true, which Blair White would have to agree with or invalidate her own identity, suggesting either that what she has between her legs is not a penis, which she would never do, because that's the postmodernist invalidation of biological reality that these people seem to care so much about, or she would have to accept that she's not a woman, which I don't think she's willing to do either. So this tweet is so overwhelmingly stupid, so unfathomably fucking brain dead. It's astonishing to me. And of course I tweeted about it, and I responded about it, and then Blair White blocked me. Extraordinary to me. All of Blair White's tweets are like this. Her entire fucking Twitter account is dedicated to, like, every 3 days just shitting on trans people in a way that doesn't even come close to advocacy. Look at this. Here, let's go. Okay, Epstein didn't kill himself. Okay, that's fine. Cool. We're fine with that one, okay? Here. If accepting trans people equals 11-year-olds transitioning, biological males destroying women in sports, dating trans people or you're a bigot, then don't expect acceptance anytime soon. The insanity is too much. Happy Halloween to everyone who acts like I'm the devil for having a different opinion than them. If you believe children shouldn't be able to drive, drink alcohol, or get a tattoo, but should be able to chemically castrate themselves in transition, you're either a monster or a fucking moron. Note, by the way, these are all talking points just from literal transphobes who believe that trans people are degenerate, mentally ill dumbfucks who would call Blair White a man. I'm willing to believe that a lot of the people who liked and retweeted this think that Blair White is a man, a delusional, mentally ill man who at least has his politics on straight. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. It's so easy. It's so easy to imagine that. Then here's the tweet that led her to blocking me. Here, this one's funny. If you can't have friends who disagree with you politically, you're emotionally and mentally weak. Can't relate. And then she blocked me for disagreeing with her on this one. So that's a fun little bit of irony. The point ultimately is that this is the lie. This is the lie Blair White likes to tell, that Blair White advocates for trans people in a way that conservatives understand, when in reality what she does is just repeat the exact same bullshit transphobic talking points that every other transphobe conservative does, but she's trans, so it's okay. I've looked through her videos, by the way. I've looked through her tweets. There's nothing here that even comes close to advocacy. Like, not even, there's no trans rights. There's no even like, hey, listen, trans people are crazy sometimes, but you know, we are valid and do deserve to be treated well. There's none of that. We can look through the entire Twitter account if you want to. We can go back as far as you want. Here, oh, this one was a classic. As many fucking likes as a Donald Trump tweet. And this format she copied off of a neo-Nazis tweet. I remember. Trans, I'm trans. Society, K. Trans, here are my pronouns. Society, K. Trans people, wax my balls and give hormones to kids or you're a bigot. Society, okay, that's a little too Trans, fuck you, fascist. Society, okay, fuck it, then I give up. Trans, oh my god, why does everyone hate me? This one got really big, didn't it? 102,000 likes. Literally copied off a neo-Nazi. So that one's cool right here. Just anti-trans propaganda. Nothing here that's even remotely advocacy-oriented. Y'all won't vaccinate your kids, but you'll give them hormones, Lamau. I hope the world ends soon. It's not transphobic to not date/bang trans people. I think a lot of folks assume they are hated for their sexuality, race, or gender, when in reality, they're just unlikable cunts. Here's the whole Jessica Yaniv arc, 100% dedicated to calling Jessica Yaniv like an ugly, bearish man. That one was good, too. That one was good. Jessica Yaniv. Video games, Jessica Yaniv. A transgender 3-year-old is like a vegan cat. We all know who's making the lifestyle choices. Oh, here's shitting on a young trans person. Here's shitting on Antifa. That's cool. More Jessica Yaniv. Fucking bikini pic. Talking about boobs, I guess. If Ariel can be played by a black woman, Scarlett Johansson can play a trans woman. Y'all are ridiculous. This is every single tweet. But here's where the pattern breaks. And this one I think is really important. This was a video that Blair White did as a response, apparently, to people saying that she needs to use the men's restroom. She goes into a man's restroom and is, of course, confronted for being a woman. Because, I mean, it's Blair White. I mean, there's not much confusion here, right? And you know how this video is played off? Oh, that's awkward. Wow, I guess it is silly for Blair White to be using a men's restroom. I mean, look at how she looks. Haha, she's so pretty and feminine. She's got boobs. She's not a man. She's a woman. That's why she shouldn't be in the men's restroom. And that's the key to Blair White's content. Blair White's content is 100% dedicated to validating her own identity at the expense of everyone else's. That's it. Blair White is a well-off, attractive trans woman who passes pretty easily. It's all she has. And the only reason why she got mad at Steven Crowder is because that hypocrisy implicated her. She doesn't give a single shit about trans people. Not a single one. There is not an ounce of compassion in her heart for the well-being of any of the millions of transgender people across the world. Her interest is this and this alone, to be the good trans. It's really a very juvenile mentality, no different than those girls in high school who were obsessed with putting other girls down so they could be the one cool one to hang out with the guys. No different than those ridiculous black grifters who constantly shit-talk black culture. Like, say, for example, Jesse Lee Peterson, who talks about immorality in the black community when he's had several failed marriages and is estranged from his son, who he no longer supports. But he'll still turn around and make fun of black people and say they're immoral because they can't hold a good family. She's a grifter of the absolute worst kind because she is convinced that the only way in which she can efficaciously advocate for the rights of trans people is by advocating for her own pretty fucking bimboified ass. And the extent to which she takes this is extraordinary. Extraordinary, the extent to which she takes this. This is every single fucking tweet out of her. And she only tweets once every, week or so. It's not like she tweets frequently or anything. And every single one of them is dedicated either to some irrelevant bullshit or to, reandizing transphobic propaganda. Now we can go over the video version of this if you want. In fact, you know what? Let's fucking do it. I fucking hate this shit. Nothing enrages me more than these disgusting fucking grifters. It's genuinely fucking revolting to me that people can behave this way. Listen, if you hate trans people, okay, cool. Have fun. Go about your whatever, okay? Fuck you, but cool. But when you're portraying yourself as the savior of trans people, as the advocate for trans people, as the conservative bastion for trans rights, and all of your content is dedicated to shitting on trans people. What is there really to say about that? Apart from the fact that she's a dumb bitch and a hypocritical cunt who is interested in nothing other than appeasing all the people who would have called her a man if she weren't advocating the right NPC political talking points. Yeah, Blair White literally talks about how if a kid is trans, then it's the parent pushing it. But Blair White has said that she experienced dysphoria as young, really young, too. Holy shit. We can, let's look really quickly. There's not even, that's the thing. We're adding Blair White now to the dumb bitch circuit, okay? We're adding Blair White to the circuit of people I occasionally shit on, all right? But how much is there for me to really do when all of her videos are the fucking same? Any gender can get their period, trans athlete. Here's a lie, more propaganda about that, what's the name of that kid? Lusa? What's the name? That big thing where the father disobeyed the state and is engaging in abuse against the trans daughter? Luna, that's it. Here talking about detransitioning. Fucking trans women are 100% real women. Okay. Talking about ContraPoints, something about Anision, who I have no idea what we're talking about, shitting on drag queens, Jessica Yaniv, talking about trans ageism. This plays out like a fucking highlight reel of all of the cringiest, most degenerate fucking grifter, anti-trans talking points a trans person could possibly engage in. But let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Why not? We're feeling good today. We're feeling hot. We're feeling pipe. Any gender can get their period, girl, bye. Let's pick this apart in the most infuriating, incessantly self-righteous way possible, huh? Because Blair White really does deserve nothing more. I don't know what we're doing here. Ha! Get it? Get it? Because Blair White, get it? Wait, guys, did you get that? Because Blair White has a penis, so it's funny for her to get tampons.
God, I love being a YouTuber. You get to go to work in your pajamas, and no one judges you. You're not gonna judge me, right? Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today's topic is gross, and I wish it wasn't relevant, but it is, so we're gonna discuss it. But there are a couple things we have to get out of the way before I get to the topic, and I promise I'll go as fast as I can. The first is I'm coming to Chico, California for a...
Don't care. I don't care. Don't care about any of this.
So keep killing it. And the third and final thing is I wanted to thank you guys for making the winter merch on my merch store such a massive success.
Jesus fucking Christ, we're 2 minutes in the video.
Can't relate.
So a lot of you guys have probably seen all the viral memes and tweets and news stories going around. Any gender can get their period. All genders can get their period.
Yeah. Remember that? Blast from the past? We just did that one. Identifies as bleeding? I don't know what this means exactly. Is this a period thing? Left a present in the men's bathroom as a reminder that any gender can get their period and use whatever bathroom they want. If this is a picture of somebody leaving a used tampon in the men's bathroom, then I agree that that's a pretty fucking shitty thing to do. I'm not defending that shit. Yes, men can have periods and we need to talk about them. I stand by menstruators of all genders. Notice, by the way, how this is identical to all of the skeptic anti-SJW cringe compilations back of 2015, 2016, where you take a highlight reel of all of the most ridiculous looking and sounding people on the internet, and from them you try to cobble together some kind of cohesive argument about the entire group you're referring to. It's the same thing that Blair White does with trans kids. So she'll find some like 3-year-old saying they're a gender fluid kid, or like whatever. Fucking kids are crazy. Kids have fun. Go for it. And then Blair White will do a spiel, an entire video, and several tweets that have approximately the same exposure as a fucking Trump tweet, talking about how anyone who believes that children should be able to chemically castrate themselves is a child abuser.
There is just this hysteria around menstrual cycles that I have never seen in my life, because for the life of me, if I can remember, the only thing I've ever heard about periods and menstrual cycles, you know, from women is that they wish they didn't have it.
All right. Yes? Fuck yeah. Give me that bagel. On a video about periods too? Oh yeah, give that shit to me. You gonna reach it in? I'm not getting out of my chair. Thank you.
Right, Takis.
Thanks. Wait, look, wait, guys, it's so thematic. Look, it's Takis. Look, they're like used tampons. You know Takis? The little fucking Mexico wraps? Mexico chippies from Mexico? I don't fucking know. We'll get to that in a second. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck Blair White is talking about with like this hysteria concerning periods. I haven't seen any hysteria. I've seen a screenshot of a few people mentioning, correctly mind you, though we'll get to that any gender can have their periods. And I don't know what the fact that people typically don't enjoy having periods has to do with anything else that's being said here.
So this thing that I've always heard have been like the bane of women's existence is now people are fighting over who can have it and who can't have it and who wants it and do you want it?
What the fuck are we talking about? Who the fuck is arguing over who can have wait. Does Blair White think, well, Blair White doesn't think anything because she's a narcissistic piece of shit with absolutely no brain matter. But is Blair White suggesting that people are like, oh yeah, me too, and then people are like cutting their taints open with like a butter knife or something? What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody wants to have periods. I guess maybe trans girls is like a gender validating thing, but they can't have them, you know, life sucks, whatever. Nobody fucking wants to have periods. We're talking about who is capable of having them. Some men are capable of having periods. What was this, like, people fighting over who gets to have them? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's all. What? You know, I really don't know when we entered this alternate universe and or simulation and or hellscape, but we're here. So I came across this picture of a trans artist doing what's called free bleeding.
Okay, listen up. I personally find I'm just going to put this out because, again, don't fall for the rhetorical tricks here. This is, once again, trying to condemn an entire broader conversation by using a couple of extreme performative examples as a bludgeon that you can use to dismiss the entire, like, swath of the argument. So I'm going to, okay, listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Free bleeding is fucking disgusting, okay? Like, okay, we can be real about that. However, this seems to be some kind of performance or art piece, which often are disgusting. If I'm going to take a hot guess here, that's probably a trans dude. Trans dudes tend to have periods, at least to my understanding, right? So, periods are not just for women, #bleeding while trans. This makes perfect sense to me. It's a dude. They're sitting there. They're trying to demonstrate the point that dudes can have periods. If this person isn't a dude, then Blair White isn't a woman, so that point isn't up for condemnation. There you go. All makes sense. It's still gross, but it all makes sense. And that's probably not actual blood, by the way. I would bet anything. Like, that's just too like clear of you know what I mean? It'd be like if somebody was doing like a free fucking Milky's demonstration, you know, and there were just big white circles around the nips, like through the shirt. You know what I mean? It's too red, too on point. You know what I'm talking about.
To prove that men and women can get periods. And you know, my initial reaction was to gag and then cover my entire body in hand sanitizer. And then I realized I should probably make a video about this. So let's get one thing out of the way. Technically, trans men, so female to male trans people, which are the opposite of me, can still get their period, I guess, if they are not on testosterone.
Wait. Blair, what's the problem then? Also, yeah, wait, Blair, what the fuck is the problem then? What the fuck are you talking about, Blair? What the fuck did you make this video for, Blair? Also, I'm pretty sure you can still get periods when you're on testosterone. I mean, you just did. Okay, well, how are you going to backpedal off that one?
But from all the research I've done on google.com, apparently testosterone eventually stops your menstrual cycle, and it's not something you have to go through anymore if you are transitioning to male. So I'm sitting here wondering why people are trying to force this whole, like, any gender can get their period down our throat when...
What? Again, the classic fucking line, shoving it down our throat. The classic line right there. Anytime a bigot doesn't have an argument against trans people or gay people, they just throw that out there. I have lived my entire life, literally my entire life, without ever once seeing somebody doing any fucking everyone can bleed shit performance art. My whole life. And I interact with a fuck ton of trans people. I mean, look at my community, right? My entire life. Nobody's shoving this shit down your throat. This is the same thing where, like, one fucking cartoon has, like, two girls kiss lightly on the cheek in the 9th episode, and then moms for conservative Christian families group organization sends a fucking letter writing campaign to talk about how homosexuality is being pushed down the throats of children. This is the exact same fucking argument. Also, what is this implication that just because after a long enough period of testosterone usage, most trans men stop getting periods? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Some men get periods. Some men haven't been taking tea long enough. Some men don't take tea.
I don't think trans men really want to even acknowledge that. Like, when it comes to gender dysphoria, I would imagine that would be the most dysphoria-inducing thing in the world.
This is another thing. Blair White is ashamed and disgusted by the fact that she has a penis. She's mentioned this in the past because Blair White genuinely does hate herself, as dumb fuck grifters who sell out their entire kind to gain acceptance from the dominant group typically do. So Blair White is disgusted, hates her penis. She said, when people are fucking me, I just don't want them to pay attention to my penis. I don't want them to know it's there. Why would anyone want the people to know it's there? And she projects her self-hatred onto other people. Okay? Also, again, completely fucking irrelevant. Even if a trans dude doesn't particularly like the fact that he has periods, I mean, let's be fair, nobody likes the fact that they have periods. I assume I'm never gonna have one. Even if that was the case, that doesn't change the fact that they have them. It doesn't change the fact that they have them. Like, this is completely irrelevant.
Honestly, to me, it just seems like a really huge virtue signal. I mean, just look at
What?
this.
What the fuck does that, what the fuck does stating a factually correct thing have to do with virtue signaling? And what does this have to do with a kid holding a sign? Maybe the kid holding the sign is virtue signaling, not the statement that men can have periods. What the fuck is this talking point?
So this one actually upset me. I don't know if this child is biologically female and presenting as a boy. I don't know what's going on, but no matter the age, no matter the gender of this child, they don't know what a period is. First of all, can we not utilize toddlers for political messaging at all?
For one, nobody gives a shit about using toddlers for political messaging. Have you ever been on Facebook? There are so many fucking impact font boomer memes using children in overalls talking about how the economy did shit under Obama. It is fucking disgusting. The idea that we don't typically use toddlers in political memes is fucking completely erroneous. For two, once again, classic anti-SJW skeptic conservative bullshit. Found one picture, now we're going to rant for 3 minutes on how this in particular is objectionable, even though broadly speaking, this has absolutely nothing to do with the discussion.
Like, let's let kids be kids. And the second thing is, if we're gonna use them, can it not be about bodily functions that they don't even understand? Like, apparently this image was in a magazine. It's viral all over the internet. I blurred the kid's face because I just feel really bad.
I have never seen it before in my life. I have never, viral all over the... Hey, guys, have you ever seen this picture before? Have you ever seen this picture before? I have never seen this viral picture before. This crazy fucking viral photo that's taking the internet by storm. Nope. Ooh, damn, me either. Ooh. Almost like it's an irrelevant fucking picture that she found, probably because it was forwarded to her by somebody who thinks she's a man, and she knew she had to include it because it would help reinforce her argument that trans people and their agenda are disgusting and degenerate and pedophilic.
But this kid's gonna have to live with the fact that their parents made them hold this sign up forever.
Who the fuck cares? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What? Oh God. Oh, I just found this picture of me when I was 2. I'm holding up a sign. Oh my God. Oh geez.
And that's just really tragic. Honestly tragic.
The fuck are you talking
This is
about?
Shane's gloss, by the way. So good. And in a brand new episode of trans activists fighting for everything but legitimate trans rights.
That statement coming from Blair White is so poignantly hypocritical that there's nothing I can even say about it.
The feminine hygiene brand Always recently changed their packaging to remove any semblance of female symbols and make the packaging gender neutral to accommodate non-binary people.
Damn. Oh, you see that little fucking cunt face?
Gender
Look at this
neutral
little...
to accommodate non-binary people.
I love being the bully. I spent my entire middle, high school, and early college life getting shit on for my gender dysphoria and my inability to feel comfortable in my own skin. But now I have a big YouTube channel. I get to shit on other people. Always punch down, Blair. Always punch down. I know the euphoria you get in between the fucking crying sessions because you know you'll never be a real woman in your worldview. Makes it all valid. Do you, by the way, guys, do you really think Blair White actually thinks she's a real woman? This bitch has so much internalized transphobia, I guarantee you she probably thinks sometimes she's delusional too. Like, honestly, like, knocking her over the head and brainwashing her with some, like, proper gender theory would probably be for her benefit, too. You know?
The feminine hygiene brand Always is officially removing the Venus symbol from its products. The company is making the change in an attempt to make the labeling more inclusive of transgender and non-binary customers.
Now, wait. Let's respond really quickly. Let's respond really quickly to this if we were a sane and sensible human being, okay? Changing the label and the packaging to being non-gender specific hurts literally no one. There is no harm done. They still look like tampons. You can use them just as you did before. No harm comes of it. There is no problem whatsoever with this. It's funny because conservatives are always accusing lefties of being the ones who are obsessed with imaginary problems, but we are on the cusp of hearing this cunt complain about something that literally has absolutely no negative repercussions and has, depending on who you ask, positive repercussions.
I'm not offended that they changed the coloring of their packaging or
Oh?
removed the female symbol from their packaging, but I
Oh?
will say that, just as a business-minded person that I do consider myself somewhat to be, it would seem that although some
What?
self-identified non-binary people do probably buy your products, like, is it really that pressing of an issue that you have to potentially alienate the 99.9999999%?
See? We're doing it again. Who the fuck is getting alienated by this shit? Who the fuck? Okay, for one, business-minded, nice try. For two, what the fuck do you mean alienated? What? If you're a cis woman, if you're a woman and you've got a fucking pussy and you've been buying these tampons, you can just go there and go like, oh, they changed the packaging, whatever, and then you just go the fucking tampons and you shove that shit right up your pussy to keep the blood in, okay? Look at how concerned she is about alienating people who are literally not affected by this, and how unconcerned she is with the potential of alienating trans people. Also, the implication that cisgender people are 99.9999999%. Ah, fuck you, you stupid cunt. You know goddamn well trans people are like 1 to 2% of the population. That is to say, millions of Americans. No, she's so concerned with the alienation of the broader group, and so unconcerned with the alienation of the group that she claims to represent.
Of customers who buy your product who are women, for these 0.000000001% that are non-binary, like what's going on? They say that trans people make up like 0.01% of the population.
No, they don't. No, I have never heard that stat in my life. Not even fucking close. Who's they? Who the fuck is they? Where did you read that from? Let's see. It looks like estimates right now range between 0.6% and 1.4%, depending on how exactly you phrase the question. If you phrase it like, do I identify as a man, woman, or other, then you're going to get a really large chunk of the population, like 3 or 4%. But if you have a specific category for transgender, you get a little bit less than 1%. What the fuck is this 0.02%? I don't know. I have no idea.
So, among that, you think of non-binary people, which are even more rare than just regular trans people.
No, stats on that? What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, even if it was 0.01, yeah, no, it would still be a large number of people. What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. Percent of population, non-binary. Are there even stats on this? Yeah, I don't see any reliable statistics on the percentage population of non-binary people. Only how much they represent of the broader transgender population. I think a reasonable estimate would probably be that somewhere in between 0.8% and 1.6% of the population identifies as either NB or transgender. And that population is going up, by the way, very quickly, especially non-binary people. I mean, you people are young, right? In my chat, how many non-binary people do you know? Like, again, this definitely varies by area. A really large number of the people that I knew in high school and college were identified as non-binary. You know, like a lot of them. A lot of people are just not a tremendous fan of fucking gender or whatever. Yeah, you guys know, folks. Obviously, this isn't like a academic, study or anything like that. But the number of non-binary people identifying, it's going way the fuck up. It's getting a lot more exposure. And here's Blair White over here playing the exact same role the staunch anti-trans conservative always has, pretending that they're a minute, unpleasable minority that has ridiculous needs that don't need to be appealed to without alienating the rest of the population.
That's like 50 people. And you're changing the packaging for them. Like, what? It just doesn't seem like a good idea to me at all. And I'm sure time will tell and sales will tell, but it's really annoying.
How is it annoying? You said you stupid cunt. You said you weren't offended by it. Now you're annoyed by it because they changed the packaging to make it technically more accurate because even you acknowledge men can have periods? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I'm not offended. I'm just going to complain about it, lie about the number of trans people that exist to make it seem like they're a minute minority that don't need to be appealed to, but that I nonetheless find an enormous amount of time to shit on every single fucking video that I put out. And then I'm going to admit that I find it annoying that a company I have nothing to do with, whose products I do not purchase, had changed their packaging in a way to make the lives of the people I claim to care about better.
Mayhem Miller, who is a famous drag queen from RuPaul's Drag Race.
Holy shit, those are some fucking eyes. Oh my god. All right.
In reaction to this story, actually said, I f***ing can't. Trust me, hun, neither can I. Mayhem said, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Feminine hygiene...
Why the fuck? Wait, just some random fucking drag queen? What the fuck are you talking about?
Products are now under attack for being offensive. What the fuck?
Under attack for being offensive. Listen to this fucking snowflake crybaby cunt. The packaging is under attack for being offensive because the artists and the board of executives who design it chose of their own volition to change it to affect absolutely nobody's life. There were no protests, no fucking condemnation publicly, just them choosing to change their product for the benefit of a small portion of their constituency. They're under attack? Holy shit.
Next, are people going to complain because the Charmin company has bears wiping their ass with tissue because somehow that's exploitation or cruelty or not inclusive enough?
No. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Listen to this. Now we've reached stage 8 of the conservative grift shittery when you do anti-trans arguments. Make dumb fuck comparisons that have nothing to do with anything. You get offended when I call you he, him rather than she, her, Blair? Would you get offended if I didn't call my buddy Kyle over here a helicopter kin? Because he wants to be called a helicopter kin. If you think that it's offensive for me to call you a man, then you have to think it's offensive for me to call him not call him a helicopter kin. Like, it's the same shit every single fucking time.
At some point, the community should consider what battles are more important.
At some point, the community should consider what battles are more important. Exact same non-argument you hear every single fucking time. So this is literally just a few pictures of people talking about how trans men experience periods, and so do some non-binary people, and one company of their own volition changing their packaging, and this dumb fuck is like, at some point, the community should really consider their battles, which in practical terms means shut up, nobody wants to hear you, shut the fuck up, you're not important, you're 0.000000001% of the population. Your needs are unimportant to me. Anytime you advocate for your own needs, I will interpret it as you attacking and alienating the broader population. This is the exact same grift every single fucking time. You do the same thing to fucking BLM. You do the same thing to the fucking gay rights movement. You're doing it currently to the trans rights movement. It is the exact same thing every single time.
And I completely agree with that statement. And of course, Mayhem got a ton of backlash, which is so crazy.
A ton of backlash from who? Their paying customers, or by people like you who told conservatives to be angry over it? I'd be willing to bet the majority of backlash came from people who don't experience periods and are just angry at any non-gender essentialist packaging being pushed out.
Interestingly, because a lot of trans activists and feminists are actually butting heads now, they are not allies anymore, a lot of feminists reacted like this. Removing powerful female symbols from sanitary
These are TERFs.
products to accommodate the activism of an infinitely small number of men is the ultimate misogyny. There is nothing empowering or inclusive about erasing women and girls from the story of menstruation. And
that's a TERF right there. That's a TERF argument right there. Nice, Blair White. Yeah. Wow, really, Blair White? Really? Really, trans activists clashing with trans exclusionary radical feminists? What an extraordinary turn of circumstance. I never would have imagined this. I mean, not to mention the argument itself is bullshit. Nothing is getting erased from anything. This is the exact same non-logic. Hey, Blair White, Dee Sussex up here, this person up here in the top left, thinks you're a man. My dude. This person who you're citing as an example that transgender people have gone too far, I guarantee you that you are a delusional man who is intruding on women's sacred spaces with your penis or whatever. I guarantee it. But you'll prop them up because you don't give a fuck. You don't give a single shit.
And I see her point. Like, yes, there are some trans men out there who do experience menstruation. That is a fact. But the number is so negligible. And listen, the brand can do whatever they want with their packaging, but
I mean, yeah, technically this entire video is pointless because people other than women do experience periods, and I have to acknowledge that or be called a hypocrite and an idiot for being a trans woman in the first place. But, you know, there's really small. I mean, when I lie about how many trans people there are, and I don't really care what other groups do with their packaging. I'll just complain about it, say that the community needs to reprioritize their efforts, say that other people have gotten mad over it, and say that I'm personally annoyed by it. Nothing, just me simultaneously decrying the trans movement and acting like an active transphobe and TERF while saying, I don't really care about it. Just anything to play off that dumb bimbo aesthetic that really gets your fucking fan base riled up. I swear to God, most of Blair White's fan base really are fucking Yas Queen types. Stan, like that shit. When I interacted with Blair White on Twitter, I had to interact with some of the most insufferable dumb fuck pieces of shit that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. These subhuman fucking smooth brains out there in the fucking comment sections, YouTube, Twitter, what have you, that I dealt with after talking with Blair White on my channel are all like simps. They're all like fucking 50, not even simp, because there's no pussy there. Sorry, Blair White. That doesn't make that. I mean, from the fucking perspective of the person whose tweet you just cited there, that makes you a fucking man. Fucking wait, pussy and penis both start with P. Simps out there who are just clapping because Blair White is cute. And that's it. If Blair White wasn't attractive, that's it. That would be it for her. That is all she has. That is the only reason people listen to her. That's it. Yeah, simps is now an all-inclusive term. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Yeah, her fans are fucking insufferable. They're a mix of like blatant transphobe neocons who think that she's delusional, but like gets behind her because she has the right politics, and like dumb fuck like slightly right-leaning gay men and women, cis women who just like looking at like a makeup icon say shit like how crazy and how far the trans rights movement has gone.
Like, it just, again, it doesn't seem like a smart business move in my opinion. And honestly, when stuff like this happens, I can't help but feel like people are not fighting for anything that matters anymore. Here is a real LGBT issue that I wish we would talk about more, and I'm holding myself accountable that I don't talk about more, but we're going to today.
Remember, let's let Blair White, of all people, dictate the course of what... For one, the idea that, like, all activist movements have a finite amount of energy that they can only... Like, oh, God, I found 6 pictures of trans men talking about how they can have periods, too. That means those 6 pictures are bandwidth that could have been used for other, more important trans issues, like taking a picture of Blair White in a bikini smiling, saying that trans people are degenerates if they get their kids transitioned. That would have been a better use of, you know, like the bandwidth for the purpose of trans rights. Don't let anyone dictate the pace or the means by which you engage in advocacy. This is literally the subject of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail, that the greatest obstacle to the Negro's freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but rather the white moderate who agrees in principle but tells you that now is not the time, who promotes a negative piece to a positive justice. It's the exact same argument. Exact same argument. People who pretend to be sympathetic but backstab the movement at every conceivable turn. Though, in Blair White's case, considering her history of saying she doesn't have a problem with white nationalists, she might be closer to the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner than any white moderate.
Choose your battles wisely. Instead of bullying brands to change the colors of their tampon packaging.
Nobody did that. Nobody did that, but you are currently complicit in bullying them to change it back, you stupid piece of shit. Always the implication that you have to bully companies into doing that shit. They chose to do it.
I would really like to point out that 40% of homeless youth are LGBT. That is a huge discrepancy. That is a huge overrepresentation of homeless youth as LGBT people. Yeah. So I would personally like to redirect all that energy that we're spending talking about periods and menstrual cycles.
We can talk about multiple things, Blair. Multiple things. I'm sorry, how much of your time today did you waste? You have a 24-hour day, assuming 8 hours of those are sleeping. Did you dedicate the other 16 hours of that to trans rights? Did you dedicate the other 16 hours of that to effective public advocacy? Or did you fuck around a little bit or choose what to do with your own time? Don't talk down to other people and how they choose to engage in activism for what matters to them when all you do is fucking counter activism. That is your entire job. Also, the idea that you give a single shit about homeless LGBT youth when so many of your videos are dedicated to promoting transphobic lies about young people being trans or young people transitioning, or about how it's abusive to put children on hormone blockers, how you contribute to the mentality of parents who believe that trans children are mentally ill or losers or degenerates. This is actual virtue signaling right here. After contributing probably to an innumerable harm in the positive discourse, she'll then turn around and go, oh, you know what we should really care about? We should care about homeless LGBT youth, even though I'd be willing to bet a substantial portion of the population of those youth were kicked out by people who've watched your videos.
To talking about the fact that your parental duties and responsibilities that so many people wish they had that aren't blessed enough to have a child to have, those responsibilities don't end when your 14, 15-year-old says, I'm gay, or I'm a lesbian, or I'm trans. Let's talk about that real issue, that the fact that there are still parents out there who think that it's acceptable to put their kids out on the street because they come out to them. That's not okay.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of this. Even if Blair White is a stupid cunt and a gigantic hypocrite, that doesn't change the fact that this is correct.
That is a real issue that breaks my heart. In Los Angeles alone, there are thousands of homeless LGBT youth, and it's not
virtue signaling.
The LGBT community makes up just the third, fourth, fifth video you watch and you're not subscribed. Why? Like, can I?
Now we're talking about subs. Nice! God, I fucking hate Blair White. What an absolute fucking subhuman piece of shit. Jesus Christ. I can't imagine being so shameless. I actually can't fathom. I actually cannot fathom. I gave her the benefit of the doubt in the past because I thought maybe she could be brought over. I don't believe that anymore. She has absolutely no soul, no heart, no conviction, and no values whatsoever. Hunter Avallone does. There are conservatives that can be spoken to, who you can reason with. This is not one of them. Blair White is just a degenerate, desperate loser who's scrawling to try and make up for all the time she got bullied in fucking early life, compensating by bullying others now, and desperately appealing to all of the dipshits who would have called her a man back then. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, 10 minutes and 3 seconds, by the way. Trans community should focus on important activism, not this men have periods stuff. By the way, gonna make a video on that subject and then complain about the fucking packaging of a tampon brand being changed. That's an important waste of time. 10 minutes long and 3 seconds. Gotta get that. Gotta slide it on in. All right, there we go. We did it. Cut. Nice. Fuck that stupid bitch. All right. We have a Discord AMA starting in like fucking 5 or 7 minutes or something. Hold on 1 second. Let me go over donos really quick. Nino, thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub to Nia. That's very kind of you. You have very similar names. No, it's not a Fash Discord this time, thank God. Everyone, instead of donating gift subs, hypers. True! Make the chat more colorful. Everyone gift everyone else a tier 4 subscription. Zonia with the $5. Are you planning a stream on Pewd's new Bro Fist is now racist video? It's about racism, alt-right, and meme culture. Oh God, I didn't know that video existed. Oh no. Oh geez. I'll have to look at it on my own time to see if it's worthwhile. Laser Beans with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. That's really, really kind of you. And I really appreciate it. Balthazar cucked by API 228 with the $5. Haha! Trans rights greater than trans whites? True! True. Imagine being white. Ha! No, I'm just kidding. White people are valid too. Let's be real. Let's be real. Balthazar cucked by the API 228 with the additional $5. You should have shredded her for her trans surgery requirements hypocrisy, but that might have been below the belt. Yeah, I mean, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care with Blair White. If I debated Blair White again, like I would hold her to her own standards, and I might even consider calling her a man because she hasn't had bottom surgery. Obviously, I would do it in the pretext of like, this is your own ideology. Fight against yourself, you hypocritical piece of shit. But it's disgusting to me. Like, her bar for acceptance for trans advocacy begins right where she is. You know, if fucking Blair White, what the fuck, Vosh? Nah, wait, if I'm talking to a fucking white supremacist black dude, and this black dude is trying to talk about how he's like my equal when he believes in white supremacy, nah, fuck that. Absolutely. No, fuck that. I would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm white. Look at my fucking pale ass skin. Look at this shit. You think you can talk down to me? You have to hold there to the hypocrisy, and sometimes the only way to do that is to show them how ugly their beliefs actually are. But of course, I would only do that in the context of me suggesting and indicating that I don't actually believe Blair White is a man. Of course I don't. But she would if she wasn't herself. Noah Swagger with the $5. The right seems to be radicalizing faster. I feel like I don't see the same on the left, at least not with the same velocity. Should we be concerned? The left is a lot larger than the right. The far left is larger than the far right, at least here in America. The far right is just louder. The bunch of like mentally ill degenerates that spend all their times like shit posting on 8chan and Kiwi farms, trading child pornography and doxing people, and fucking like dislike bombing shit and like spamming tweets with their Groiper comments. It's just they appear a lot larger than they actually are. But of course we should be concerned. We should be concerned with any threat to our society. Matt Volby with the $5. Stephen Clam Chowder made a video on the same premise. Was this coordinated? No, it just indicates that blatant transphobes who have no regard whatsoever for trans people and think they're all mentally ill degenerates, and Blair White, are functionally the same. Yeah, exactly. The bar is only as high as the grifter can barely get by, like Nick Fuentes' soul math. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is 1/4 Spanish, but he's like mathed it out that he's 91% white because he's Castizo Spanish, and I bet his prerequisite for like the white ethno state would be like 90% white or some shit. Infinite Walrus with the $5, looking thick, solid, tight. Keep us all posted on your continued progress with any new progress pics or vids. Show us what you got, man. Want to see how freaking huge, solid, thick and tight you can get. Thank you, Infinite Walrus. I really appreciate it. You know, back when I was, I remember that comment from like 10 years ago, back when I was on the bodybuilding forums, bodybuilding.com and shit, you know? I remember when that comment like actually took off. I think that comment was on Fit though, right? It wasn't on the bodybuilding forums. I don't actually remember, but I remember it like suddenly being like the big meme. That was, it was good. It's still good. Jigglypuffite with a tier 1 sub. Take this money to fund the autistic ethno-state. Also play Yakuza 0. I might play a Yakuza game one day. I've heard good things about them. Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Were you on Misk, Fosh? Yeah, of course I was on Misk. Absolutely. What are your thoughts on Thought Slime? I don't particularly like him. Cola Dick with the $3. JLP voice. Are you a communist? Are you a communist? Are you a communist? Yeah, that's the closest I can get. Anarchist. Antifa. Beta! Labor wave dashing with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. I love cats. Oh, you like cats. You don't even love cats. Well, hey, I like cats too, and your money's probably going to go to whatever surgery I'll be paying for my little fucking kitty today. All right, folks, hold the line. I'm going to change the stream message super quick. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we're hopping in the AMA, okay? Hold on. The last time I did one of these Discord AMAs, I was really fucking sick. Where do we ask questions? You guys aren't asking questions. I answer your questions from chat all the time. I'm answering another Discord's questions. Hold on. Be right back. Yo. All right. Let's fucking do it. It's time. It's time.
Vosh is here. I'm gonna.
Welcome, Vosh.
Howdy. Howdy.
We're still waiting for people to come in.
Hello, sir. More people should come in soon.
There are already so many, too. I look forward to the big old party we're going to have. How's everyone doing?
We're amazing. The Motim is amazing. You can thank Thotaman for organizing all of this.
Nice.
Yeah, I was the one I was emailing you.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much for following through. What's the general political orientation on the server? How much bad faith do I have to prepare for?
A lot and not a lot. It's we have a lot of. I'd say the server is more left-leaning than right-leaning if we're going only by the extremes, but it's rather centrist, I'd say.
There, good. Get that mixed bag going. I'm ready. The last time I did this shit, I was so fucking sick I could barely talk. I am ready and waiting for some high tier political discourse.
Yeah, we're really excited to have you here. Welcome to Calliopean Club. Is it okay if I give a little shout out to the server really quick before?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we're Calliopean Club. We're a debate server. We promote civility, discussion. If you want to join us, our permanent link is discord.gg/Calliopean Club. And we hope that you guys will come join us. If you want, you can ask questions in the server. If you want to ask Vosh questions yourself, please add VC to the end of your question, so I can make sure that you get to ask it yourself. But we'll start off with an easy one.
I'm ready.
Something simple. So someone asked before, they couldn't make it to the AMA, but they wanted to know what you think of market anarchism and what do you think of the way it's been portrayed on BreadTube so far?
I don't know what you mean by BreadTube. BreadTube seems to mean a different thing to everyone who talks about it. Typically, BreadTube refers to more like suck-demi or soft socialist progressive content. When I think of like the broader lefty YouTube space, unfortunately, I feel like most of it is dominated by authoritarian leftists. There are a lot of tankies or tanky lights out there. Even, for example, like Non-Compete, who's like labeled himself like an anarcho-communist, recently talked about the need for like re-education centers and other shit like that, which makes me kind of wonder how much good anarchist representation there actually is out there on YouTube. I'm generally in favor of markets as a concept, as long as they are being done with luxury goods and not with human essentials. I think the decommodification of human necessity, like food, water, housing, medical care, is a necessity for a functioning society. And then past that point, I think markets can be, if directed properly, an extremely effective, efficient, and ethical way of distributing luxury goods and other superfluities like that. I don't know how much good representation I've seen for that on the internet. Most people seem to critique me when I advocate for any form of market policy.
Awesome. Thank you. Next question is going to come from Nief. Long-time member. I'm going to unmute him. You can ask this question.
Hey, so yeah, I was gonna ask about anarchism, specifically, like how, if possible, it could be assumed without like this dichotomy of like authority, like, and liberty, like, pitted against each other, you know?
Well, I think that fundamentally we all want the same basic things. I mean, all leftists like the idea, I think, of people being free to make their own decisions. Where that really comes down, where the line really comes down, is the extent to which you believe it's necessary for the state to crack down on counter-revolutionary or bourgeois sensibility. You know. Oh, did you say something, or should I continue?
I said sure. Sorry.
Oh no, gotcha. No, my bad. I'm technically not an anarchist because I do believe in a form of transitionary state, but I would want that state to be democratic as well. I in from what I have seen, there is not one example, not a single example of a society. Okay, Cuba's done pretty well. For the most part, there are bad records of societies which claim to be using authoritarianism as a transitionary period between a revolution and a more, egalitarian democratic socialist state. That these tend to go very poorly. I mean, look at what China's at. Look at what the USSR ended up doing. Look at Southeast Asia. Look at Latin America. Like we just have a bad track record with that. So I am not particularly high on the opinion that it is possible for any form of authoritarian governance to meaningfully represent the interests of its constituency.
I'm sort of the opinion that like it's like an ipso facto authority if it's a governance like above the other, right? Like Engels even says in his text, like on authority, how like revolution itself is like a force of a mass, right, onto those into power, right? Like it's like a reversal of power, right, roles, and I think that's really problematic for the notion of the off-lib dichotomy. I think it entails something that might not be scientific.
Well, I don't think the goal of a socialist revolution should be to replicate the power structure of the previously existing hierarchy.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I think the goal of the revolution is to as they say, right, develop into, because it's developmental, right? It's not just the violence in the beginning. Like when people talk about the violence, that's something that may or may not be, contingent upon. Uh, the thing I have about the off-lib dichotomy, and I'm not trying to be negative or like antagonistic here, is I think it's like pillared on like a liberal outlook, and a lot of people have it. I used to be an anarchist. I used to have it, you know. Um, I have a definition if you want it, but if you don't,
For
that's
what
fine. I can just
specifically?
let you move on. So it's pillared on this faith, right? Uh, in freedom, right? As a state that we are like pursuing or in, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are in like degrees of freedom slash pursuing this freedom itself, and this is like a thing that is assumed by Locke and people who came out of the Enlightenment era, right? And it is through our pursuit of freedom that we can like legitimize concepts such as justice and revenge and moral responsibility and price, right? Like when we talk about how like this is the price we pay to live in a free society, that is like completely pillared on liberal philosophy. And I think when we talk about authority at odds with liberty, I think we're talking about like force I don't like, because obviously authority sounds like a guy who shits in the middle of the party and like ruins the party and hates the party, right? Against liberty, which is do what you want, man. We should be doing what we're allowed to do as long as it doesn't hurt people. And I feel like both of those things are at odds with each other if we assume them, but I think that's why they come from liberalism.
Well, the dichotomy is flawed because it presupposes the non-existence of structural violence. A free society for us is a tremendously unfree society for people who can't afford to participate in that free society. For a lot of Westerners, liberalism and freedom come at the cost of an entire global economic system that exists to support and satiate their economic and social needs. Freedom isn't really freedom if it's predicated on a power structure that requires subservience of some over other. Real freedom is maximizing the amount of individual decision making and minimizing the amount of unjust hierarchies in any given system with as few external problems as possible. And I think that's really, well, at least should be the goal of every leftist.
Yeah, sure. I personally, as a leftist, I won't use that word to describe it like freedom, right? But it's obviously like a mutual goal of like being above like the need for like wage labor in order to survive and stuff like that. The problem is when I say, well, this is freedom, I'm letting a worldview that comes from Locke be interpolated, aka like thrust upon me. I'm accepting that, right? And I don't want to do that because I'm concerned with liberalism, right? That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna take a question from La Pizzle. They say, I read that you're an anarchist. In your opinion, is anarchy truly a viable option for society, or is it a concept that is used to criticize capitalism that's not meant to be functional?
I mean, anarchism is more of a philosophy of government than it is an actual structure. The reduction of all unjust hierarchies, or at least to the greatest possible extent. It's a nonstop process. I think it's perfectly conceivable. I will say this: there are a lot of leftists who I think don't grasp the significance or the disparity between our society and one which would adhere to the principles of anarchism. There are a lot of people who believe that, like, oh yeah, we could just do it. I strongly disagree with this. One of the reasons why our society today functions as it does, in America at least, we have a pretty strong civil society. That is to say, the government can't just do whatever it wants. There are actual limits, and while the government does get away with a lot of horse shit, all it would take is a look at, say, for example, Russia or China to see examples of much weaker civil societies. We have a strong journalistic element. There are PTA groups and committees and independent subcommittees that all work to sort of democratically represent the interests of the people. To pass over the fact that civil society is a huge part of why our civilization functions decently well, at least compared to precedent, I think that's a big mistake. I think that with a proper civil society, anarchism could function perfectly well. That is to say, if people become acclimated to the ideas that are fetical to a functioning anarchist society, then I believe it is capable of functioning. Without that, I don't believe there's any imposition, any government strategy, anything that could fill that gap. We need people to be ready for the changes that will come. And if they can be, then I think it's practical.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna unmute Fossil. I have a question for you.
Hit me up.
Hi Vosh. What do you think of Abdullah Öcalan?
Abdullah Öcalan. Oh god, I need to see a face. This is my autism here. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. We just learned about this. Fucking guy. We had some folks on here. Okay. Positive. We're gonna open with that. So he's I think I actually have his fucking book or his reading or his writings or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On my reading list. I think that might actually be the second thing I plan on reading after The Conquest of Bread. So my answer on him might get a little bit more nuanced after I read that shit. But I will say that for the most part, I feel like this man has rather sincerely dedicated his life to the liberation of an oppressed class. And while it is undeniable that his name has been attached to some actions that I don't necessarily agree with, I know the PKK has overstepped what I would consider to be sort of the ethical bounds of a independent group, an independent, like, nationalist militancy group a few times. I think that's kind of an inevitable consequence of operating on that scale. I think that for the most part, this is like an unabashedly, like, good person.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I think he's quite handsome too.
Yeah, if you're going to read his book, I would recommend the compilation of all his writings, The Political Thought of Abdullah Öcalan. I actually have it on my desk here. It's a really good read.
Ooh, man. Ooh, boomer. Paper books? You hate the environment? Oh, wait, shit. Hey, Hunter Avalon. Nice to see you, man. Hope you've been doing well. Sorry. Yeah, no, I definitely want to get to reading that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thank you, Fossil. Next question is going to come from Viv. It has to do with political violence, so let me unmute him.
I love political violence.
All right, Viv, you're unmuted.
Hello. Yeah, so it's like, from what I understand, you believe that the only way to achieve socialism is through political violence, correct?
I mean, it's conceptually possible that it could be done without political violence, but an essential component of a socialist revolution is seizing the means of production, which functionally means seizing the assets, wealth, and capital of an elite class of people who have the military and police at their disposal. So,
I mean, aren't the military and the police members of the proletariat?
Technically, yeah, but I mean, police are referred to literally as
But
class traitors who uphold the will of the
sure,
bourgeois, and soldiers will do what they're told for the most part. I do believe that there are a
yeah.
lot more, or at least there would be more sympathetic members of the military, should things really come to it. But I don't think it's reasonable to assume that the wealthy of this country would like just abandon their assets without any attempt at fighting back.
Well,
That seems
I never
unlikely.
said that, but it seems to me that like when you build you build a system based upon violence, and you seem to have this implicit threat of violence there. It doesn't seem like anything that's sustainable long term.
Are you
Whereas if you were to
referring?
sort of have
Wait,
like
are
a
you
more
referring to
revolutionary,
liberal capitalism right there? A system that implicitly relies on violence.
I mean, sure, if you want to call it that. But the reason why I'm asking, you seem to imply that socialism is only viable through some kind of revolution. I don't think that people will be happy at the fact that like, some kind of violent revolution comes along. So unless you're going to what sort of like murder all these people, all of these class traitors and stuff, and like
No, no,
bathe them
no.
in a
I don't
river of
plan on
blood,
murdering everyone
yeah.
who disagrees with socialism. We've had revolutions
So then,
before. This is hardly the
sure.
first time. We had a revolution here to secure our independence from England. We killed the
I mean, that
loyalists.
was
We
oh,
backed them
hold on.
out.
That was a well, no, hold on. That was a bunch of rich old white men just fighting to preserve the status quo. I wouldn't really call that much of a revolution. That was just like
No, it
it
was.
was just
It
like
was a bourgeois revolution, and in spite of the fact that the peasantry of the American colonies benefited basically not at all from the American independence. Nonetheless, they were willing to put their lives on the line to fight for what they believed in, to fight against the king, to fight against England, to fight for the independence of their country. If they're willing to fight and die for something they don't even benefit from, I'm willing to bet that with enough class consciousness, the proletariat of America would be willing to fight and die for something they substantially benefit from.
okay, fair enough. So it seems to me that you think that people are willing to die for something based upon something they may or may not benefit from without any kind of like obvious chance of success.
Oh yeah,
So you tell them, yeah.
people are fucking crazy. With the right propaganda, they'll die over anything. But I don't want to like trick people into a socialist revolution. I believe that material conditions are advancing to a point where society is going to become progressively worse and worse, particularly for poor people, that the stratification of wealth will grow more severe, and that at that point revolutionary sentiment will become more popular on its own. We're already kind of getting there. I mean, we're right now as split as we've ever been, with the exception of the literal civil war. The partisanship in this country is trending towards greater levels of political violence on both ends. It's not unreasonable to imagine that as climate change ramps in, as cities are devastated by weather patterns and more refugees pour in, climate change refugees, as our political environment grows more and more to a standstill because partisanship means that our House and Senate can't cooperate, it seems likely to me that folks are going to get antsy. And if that happens, I want the revolution to go the right way, because it could also go fascist, and I don't think any of us
Okay,
want that.
so that's fine. Yeah, no, I accept that. I'm happy. I wouldn't want a fascist revolution. The problem is, do you think that any kind of revolution stands any chance?
It would really depend on how mobilized the population is, because there are two ways that could go, right? On one hand, we could like pop our load too early, and like 5 years from now, a bunch of like crazy fucking Antifa, fucking IWW workers get together and seize like 3 buildings in downtown Michigan before they get carpet bombed by
No,
the Coast
no.
Guard.
Okay, no, hold on. No, what I'm asking you is like, do you understand that there's like a disparity between the power between any kind of like a civilian uprising and like the military force altogether?
Oh yeah,
There's
of
like
course.
it's like
But
yeah.
but the idea is that if for one, there's a lot of nuance to the ways in which a military population controls its sort of domestic holdings. For example, if entire
Sure.
cities began to turn, those cities don't just have people in it; they have factories and businesses owned by the wealthy people
Uh,
who are controlling those.
okay. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
wait,
No.
wait,
This
I'm
is
trying to give an answer though. There's a lot of nuance and complexity to how a military can exert control over a domestic population. But ideally, because as you
well. I can
said,
explain that to you if you like.
the military is proletariat. Ideally, class consciousness would disseminate to the point that some generals would turn and recognize that they're no longer defending America or the Constitution by fighting against the revolutionaries.
The
That's happened
problem.
before.
The problem. Well, no, okay, but the problem in this scenario that you're presenting that you have is the fact that in a global sort of, in like this global setting that we have, any kind of revolution on the United States soil would negatively impact the United States' position internationally. Most generals would accept the fact that like to weaken the United States on the international playing field would be a negative detriment to the country overall. So I think it's highly unlikely that based upon that, that they're likely to switch to the sides of the proletariat. And in terms of like long-term strategic planning, it would be more advantageous for them to essentially put down this rebellion with extreme like prejudice.
That depends on how large the rebellion is. If it's spread across a wide swath of the country and would require the destruction of major cities, halting down economic production for a very long time and crippling us in the global economic stage, it might actually be beneficial to capitulate. Because to put down a proletarian revolution, you have to put down the proletariat. To put down the bourgeoisie, you have to. You could probably take out a few buildings, and that would be it.
Okay.
Not that I support any
so
kind of political revolution or political violence, all in Minecraft, of course.
Sure. The problem with your thing right there is like, yes, the fact that it's more difficult to stamp out this kind of dissent, but the way in which information is disseminated and the way in which the military would like control this, it's not the same as how it was like a few hundred years ago. The government has huge amounts of power, like to affect systems.
Yeah, but quite a bit of the government is proletariat run as well. I mean, the government isn't just politicians. It's not just the billionaires. The government is, for every one politician, there are 10,000 ill-paid interns or civic workers or social servicemen who have, in the long run, a significant amount of control over how the government actually functions. I genuinely believe that if any revolution is to be successful, it must appeal to the sensibilities not only of the common proletariat, but also of those who have seized some hold of the power structures that keep us in place.
That's fine. Again, like you're not answering the question. I'm saying to you, the inability to organize is something that the government has direct control over, especially through the military systems warfare, the inability to like organize, the lack of sort of resources, and the ability to like defend yourself adequately against the advanced weapons that they have. Any kind of sort of like civilian uprising could be quickly stamped out before they can do anything. So the problem that you have in a highly
Well, I
organized,
strongly
highly
disagree with
highly
your assessment of how revolutionary violence could take place. You know, there are revolutions happening right now in other countries that have tanks and drones and planes and highly advanced surveillance technology, right?
Okay, cool. So
hold on. Because you're asking me something that could fill up a 2-hour video. All I'm going to say is like this, functionally. A lot more has to change before any revolution can be successful, but you're like really easily brushing over the potential of literally millions of people who run this country's economy, shutting the state down until we get what we want, until we depose those in power, and you're brushing over all of that in favor of like, they have like tanks and drones and surveillance equipment and technology and stuff.
That's not what I'm saying. That's a straw man of my point. The point of the matter is the inability to organize and the ability to spread your message is something the military has the power to disrupt.
But people are spreading their message in countries where the government has shut the internet down. They find other apps. People disseminate technology. There's always ways. Apple doesn't cooperate. Some branch of the government is too slow on the uptake. The government isn't infallible. It's not like this monolithic, unopposable force. It's made up of human beings and it fucks up constantly. Our government is barely functional right now. We fuck up constantly in a militaristic, economic, and civil sense. I reject this idea that the government is so well organized that it is impossible for a proletarian revolution to succeed. But I understand your perspective.
I think that's a good place to end it. Vosh, I have a special gift for you.
I love gifts.
Ask Yourself is here. He wants to talk to you, so I'm going to unmute him.
Oh, no. Ask Yourself, man, I love you. All right, hit me with it.
All right. He's unmuted, but he's muted himself. So, but I know he's dying to talk to you.
I'm ready. Hit me with it.
I don't think he's there at the moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there he is. Ask Yourself?
Hey, you really react like that when you hear that it's me, Vosh?
No, only when I hear it's a vegan. I actually quite like you.
That's a contradiction. I am a vegan.
Well, it's nothing personal.
I like you too. I'm All right. Well,
Hit me.
I mean, I guess that's obvious why I'm here. So, I just want your take on this reply to your argument. So, what I brought up was name the trait, and you basically just bit the bullet, and you said that if there was an LGBT Holocaust happening, it would be fine to buy the corpses of these people, like the breasts of a lesbian or, you know, the steak of a trans person. So I think that right there, I mean, I'm sure you probably agree, you lose like a huge quantity of people.
Yeah, because those people should be vegans, is what they should be. Again,
Right.
I don't
That's
disagree.
just the starting point.
I don't disagree with your idea that that it's horrific what we do with purchasing meat. I disagree with the idea that we should very hypocritically focus our moral condemnation only on people who buy meat and dairy products and not on the people who make other purchases that negatively impact the world. That's my main contention. If we had a world where we had a socialist revolution and all commodity goods were purchased and produced ethically, then I would 100% be on board with your argument, morally condemning anyone who buys meat or whatever. My problem is that people get really fucking ass pained about the meat thing, but then when it comes to buying clothing that was made from sweatshops when you could pay $1 more to get something ethically sourced, oh, well, whatever. Everyone needs a t-shirt. Everyone needs a phone. There's no getting around that. No big deal. When we're contributing to a system that keeps literally like billions of people in poverty. That's the hypocrisy that really, really fucking bothers me.
Okay. Well, either way, when we got to the end of our discussion, we were kind of getting to a stage that we were like getting a sort of an argument like clarified. And part of your argument was this implication that if we shouldn't buy meat produced through capitalism, we shouldn't buy any commodities produced through capitalism. So I was kind of like asking what the reasoning is for that, and we got cut short, understandably, because you'd been streaming for a bunch of hours. But afterwards, obviously, I formalized your argument. I got you to sign off on it. So we just have this basic kind of modus ponens where we say, or well, I guess it's modus tollens. So if we say, if we oughtn't buy meat produced through capitalism, then we oughtn't buy any commodity produced through capitalism. It's not the case that we oughtn't buy any commodity produced through capitalism. Therefore, it's not the case that we oughtn't buy meat produced through capitalism. So I have a counter argument to that, and I'm just curious, as we walk through the premises, if you will accept this argument.
Yeah, hit me up.
So, all right. And obviously we understand validity and soundness. Validity, if the form is correct, then if you accept the premises, you're committed to the conclusion. And then soundness is that the premises are true.
Yeah, I mean, we can run our way through the conclusion, and if I feel like the conclusion doesn't adequately reflect what the premises are, then I might take issue with how the premises are phrased. But yeah,
right. It's formalized though, so you'd have to reject one of the premises to get away from the conclusion.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Cool. So the first premise is if avoiding meat produced through capitalism sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we oughtn't buy meat produced through capitalism. Do you agree with that?
If avoiding purchasing meat through capitalism maximizes well-being, then we not do so.
Sufficiently maximizes well-being in case you have a threshold view. Yeah.
What do we mean by oughtn't? Do we mean morally or like legally?
Just morally. Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think that people have moral obligations to maximize the well-being of others.
Wait, I thought you were a rural utilitarian.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I feel I have an obligation. If I like walk down the street and see a homeless person who needs money, like I don't think that I have a moral obligation to give them my money.
Wait, but do you think that there's anything that we oughtn't do?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't. I think that there are general thresholds of acceptable behavior that are usually conditioned through like social circumstance. Like here, like for example, this is a pretty common counter argument that's made that I'm heard. If you're walking down the
sorry, I'm just on a train. They just want my ticket. Please continue. Yeah.
Gotcha. If you're walking down the street and you see a baby that's drowning in a fountain, and you could rescue that baby, but it would like ruin your socks or something. Like you've got like $5 socks on or whatever, it'd fuck up your socks. Basically, everyone would agree to sacrifice their socks to save that kid. Like everyone would. It'd be ridiculous not to. You'd call anyone who didn't a sociopath. However, for $5, you can save a life if you donate it to the right charity. If you donate it to the right charity, that's enough water purification tablets or food or clothing or whatever, probably to save a life in some sufficiently impoverished part of the country. But I wouldn't call a person a sociopath for refraining from doing that. I think moral obligation is a really, really tricky thing. And while I would always advocate for somebody to go ahead and donate the $5 to Africa or whatever, I would never say a person is bad for not doing it.
Oh, this is so bad. My headphone battery is low. So if I disappear, that is why. But I really hope we can get through this. So, okay, now, if you're a rural utilitarian, like you're still a rural utilitarian, right?
It was pointed out to me that rural utilitarianism is redundant, and I am now reduced back to a lowly act utilitarianism because the consequences that are made of the rule fit within the act of an action. So I have been disciplined.
Right. Yeah. So that's. I mean, I was just gonna run it with rule util, but like that's obviously the classic criticism that just collapses back into act utilitarianism, because once we get rid of well, in fact, we don't even need to go into it. But
Yeah,
once
if you
you
go
get rid
too
of the
hard, if you go
conditions that
too
would make
hard with the rule making, you're basically falling back into deontology. And if you're reducing the rule to a specific subset within the purview of the act's consequences itself, then you're just doing fancy act utilitarianism.
yeah,
So
like if you say like you shouldn't like rape someone even if it maximizes well-being, because generally speaking rape doesn't maximize well-being, all you need to do is dial in the specifics and say, okay, well, we know no one ever finds out this doesn't lead to any kind of global decrease in well-being, it is a one-off incident, and at that point you're just going to have to collapse back into
into
act
act, yeah,
utilitarianism or
exactly,
become a
yeah.
deontology. Yeah, okay, yeah, so we agree on that. So that's fine. This argument will still run on act
Yeah,
utilitarianism.
I believe
So
all the same things. I just different. Yeah.
yep. No, that's fine. I like that you adjust your position as you see things that don't make sense. A lot of people don't do that, so I think it's good. But either way, the point is that there's some kind of threshold, obviously, where you say that's something that you oughtn't do, and you just gave an example of it. So you'd grant that there's a threshold, surely. Like it's not okay for me to go like kill an old lady and like teabag her in the street or something. Like
I would always
surely
advocate
we
a
agree with that?
person. I would always advocate a person work to maximize well-being, but there's a different set of standards I would apply to calling a person immoral for not doing so. That's my main contention.
Right. Okay, but just straightforwardly though, there is some kind of threshold of, I guess, presumably suffering, unless you're a preference utilitarian, where you say that's wrong. That's something you oughtn't do.
Yeah, or I would say you oughtn't do anything that doesn't maximize well-being, but I would morally condemn someone for doing something actively harmful. I mean, there's obviously a lot of like vagueness there. I mean, do you morally condemn someone for deciding like to split up with the mother, even though you've got a kid to take care of, but you and your mom argue a lot? Like there's whether or not you should always do what maximizes well-being, but I don't know if I can call you a bad person for not.
But there is surely some threshold beyond which you're going to say you are doing something wrong. You oughtn't do that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But that's a very fuzzy line for me. And in global capitalism, where all of our commodity purchases, or at least almost all of them, hurt people, I have a very difficult time assigning immorality to a person's decision to buy meat or dairy products when everything else we buy is sort of tainted with that process.
Well, look, you don't even have to like push back on these by making some kind of point about veganism, because like where I'm going with the argument, right? It's not like there's some hidden gotcha here. You know the conclusion is about.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with the premise. Yeah. We ought be vegan.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that.
Well, but that's not the premise. So just to be clear,
well,
so the premise is just that. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize. I thought you were referring to the premise.
No, I mean that would be, I assume, your conclusion. I mean, considering that you're a vegan and advocate for it, I believe we ought be vegans.
Well,
I think
it's not quite the conclusion. The conclusion is actually just that the first premise of your argument is false. But let's just continue through it. So obviously you can just put in anything here. If anything sufficiently maximizes well-being, then that's something we should do, right? So if we say that avoiding meat produced through capitalism, if avoiding meat, this is an if statement, right? It's not an assertion that it does, it's an if statement. If it sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we oughtn't buy meat produced through capitalism. You could just replace it with anything. If doing X sufficiently maximizes well-being, then that's something that you're going to want to do. Whatever sufficient is to you.
Yeah.
You can have a fuzzy threshold all you want. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Ought to. Yeah. But I don't know if I'd morally condemn a person for not doing so.
Wait, but there's some threshold beyond which you do condemn people.
Yes, right? But the threshold for condemnation is not one mote smaller than the threshold for like what I would advocate for. It's not like maximize all utility or you're a bad person. What makes you a bad person is much more contextual, I think.
Yeah, that's all fine. But the point is just that there is, even if you say there's one threshold for what we ought to do, there's another for when you're actually a horrible person for not doing it. That's all fine. The point is just there's some threshold beyond which you're just going to say you're wrong. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right. So we can agree with so we agree on the first premise then. If avoiding meat sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we ought avoid meat. Sorry, if I read it exactly, if avoiding meat produced through capitalism sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we oughtn't buy meat produced through capitalism.
I don't believe socialist meat would be much better, mind. I mean, the only ethical meat you could really have, right, would be like if the animal fucking like died of old age, happy on the meadows, and then you immediately scoop it up. Like, I don't know.
Well, but
yeah.
this is just I could make some separate argument about socialism, but like this is just, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's through capitalism or whatever. The point is just, on your view, this is just what you're committed to as a utilitarian. Like,
Yeah, no,
there's gotta
yes,
be.
I agree with that premise. So long as we recognize
cool.
that what we ought to does not necessarily denote the boundary at which below which we are immoral for not doing.
Well, I can replace the wording then. If you want me to replace it by ought, we can say that it would be immoral. So if we say, I can just change the wording. If avoiding meat produced through capitalism sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we'd be immoral not to avoid buying meat produced through capitalism.
No, I strongly disagree with that. I think that it's perfectly moral
Wait,
to
but
buy stuff
that's
through
a
capitalism.
contradiction. Okay, wait, but there you did just contradict yourself, because you said that there's a threshold beyond which it's immoral, and now you're saying there's not.
Yeah, but it's not at buying meat or buying anything.
No,
through
but
capitalism.
it's an implication, right? P implies Q, so it's if it sufficiently maximizes well-being, then it's something that we'd be immoral not to do.
Yeah, but I don't think that applies to commodity purchases. I don't think there's any circumstance by which buying meat would trick that immorality.
Wait, but I didn't yet make the statement that it is the case. This is just the implication that if it's the case that it sufficiently maximizes well-being, then it's the case that we'd be immoral not to do it.
No, I don't think I could agree with that. I think that
that's a contradiction.
Because I think that the whether or not we ought to do something correlates to the utility we derive from it, but whether or not we're immoral for not doing it or for doing a bad thing, I think is much it's much more complicated, and it doesn't correlate specifically to the utility of the action.
Wait, but so a minute ago, so there's a contradiction there. So I don't think, I don't think it's like okay, so the contradiction is that a minute ago you said there's some threshold of negative utility beyond which you would say one is immoral for not doing or for doing an action. Now you're saying that's not the case, so that's a contradiction. That's
that is true, but I don't think here. Okay. Repeat the syllogism to me then. Or not the syllogism, the premise.
Yeah,
the premise.
Correct, yeah. So it's if avoiding meat produced through capitalism sufficiently maximizes well-being, then we'd be immoral not to avoid buying meat produced through capitalism.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Those two don't perfectly correlate. Just because I believe there are two separate thresholds, one at which something is desirable and one at which something is immoral, doesn't mean I necessarily believe that if something is good enough to do, that avoiding doing it is bad.
So wait, you are contradicting yourself right now. So a moment ago, what you said is that there's some threshold of negative utility beyond which you'd condemn one for being immoral for doing a given action. Now you're saying that's not the case. That is P and not P. Okay, so I mean, you have to pick your poison there.
Wait, no. What you're saying in the premise is that if you gain enough utility by avoiding eating meat, then therefore to continue to eat meat in spite of that would be immoral, correct?
Oh, my headphones died. Sorry, now I have to switch over to the phone mode. You're gonna get out of having this argument run on you because I need to get off this.
That's the goal, baby.
Run out the timer. Okay, well we'll just try to get through the one premise, then I'll go. So the only point is, sorry, I didn't hear what you said because my headphones died. Did you want to repeat that?
All I want to say is, so what I agree with is that there are two thresholds. One is of maximizing utility, and we should always strive for that. And one of them is either by not doing a good or by doing a bad, the negative utility is sufficient enough to constitute an immoral action. And the premise you're putting forth here is that if the avoiding meat produces a sufficient amount of utility, it would be immoral not to do so. Yeah, I don't agree with that because the threshold at which something becomes immoral is not a set distance below the potential utility gained by doing something good. Even if you could potentially get infinite utility out of avoiding doing something, that doesn't necessarily mean I would feel comfortable saying that it is immoral to avoid doing that. You're setting the threshold here as it relates to the potential utility of avoiding eating meat, but I disagree with the relationship between the two thresholds.
Well, wait, okay, so I'm worried about ruining the AMA with all these Toronto noises. I'm gonna have to get off the phone, but I'll just make a quick point, and you can have the last word. And
We can
I'll
probably
get off
talk in the
after this.
future too. I mean, we have each other's numbers.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to. I want to talk to Hassan too. It's really not a gotcha. I just think that there's a lot of leftists who are conservative about this topic, and it's really weird.
I mean,
So
I feel like I'm
saying is
adhering
that-
to a very principled ethical stance here, but
Well, wait. So I'll just make one last point, and you can have the last word. So all I'm saying is that you've contradicted yourself here. So before you said that it's the case that if something causes sufficiently negative utility, then one would be immoral not to do it. Now I understand that there's a lesser threshold where it's just something that would be nice to avoid. What the fuck is this? Sorry, my phone. Sorry. Yeah. So I understand that there's some lower threshold where you say this is just a good thing to avoid doing, but you've also stated that there's some threshold where the thing is sufficiently Oh my god. Where the
I
thing
get
is
the gist of what you're
sufficiently
saying.
negative for utility that it would actually be immoral to do it. Now you're saying that it's not the case that such a threshold exists. So that is a contradiction. But I'll give you the last word, and it's good talking to you as per usual.
Right, and hopefully we'll do it again in the future. The distinction here is that in the argument that I am making, which is that there is a threshold for immorality, you can either do something bad enough or avoid doing something good enough for something to constitute an immoral action. I agree with that. However, in the premise, the problem is when you say utility gained by not eating meat is so sufficient that to avoid to continue eating meat would be an immoral action. The problem is that on a categorical level, I do not believe there is any way for the consumption of a commodity to be so unethical, or that we could gain so much utility from not getting it that we can comfortably call a person unethical for participating in the production or the consumption of that commodity. So in the instance of meat eating, for example, if I were to avoid eating meat, utility would be gained from that, unquestionably. Like, I wouldn't deny that. However, I could gain utility from doing a fuck ton of stuff that I don't do, and nobody calls me immoral for not doing it. So unless we could contrive some scenario in which me refraining from eating meat would single-handedly spare like the lives of every animal in every factory farm on Earth, or some impossibly high standard of potential utility for me to avoid eating meat, maybe yes, I could concede that. But I take issue with the implication of the argument that the amount of utility gained from avoiding eating meat could possibly mean that continuing to do so would constitute an immoral action.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Ask yourself.
I love you. Stay strong.
All right. Next question is going to come from Marsula. I'm going to unmute him.
Any more vegan questions, and y'all are getting the N-word, okay?
Wait, what?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
What the hell?
Don't worry about it.
All
Wait,
right.
do you have a vegan take?
No.
Okay.
I'm
hell yeah.
black.
Well, then good thing you're not vegan, right? What's up?
You said whatever. Forget about it. So, first off, before I ask the question, I just want to thank you for being a left-leaning person that provides like fact and truth to everything. Like, you don't just take things out of your ass and just say it. Like, I find a lot of people on the server who are left-leaning. I'm sorry to say that. Like, you actually have studies and facts and all these other things that are really important. Like, you cite what you say, which is good. I just want to thank you for that. My question here, and I hope you actually have a citation for this. I've read and I've heard people discuss about the Flynn effect. Are you aware of the Flynn effect?
Yes.
Okay, so after me arguing with a white supremacist on the right server, I told him that the Flynn effect is taking place upon African Americans, and I took it kind of personal because he was using all kinds of racial slurs. But he said that, well, I told him that it went from 85 to like 96. And he told me that's true, but it's because they have white admixture. Is that true? And how do you measure white admixture? Is that like
Wait,
is that even a
wait?
That's
white,
what I'm trying to figure out.
What
is that?
White admixture, as in like interbreeding, means they have more white genes in them or something?
I don't know. I don't understand. So do you personally know? And I'm not trying to confuse you. Do you personally know if the Flynn effect is actually taking place upon African Americans, or is that study lying to me? I'm sorry, I can't find it. I've tried searching it up multiple times, but Google's the most annoying search engine ever.
Here we go. White admixture. Apparently, this is an actual word. Admixture. Wait. 2 pulses of white admixture in American slaves, population genetic models of local ancestry. 1 second, I've never heard of this term before in my life. What is an
Neither have I. It's
Wait.
so confusing.
Give me like 30 seconds because I think this does relate to research that I've done. May not have done the alt hype stream yet, but I have all the research that I need.
Perfect. This is why I like you, Vosh. You always do research.
I try my best. It's so boring, but listen, it's valuable, especially here. Presence of DNA in an individual from a distantly related population or species, a result of inbreeding between population or species that have been... Yeah, okay. Genetic admixture literally means white inbreeding. Okay, 3-point answer. First of all, no, that's complete bullshit. The Flynn effect is in effect for African Americans, regardless of their level of white-black racial intermixturing.
That's what I was saying.
This can be demonstrated by the fact that there are still a fair number of black people in this country that are more or less pretty much completely African if you go back to like genealogically far enough back. Obviously, there's a little bit of intermixing there because a lot of slaves were raped. I mean, no getting around that. But the idea that the Flynn effect correlates to that population is really fucking stupid, if for no other reason than because there are plenty of historically black areas that have remained historically black for the past 150 years that have nonetheless experienced the Flynn effect in spite of the fact that any amount of admixture. I mean, you can, I don't have specific data on this because I literally didn't know what this term was prior, but if you want to look into communities that have a substantial black population where it could be inferred that there was an extremely low amount of racial intermixturing, you could see then that the Flynn effect is in effect there, and you could compare that to black communities that have seen a lot of admixings, ones that live in more affluent or race-mixed areas like Los Angeles. Mm-hmm.
If I just bring this to the same white supremacist I always get into arguments with, he'll just say, see, that's why we should stay as one race. You see what I mean? Like, I can't figure out ways to get him to just admit that he's wrong.
You're not just dating.
I can't.
Yeah, because they're conspiracy theorists. That's the problem. That's the ultimate like end goal, like end realization I came to while researching the race realism stuff. This is how all conspiracy theory works. There are always disparate pieces of information that, when collected and framed in a certain light, make it seem as though there's an argument. And when you're trying to pull those pieces of information apart to the extent that you can understand the extent to which they don't correlate, or that this piece of information is misrepresented, or this piece of data is outright wrong, it doesn't change the narrative they have. If you explain to them why what he said as a response was wrong, he would jump to another argument, and if you could explain how that one was wrong, he would jump to the first argument he used, ignoring the fact that you had already disproved it. It's a whole stupider than the sum of its parts. Here would be my argument for you, okay? And I'm going to do the race realism stream soon, and that should be as good a response to race realism that has ever been put out on YouTube. I think I've looked at all the other ones out there, and I don't think there's anyone more substantive than the one that I'm going to be putting out. And the answer essentially is this. The Flynn effect traditionally affects populations that have experienced severe levels of socioeconomic disenfranchisement because they have not experienced all of the environmental and social conditions that lead to one developing intellectually to the fullest possible extent. The Flynn effect is slowing down in wealthier communities in developed countries. There's not much really for it to do, for example, in Beverly Hills. Everyone there already has access to the education, the dietary needs. They don't have fucking lead paint in the walls. They already have all of the conditions around them that
lead piping as well. I'm a plumber. I actually replaced those.
Yeah, and lead piping, which, by the way, lead fucks black communities. It's actually fucking crazy how much lead dust can affect your IQ, your violence, your mental stability if you ingest it at an early age. It's actually fucking crazy. No, it's true actually. Like, it has been shown.
No, I believe you. Like, but like, I live in New York, right? Like, they literally are removing all these lead pipes out of the roads, and I'm like, why are all these lead pipes in places where these black communities are stereotyped as being poor and stupid and all these other sad stereotypes? It's so consistent that it makes me believe that there's a conspiracy theory against black people, but I don't really care. I mean,
there literally is. There have literally been state-run conspiracies
things
to
where
fuck over black
politicians have managed, forgot who, but they would give these illegal gangs like the Bloods and the Crips guns and drugs. They would literally supply them. And these are the same politicians that are like, oh, stop these gangs, stop them. It's unbelievable. It's sad. Also, quick question. Can I be unbanned from your server? I asked your moderator for nudes.
Send me an email.
Oh my god.
Thank you. What's
Listen,
your email address?
one last thing I have to say very concretely. Intelligence is a highly polygenetic trait that is influenced by hundreds of genes that are present in your brain and body, and moreover, are highly susceptible to outside influences. And for that reason, there are myriad characteristics which can negatively impact stuff like your IQ. This isn't like height or musculature, which can be conditioned in a very specific way. Your musculature, like your muscular genetics, are like pretty much like a genealogical thing, and they can be exacerbated with like working out. Like, there you go. Congratulations. We figured out muscles. It's complicated, but for the most part, that's how it functions. Intelligence is this incredibly fucking multivariate polygenetic characteristic that's influenced by almost every aspect of a civilized society. And so everything from social disenfranchisement to being bullied to having poor parents to growing up in the projects to being poor, all of these things can affect it tremendously. And it is race realists who take advantage of that ambiguity, who try to fit their conclusions into the cracks, who try to make assertions from disparate pieces of data that any sane researcher would look at and say either we need more research or of course they're stupider than white people. Look at what they had to grow up in. Any reasonable person would come to that conclusion.
Of course, and they're just taking advantage of just people who are just rationally thinking. Two things before you guys close me off. Don't forget to unban me from your server. And also, how can I increase my IQ? I always ask people this question on the server, but I always get made fun of for it. I want to increase my IQ score. It's below average, and it's below what's below average. I want to increase it to that of Einstein or something.
I don't know. You could look up like Alex Jones or like Prison Planet's like Brain Force. I have no fucking idea, comrade. Listen. IQ isn't representative of success in life past like a certain standard deviation. What you need to do if you want to get big brain is you just gotta develop a passion for learning. You have to be interested in how the world works the same way an engineer or a sociologist would be, and you have to derive personal satisfaction from learning new pieces of information. Those are the prerequisites of basically every intelligent person's mind. You have to set up the incentive. You have to desire learning. That's how it goes.
Awesome. Please don't forget to unban me from your server, man. Thank you.
No promises.
All right, I'm gonna mute him now. All right, next question comes from Pancom. He wants to know what you think of Christian anarchism or religious socialism.
I like anarchism and socialism, but I don't like religion no matter how it's presented. I don't like spiritualism or mysticism or superstition. I think that we as humans can arrive at the best possible conclusions using nothing but good old-fashioned big brain logic. And as soon as you start introducing metaphysical elements to that conversation, it grows increasingly difficult to make those kind of informed decisions. And that really frustrates me. Also, frankly, I don't trust religious people. I'm sorry to anyone in chat, but the epistemological framework you subscribe to puts God above everything else. How could it not? God is literally the moral framework of the universe for a Christian. They're literally the bedrock upon which existence is built. If for some reason you one day feel that your devotion to God exceeds some other moral or ethical consideration that I would consider of higher importance, but you wouldn't because it's God, then you can turn tail on me like that. Now, turning tail can happen amongst non-spiritual people too, but in my experience, having dealt with religious people in the past, I never know where your priorities are. I never do, and I don't know if I can argue with you either. For example, this new wave of alt-right, the Nick Fuentes, like, Catholic conservative types, you know? I can't even reason my way out with them because their Nazism is informed by a misinterpretation of spiritual scripture. At that point, like, rationality doesn't even play a fucking point in it. And also, I just don't like God as a concept. Like hierarchy, you know? Fuck that.
All right. So, hi, I'm Pancom, by the way, also known as Antras. Okay. So, quite a few things to unpack here.
Oh, no.
First of all, on the last point, God does not necessarily imply hierarchy.
He's literally the moral bedrock of the universe. He decides what does and does not constitute morality. That's...
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? So I ascribe to a very specific ancient sect of Christianity dating back from the 2nd century, called Valentinianism. And well, we hold things like, traditional concepts of sin don't actually exist. And that, for example, God is present in everything. Everything is a piece or emanation or illusion of God, and nothing actually exists but God. So when you say that God implies hierarchy, that is not necessarily true, because in this specific interpretation of Christianity, I am God. You are God. God is within us all, yet we do not exist.
Do you call upon any holy scripture or text to derive your moral values?
It's funny. I actually take what Paul says to heart, that all things are lawful to me, but I will not let anything be my master. That's I believe how it goes. But basically, I'm kind of an amoralist Christian. I know that sounds weird, but I really don't believe that sin actually exists, but merely as ignorance of God.
Okay,
Sin
but you
isn't
can't actually believe that. If I was raping someone in front of you, you would feel compelled to stop me, and not just because it's illegal. You have to believe in morality beyond that.
Well, there would be a natural inclination to stop you. Yes, there would
Why?
be an idea of, because that's just how I feel. I'm gonna be, like I said, I am an amoralist religious person.
Okay.
I know.
Well then that sounds like a form of prescriptive egoism where you derive your morality from what you personally feel comfortable or uncomfortable with.
I mean, is there really any other way we can prescribe morality? I mean, I don't see.
I sometimes things that I'm uncomfortable with, I don't consider bad.
Even with God, you can still always just say, "But why should I listen to you? Why is morality inherent to the world? Why is morality an absolute necessity? Why is morality exist? What proves its existence?"
Well
Nothing.
then how could I make morally prescriptivist arguments to other people to tell them to stop doing bad shit if I'm doing it from a position where I say that there's no sin and no morality and everything is just my preference?
I try not to make prescriptivist arguments.
Okay, well then I definitely don't want any Christian anarchists around because prescriptive arguments are how we argue against the evils of capitalism and of reactionary values. I want strong moral frameworks I can make empirical arguments for or against, because those arguments are how I bring people over.
Empirical arguments, yes, and I do agree with using moral language. I do agree with that, things like that, but I just don't think we can actually find any objective grounding for morality outside of our own subjective feelings. And I believe that it's good to use feelings, and that it is good, like, to me personally, it's good idea to use feelings and to use moral language, because it does allow for people to lead their own lives, which is the ultimate goal. That is my ultimate goal, is for pure, unlimited individualism through socialism.
But I can argue for that empirically in ways that are more efficacious when it comes to changing other people's minds and more consistent internally, without having to rely on some presupposition of amoral Christianity.
Again, I'm not necessarily arguing. Like, I'm just saying, like, okay, I guess here's a question then. Okay. You're a utilitarian, correct?
I try my best, yeah.
So how do you derive morals? Where do you derive them from?
I have a set of axioms that I subjectively decide to be important to me, and then I structure my moral values around the achieving those axiomatic values. So I believe, for example, maximizing the well-being of people, or trying to maximize the well-being of sentient creatures. And from those, I derive an objective set of moral standards, or at least I try to make them as objective as possible.
All right. So thank you for very clearly using the words "I believe" and "subjectively," because that is all they are.
Well, yeah. Wait, I don't believe. Yeah, I don't believe in objective morality. But just because I don't believe in objective morality doesn't mean I have to believe in this. Everything is just preferences. Just do what you want. Amoral Christianity, there is no sin stuff. There are different tiers of subjectivity. You can subjectively decide, for example, that you like a film, and then you can make a very, very strong set of compelling arguments in favor of that assessment, but that's not exactly the same as someone just seeing the film and going, "Oh yeah, that's good," and then just leaving it at that,
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Again, I'm not necessarily trying to be a dick here. I'm really not trying to be a dick.
No, I don't think you're being a dick in the slightest. I enjoy these conversations.
Yeah. So I guess and also I kind of have a weird concept on the whole amoralism thing. Are you familiar with the passage? I believe it's from the Tao. I know it's from Taoism, but it may actually be from the Tao Te Ching itself, but I don't know if it is. That when you abolish morality, men will act righteously.
I am not familiar with that precept, and I'm not entirely sure if I agree with it.
So basically, it's saying that if you just get rid of the whole idea of, oh, you should act justly and for the sake of God and for the sake of the people and for the sake of your leader, and you get rid of that mentality, people will just naturally do what we would consider good. People will just naturally do the right thing.
I don't think there's ever been a point in history where that's the case. I'm pretty sure that at the point in history where Tao, or whenever that precept was made, in China, or that would have been a time where you could probably like freely rape and pillage if you were given military permissions by your government, or you were or like rape of the wife was probably common because women were considered like second class citizens. I don't know if there's ever been a society or a point in history where people have just behaved well, you know? People are fundamentally pretty self-serving, and I feel like sometimes that's to our benefit and sometimes that's to our detriment. But I don't think there's ever been a point where like you just like get rid of morality and people all like work together to maximize well-being.
All right. Thank you, Pancom.
Wait, I love you. Farewell.
Sorry, I got a lot of questions to get to.
No, yeah, I don't doubt. These last like 4 or 5 discussions have lasted a pretty long time, so we should probably roll through a little
All right,
faster.
so next question is coming from OzFox. I'll mute him.
Okay, so just quickly, because if you don't know anything about this guy, then I'll just ask a different question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Alesta Diambris is, right?
Alasta Diambris?
Yeah.
I'm afraid I do not know. My apologies.
Okay, I'm just gonna send you a link to that guy so you can look into him maybe, but
Hit me
then
up.
I'll move on to a different thing. So specifically, I'm just wondering if you disagree fundamentally with the Tito style of government, considering he seems to agree and fit with a lot of the premises that you put forward in your videos, at least. And it also seems to have the economic viability of something like the USSR, minus, like, obviously all of the oppression and, you know, gulags and murder and stuff.
Uh-huh. So, are you asking me how I feel my beliefs line up with the Tito pill?
Yeah, the Tito pill, right? I'm just wondering if you disagree with his policy in general.
I mean, he did
Again, like
he did end up killing a lot of people. That part wasn't so hot. There were a lot of people that died.
I don't know about that one. As far as I'm aware, the only people that died were people that broke the law, and were given the death penalty under the law. There was no purges. Or
weren't there like
that.
250,000 people that were? I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, there was some purge. Whatever the case may be, it's irrelevant to whatever my answer is. And fucking whatever my history may fail me. As a general rule, I don't think that So I'm a process oriented guy, not a results oriented guy. So process wise, having an authoritarian dictator rule a state with an iron fist is not usually a good way of bringing about progressive reform. In this specific instance, it seems like Tito was a net benefit for the country he ruled. Pretty strong one at that. Not perfect at all, but altogether a pretty strong one. Though I may personally find Tito based and epic and cum-pilled, and the Tito pill may taste delicious on my tongue, I am nonetheless honor-bound to acknowledge the fact that, generally speaking, as a rule, having someone with his level of authoritarian power over a state tends to beget really bad outcomes. So while I personally like him more than I might otherwise, it doesn't mean that like systemically I approve of what he did.
Yeah. So Just quickly, also, I'm not a tanky. I think the USSR was really shitty, and everyone in the USSR was really shitty. I'm just a Tito guy, okay?
Gotcha,
Just
gotcha.
to call out your chat. So are you completely against all authoritarian figures? For example, in Tito's case, like the entire government structure was like essentially like killed by the Nazis, and he was democratically elected into his position, at least like in the military sense, and then he essentially was trying to like reorganize the area. So you're against like all kind of like authoritarian leaders, even in like great crisis, like
Sometimes
to like organize.
authoritarianism is the least worst option. I acknowledge that. Like for example with Castro. I mean, Cuba's doing pretty well today, all things considered. Would it have been able to if Castro hadn't ruled the island so fiercely, if he hadn't worked so hard to repel counter-revolutionary activity from the United States and allies? Probably not. If he hadn't succeeded, if Castro had been some social democrat or libertarian socialist who didn't have the will to unify us people and defend it against American incursion, then it's in all likelihood Cuba would be a despotic fascist third world state right now, comparable to like what Haiti was 10 or 15 years ago, you know? Just some shit tier fucking nowhere country that has nowhere near the level of civic or social benefits Cuba currently enjoys. So sometimes authoritarianism really is the least worst option. And I suppose in circumstances where it seems as though there's no preferable alternative, I would support it, but I will always advocate for pursuing a better way.
So it's like a Trump versus Hillary kind of thing. Like it's a lesser of two evils, but yeah, you need to choose one kind of thing.
Yeah, and sometimes there really is no other reasonable alternative. It's not like Tito could have ruled fucking Yugoslavia as an independent democracy without any authoritarianism. He would have gotten crushed like that, you know? And that probably would have led to worse outcomes. So I don't know. I just think that we should strive for something better, you know? There have been, for example, in the one war we all get behind, right? America defeating the Nazis, World War II. And of course, it was mostly the Soviet Union, but we helped a little bit. Let's take a little credit, you know? I think most leftists would agree that America was in the right with like D-Day and stuff, you know? I think we would generally agree on that. It was literally fucking Nazi Germany. With that said, a lot of bad came about from that war. A lot of fucking girls were raped by our soldiers. A lot of fucking innocent people died, and there was a lot of bad behavior on the part of the Allies, like a lot, and not just the Soviet Union either. We took a lot of that. Looking back, like, was invading Nazi Germany the best call? Yeah, I'd agree with that. But we should always strive for something better and not feel constrained by the limitations of historical precedent.
Okay, I'll let you get on to other questions.
Gotcha.
Also, just quickly, just to note, I think it was 300,000 of those rapes were from the USA. Only 200 were from the UK. So, yeah, Chad UK. That's all I'm saying.
To only 200,000. Well, we had a larger fucking population. All right, now okay, get out of here. Get out of here. This fucking anti-American scum. This commie. Get him out of here.
All right, thank you, Alice Fox. Next question's gonna come from one of our admins, Kyosa.
Sweet.
G'day, man. What's going on?
Howdy. Doing wonderfully. How about you?
I'm doing pretty swell. It's 7 in the morning, so still waking up. I'm just wondering. I've got like a couple of follow-ups. So first off, how like aware are you of like of international relations and like models related to it?
Moderately, but I admit most of my research has been domestic.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna like piss off all the IR majors in the chat, and I'm wondering if you're like familiar with political realism.
Yeah, I've heard the term used before.
Okay, cool. So like political realism is generally like the orthodox model that people use when describing IR. I'm wondering within this model, which is like for people who don't know, is basically that like nations are all in anarchy and are trying to take advantage of one another. It's like the long and short of it. Within this model, how does an anarchist quote unquote state survive within a political realist model?
I mean, I generally agree with the realpolitik model, right? You'd have to be pretty naive not to, considering how ruthlessly the West has bombarded any attempts at socialist revolution in Southeast Asia and in Latin America. Like, consistently, it'd be difficult. Like, I don't know what like kind of hippy dippy could assign any other broad premise of international behavior towards how we function. with that being said, I don't think that this is why I believe in a transitionary state. I don't believe it's possible to have an anarchist society. I think that an anarchist society can only sustain itself if it is sufficiently large as to be able to independently repel incursions from foreign invaders. So I don't believe that's a realistic goal in the immediate moment, which is why I would advocate for a transitionary state that can more securely hold its borders and such. But ideally, if the global anarchist revolution ever comes, it would happen simultaneously over the period of a few years. In a large enough swath of the earth that it would be uneconomical for what remains of nation states to begin like divvying it up and invading.
So just a quick follow up on that, if it's okay.
Mhm.
You talked about like a sufficiently large anarchist state. Obviously, we're using that in like quotation marks.
Right, yeah, state.
Yeah. Would that involve some kind of it's going to sound tautological, anarchist imperialism, or
I think that
how would an anarchist state like in large, I guess.
I'm okay with you mean how would it defend itself? How would it engage militarily
No.
with
Also,
other?
how would it like gain mass or become sufficiently large enough to defend itself?
Well, in terms of how it would become sufficiently large to engage with itself, I imagine that any anarchist revolution, any international one, would take a disparate group of revolutionary sects or cells that are operating across a variety of nation states that have some sort of communal goal. And when the revolution takes place, they work together. And after the previous mode of local authority has been destroyed, they then sort of unite and form a broader like network that they can then sort of coalesce into a single anarchist society. In regards to gaining more territory, I imagine the most common way of doing so would be to like fund or fuel a insurrectionist movements in the existing nation states, you know, to try and bring weapons them, to give them money, to give them fucking, I don't know, drugs, whatever the fuck they need, to ensure that they have the ability to meaningfully resist the nation state from within. That said, in a real politics sense, I mean, the existence of any nation state is a threat to an anarchist society. So it might even be possible that an anarchist society would bridge together and actually form some kind of decentralized army in an effort to seize control of or invade another nation. Though hopefully it wouldn't come to that, right?
Yeah, so the thing that like concerns me personally, and it's why I'm not necessarily an anarchist. I generally consider myself a market socialist, but besides that point, is that we understand that these aren't going to happen at the same time, right? That it's going to be more of a domino effect, similar to what we saw in the post World War II era with socialism, with one country taking up and then another country, and these sorts of like Cold Wars going on, right?
Right.
In that once you have a state become anarchist or whatnot, it'd be in the other state's interest to stop this and seem to crush it, right? So I'm not sure if I could see it getting to a point where you could amass a large enough landmass to or population to be able to defend itself from other Western powers. Is there
Well,
any like way to address that concern or?
my points here would be twofold. For one, I actually recently spoke to somebody who's one of very few people, very few English speakers, who's doing their PhD foreign policy work paper on anarchist military societies, and he seemed relatively optimistic about the capacity for anarchist societies to defend themselves against imperialist invasion. I mean, Rojava right now is conducting itself, given the circumstances, extraordinarily well against Turkey. Obviously, Rojava's doom is kind of written on the wall here, but Turkey has an enormous military, so that was more or less a given. I do believe in the ability for anarchist societies to defend themselves because in anarchist societies, the decentralization of the society and of the military means that everyone has an individual stake in the defense of their homeland. It's not structured and systematized the same way the military is here in the US or in most countries, where the military is this distinct branch of the government that you have to actually enlist to get into, or you're enlisted, you know, whatever. But it's a separate thing. You've got your own uniforms, you've got your own chain of command. Most people don't deal with that shit, except in countries that have mandatory conscription for a given time period, like Israel or Switzerland. Secondly, so I do believe that anarchist societies are reasonably capable of defending themselves. But the bigger point, and the one that I'm more optimistic about, is if there are anarchist revolutions happening so with such severity and such frequency that they're actually turning over like countries and going anarchist, even small regions of those countries, it's likely that there are also insurrectionary forces that are acting within neighboring nation states. Hopefully, if there ever is some sort of cascading domino effect with anarchism, it would be joined with a subsequent subversion of existing nation states in the area that would weaken that nation state's ability to meaningfully engage in imperialist aggression. This is why internationalism is so important, right? I mean, you sink or swim together.
All right, cool. Thanks a bunch for your time. I'll try not to take up too much of it.
Of
I
course.
appreciate all the work.
Wonderful speaking to you. Have a good one.
You too, brother.
Awesome, thank you. Next person's gonna be Hybird.
Hell yeah. I see people in the AMA discussion shit talking me like crazy. Any of you bitch babies want to come on? Come on, take a piece.
Yeah,
Hello,
I'm
man.
willing.
So my question was, do you think that the changing demographics in America are going to spur some type of revolution, whether it be a leftist or a rightist or a fascist or whatever? Or
Yeah, probably they will. I like living in a largely diverse country because it's kind of like it's like a dike or like a wall, a dam against ethno-nationalism, you know? If a country is like 80% one ethnic group or racial group or whatever, that's a really easy bid for some pretty serious racial supremacy. But if a country is very highly diverse, as America is and is continuing to get with time, it grows increasingly unlikely that any individual ethnic group is capable of dominating the others. In this respect, diversity actually literally is our strength. With that being said, though, I think the greatest demographic change that's going to affect this country, I assume you mean America, and might conceivably lead to an insurrection would probably be whatever refugees we're going to see from Latin America and from the southeastern coast of this country. Once the sea levels rise and climate change really kicks in. UN projections indicate that we're going to be seeing over the next 30 to 40 years tens of millions of people being displaced. Past that, possibly as much as 100 million. This is a refugee crisis the world has never seen before, and some of these people are going to end up on our doorstep. There's going to be an enormous pressure for us to either integrate or kill off or reject these people. And I think that tension is going to lead to some pretty severe internal fighting, possibly as far as a revolution. In my opinion.
Sure, okay, thanks. I actually kind of agree, but do you think that the Republican Party is going to disintegrate based on these changes, or like lose power, I should say? Because a common theme in rightist talk is that like the GOP is not going to be able to win once the population once these population changes take effect.
Hypothetically, that change should have already happened. A larger majority of Americans are Democrats than Republicans, or at least have been projected to be Democrats rather than Republicans. The reason why there's any ambiguity on this at all is because of relentless gerrymandering and systemic disenfranchisement of populations that would typically vote Democrat. That process of the Republican Party being outdated, at least in terms of like presidential elections, has already happened. It is only through the weakness of the Democratic Party that they have allowed the Republican Party to cling on to whatever influence they still have. The Republican Party is probably going to split sometime in the next 30 years, I would guess at that. There are too many literal neo-Nazis in this country who reject like open borders and imperialism and shit like that, like multiculturalism. And the Republican Party will never kowtow 100% to these groups because they're in line with business interests that want to see immigration. There's probably going to be a split there, and if that split ever happens, that might be the death of the Republican Party.
And do you think that white nationalism will ever actually gain traction in America?
Gain traction? Absolutely it will. It's been traction for quite a long time. Every single time a new ethnic group arrives in this country, white nationalists flare their head. Like, I know that we're all big on the neo-Nazis right now, but keep in mind that not neo-Nazis, actual Nazis had a lot of support in the United States back during the 1930s. Like, a lot of it. It wasn't even subtle, really. Mind, we didn't know about the Holocaust at the time, but nonetheless, the sentiment of white nationalism and ethno supremacy was pretty widely accepted. We've dealt with these people for a really fucking long time. I don't think that America will ever be a white nationalist nation. There are too many non-whites here now, and they have too much voting power, and that's a good thing. Like I said, diversity is, in that respect, literally our strength. However, they're going to be a problem for a while.
Do you think that it would be possible, or what if whites just want to have their own state, or what if blacks just want to have their own state, like to get away from the Latino immigration, right? And like to get rid of institutionalized racism, they just construct their own institutions. But I digress. But I guess the overall question is would it be feasible for like there to be so you know how like Native Americans have their reservations? Would it be feasible for like a whites to have that type of reservation for those who actually do want to live alone?
Natives were given their reservations because we literally genocided them and took their land. Nobody's genociding or taking the land of white people. White people still have a widely disproportionate amount of power in this country, and even if they didn't, nobody's supplanting them as an ethnic group. They're just here, and nobody's hurting them. They're underrepresented in basically all forms of targeted hate crimes, so it's not like people are going after the whitey or anything like that. In a broad sense, though, your question is it fair for people who want to live amongst their own ethnic group to do so? And to that I say, fuck that. Absolutely not. Ethno-states always beget horribly reactionary ideologies amidst the people who live within them. There is nothing intrinsically wrong with living in an ethnically diverse community, and I don't see any reason why their presumed need for self-defense should outweigh my broader political consideration that ethno-states beget bad outcomes.
So you don't believe that they should have the right to free association? Would you use force to say there's 100% white town? Would you use force to like change those demographics? At which point are you willing to use force to make sure it doesn't happen?
So there were three questions there. For one, they have a legal right to go and make their own country if they want. I don't know where they're going to find the land, but if they want to go do that, I'm not going to say it's illegal. I would say it's stupid and immoral, but I wouldn't say it's illegal. So they have that right. For two, right of free association is a Nazi dog whistle. When people say right to free association, what they actually mean is right to prevent black and brown people from living in the cities where white people live. That is not free association, my friend. That is the opposite. Now, hold on. There's another thing. You asked, if there was a city that was 100% white, would I use force to break them up? Of course not. However, if a black person wants to go and live in that town, they have every right to, and anyone who makes the argument that they shouldn't be able to go and live there, that's when we have a problem. And if landlords start practicing discriminatory housing practices, if businesses start practicing discriminatory hiring practices, that's illegal. That's when force is justified. But I don't believe.
Do you think that Japan is immoral? And also,
Yes.
Would you say that you would use the government as a policy in general to, let's say that there's like a white region that's 99% white. Would you, as a government, would you want to use the government's force to like resettle people of color there?
So, for one, yeah, I do believe Japan's unethical. Japan is literally one of the most racist countries in the world. They have an ethno-state, and their nation is dying because of their horrible immigration practices. This is one of the most widely regarded socioeconomic issues in all of Japan. It's literally destroying their nation. And I've been to Japan, I promise you, they have problems over there. And moreover, in regards to what you just said, no, I don't believe the government should like forcibly relocate people or anything like that.
No, let's say that there's refugees, like African refugees, right? Would you want to change the demographics of this all-white area for I guess, the goal of preventing the whites from living together. Or
Why
without
would I
any
want
other.
to prevent white people from? No, if they have a
Well, you
city
said it
that's
was
mostly white.
moral, right?
No, yeah, typically if people make the choice to exclude other ethnicities or races from their living environment, that's because they're racist pieces of shit. But if a city's already like all white or whatever, I don't believe we should like, oh, hey, here's 100 African immigrant. Like what? No, there'd be some government policy of determining which cities are eligible or willing to accept. Usually
So
like
the
mayors.
eligibility would be dependent on whether or not people moved there, or whether or not it was natural.
No, whether or not the mayor agrees that they have enough spare housing to take on the refugees. I don't.
Right. But let's just put that aside. Like, let's assume all things being equal. Would you then actually, would that be the litmus test as for whether or not you decided it was moral or immoral? Like, if they all decided to move to an area, let's say that 1,000 or 10,000 white people decided to move to an area and just build it up from scratch. Just feasibility questions on the side. I'm just curious. So if they did that, would you then want to target them for like forced what's the word here, forced diversity?
Nope, there is no such thing as forced. This has literally never happened.
Okay, would you?
Do you think
I'm
the
just
government
asking
like
in
takes
general.
groups of black people and just puts them where white people live?
They
or
do
something?
like well, okay, well they set, like, for example, they settle African refugees, all right, into the country, and then they decide where they're going to go. So let's say that you
What?
had the
You
control
realize
panel
we
there.
take on very few African refugees, right? Like an extraordinary.
Yeah. I'm not debating the number. What I'm saying is, given this situation, would you then try to diversify the community? Like, if you had those situations and that, would you want to diversify?
No,
an
I don't
all-white
want the
community?
no, I don't want the government to be making arbitrary decisions about where people are located based on the ethnicity of the people involved. On a moral level, I don't believe that people should form ethno-states or ethno-communities. And on a legal level, I don't believe that a landowner or a business owner should be able to discriminate against a person for their ethnicity. But beyond that, those are my only prescriptive statements on this issue in particular. I don't believe in the government like breaking up white communities. What I mean, don't get me wrong. In the long term, I would love it if as much of the planet was multicultural or ethnically diverse as possible, or whatever. Because I like that. That personally is the environment in which I feel comfortable living, and I think it begets pretty good outcomes. Because when you do the opposite, when you have people sequestered off into their own ethnic communities, you tend to get racial supremacism, which has really fucking bad outcomes, and I consider immoral. Whereas with ethnically integrated areas, the issues that arise from that tend to be more associated with socioeconomic concerns than anything specific to the ethnicities of the people involved. So no, I don't want the government to force diversify anyone or anything. I want people to live happy, free, healthy lives.
All right, that went on pretty long. I'm gonna go on to the next question now. That was a good answer though.
Thank you.
All right. Next person, I'm gonna unmute Shiny Baboon. Just ask one of your questions. I know you asked a few. You're
Okay.
unmuted, Shiny.
Okay. First of all, hey Vosh, big
Howdy.
fan. Thanks for coming and doing this today.
My pleasure.
And thank you to the server staff for organizing this. It's pretty cool. So one of my questions is, what is your opinion on like copyright laws and intellectual property / digital property? And do you think that there are any conceivable circumstances under which an act of piracy could be, like media piracy, could be like considered immoral or unethical, like in the case of like a developer?
I actually have more nuanced views on intellectual property than a lot of leftists. A lot of lefties are just like, abolish all intellectual property, get rid of it now. That's actually kind of fucking stupid. If you've ever been an independent artist or a small business owner, or like just or somebody who's actually working to survive based on your own copyright or intellectual property, IP laws literally protect you. Think of how fucked up it is when an artist creates a design and then some gigantic t-shirt conglomerate eats it up, and then they just have it printed on the shirt and the artist gets nothing. That's pretty fucking bad. I think that intellectual property is only corporate leftists say that. Suck my dick. Any artist online who's ever tried to make $20 off a commission cares about intellectual property laws. Anyway, sorry, that was Chad. Generally speaking, intellectual property hurts people, like when big corporations use it. Like, I'm not defending any of that shit. However, as a concept, I do believe that it can't be abolished altogether without hurting a lot of people we don't want to hurt. I feel like there should probably be some kind of tiered IP system, or some level of flexibility that's given to smaller creators, or maybe it'd be dependent somehow on like your income or your tax returns. I don't know. This would be like an extremely complicated policy-based thing. Reform is needed, but I don't want to abolish all IP.
Okay. That's a good answer. So the Ottoman Empire, since that was pretty quick, should I like ask another one, or should
I mean, I don't know shit about
do-
the Ottoman Empire, but if you ask me about it, I'll give you a funny meme answer.
No. My username's the Ottoman Empire.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
If you want to, Shiny, you quick one.
Okay. I guess I'll just ask another quick question. What are your thoughts on like accelerationism as you understand it?
When a lot of people think about accelerationism, all they think about is, what if we vote for Trump's second term, so everything gets super bad, so then the next person who wins is like Bernie Sanders' child or whatever. Accelerationism is a lot more nuanced than that, though. Accelerationism literally means any time you accelerate the process or raise the stakes. When you choose to go on strike, that is a form of accelerationism. You are raising the stakes, making things scarier and worse for workers in the short term in the hope that it begets long-term gains. We all support some kind of accelerationism. The bad kind of accelerationism is this highly privileged, myopic kind that comes from fucking six-figure plus income white dude bros who know perfectly well that if Trump got elected for a second term, it wouldn't affect them diddly squat. So they're like, oh yeah, well, after the increased agitation of the proletariat will guarantee a revolution. We just have to make it through 4 more years. That, I think, is kind of like the dumb accelerationism, but it's also the straw man that's applied a lot. There are, I think, more sensible approaches to the accelerationist mindset that we actively use frequently in day-to-day praxis that I support.
What about like the James Mason-esque type accelerationism, like minus like the race war part, obviously, but like just the idea of like
minus that part.
Yeah, the idea of like just creating as much like chaos as possible to try to bring about the accelerated fall of neoliberalism.
It can be done well. That's a very complicated question. It can be done well.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, I wish I could give like a hardline answer, but that's like some highly specific shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's pretty complex.
Thank you,
okay,
comrade.
I had another. No problem. I had another question, but I guess I can stop now if you want.
Yeah, I got someone else that's lined up.
Okay, no problem. Thanks for answering.
Farewell,
Thanks
friend.
for coming.
All right, next person is gonna be Lamont. Mute him. All right, you're muted.
Hello, test 1 2.
Yeah, you're there and you're loud. What's up?
Oh, well, sup, Flash, comrade. I really love your live streams, and for some reason, there's a lot of like people who are craving some attention and discussions. But I do have a concern. You do still identify as an anarcho-syndicalist, correct?
I actually, you've caught me on the tail end. I recently I changed my identity. I'm trans now. No. I now speak of myself as a libertarian socialist. It was pointed out to me that an anarchist is by definition someone who does not believe in a transitory state, and I do. So even though I often find my politics aligning very much more closely with anarchists than they do with most communist online social spaces, I just refer to myself broadly as a libertarian socialist.
All right. So it's I watched some of your live streams, and a while ago you were talking about the petty bourgeois with some podcasters and all that stuff, and it got me thinking about sort of the ideological perspective on our current material circumstance. So the question that I have to you is, we see that with more libertarian socialist ideas rely on the persistence of social forces like the factory system and traditional class consciousness of the industrial proletariat that are becoming dated in the Euro-American world, which social relations and ever-broadening social concerns are becoming more nuanced. How does this worldview compensate for this ideological error?
I think the ideological error is only present through a narrow interpretation of the structures implicit in anarcho-syndicalism. So it's true. When most of this theory was written, most proletariat were either like farmland workers or factory workers, hence hammer and sickle, you know? So when we frame how these people work together, we think like, I guess the shoemakers and the farmers and obviously it doesn't work like that these days. We have a gig economy now, a service gig economy. So now work is highly decentralized. There are a fucking bajillion like tiny little minute differences in people's jobs, and there isn't this sort of collectivization that we used to see in where people would typically work. I think that the broader monocle of the anarcho-syndicalist sort of system can still function within this. It would have to take a stratification of the workplace, though. For example, all service workers, these people work everywhere. These people are baristas. These people are waiters. These people are retail folks, you know? These people are cashiers. There's huge, broad stratification split across tens of thousands of businesses across the continental US. Like, so many people, so nuanced, so specific, not at all like these highly concentrated factories. But I believe it is possible to reframe the syndicalist model around our new economy. I think it's possible to flatten these systems so everyone has a sort of collective understanding of where they operate. So I am a service worker. I provide a service. I am an office worker. And if you have these people split, this is the service worker, for example, of Michigan, these are the service workers of California, and you have the syndicates spread out in that way. It would take a compression of job titles, essentially, but I think it could work. I think you could get the same outcome. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. Where we have to sort of adjust this sort of theory to the ever-evolving material circumstance of today, because I don't think people can accurately make a distinguish between the proletariat and the petty bourgeois today in the United States, mainly because their sort of behaviorisms and their sort of circumstance are similar.
Yeah, and it gets really fuddly too. There are so many jobs that kind of work the in between. What about contract work? What about what I do? Like, I don't own anything, obviously, but am I a worker in the traditional sense? I kind of operate like a contractor, except I don't have to meet the obligations of any client. Am I a freelancer? What the fuck am I doing? Like, there are so many distinctions to the economy now that just didn't exist 150 years ago. You know, we definitely need to like update the economic model. I 100% agree with that.
Sure. A quick little addition, like a part B to the part A. I came across a sort of perspective that kind of got me thinking. So with cynicalism, socialist cynicalism, I came across the statement, libertarian social or anarcho-syndicalism doesn't abolish the class of the bourgeois, but reinforces its behavior among the proletariat. What do you think about that perspective?
I disagree strongly. When a workplace is democratically controlled, I don't believe there is any longer a bourgeois to speak of. There's certainly some managerial element. There are people who have more responsibility than others, but nobody has absolute dictatorial control over any given enterprise. Everything is relegated through democratic means. And I think and what that functionally means, in addition to the fact that nobody is making so obscene an income that they can rule the world the same way a billionaire today does, it also means nobody single-handedly has the power to invoke their will over a corporation. You know, even if the process still has some degree of hierarchy, I don't know if those people at top could reasonably be considered bourgeois.
All right, cool. I know I'm a bit thirsty right here, but please, can I get an ooh woo from you?
Yeah, I jerk off to enough furry porn to make it fun. Yeah. Ooh woo.
Yes! All right, have a nice day.
You too, comrade.
Love you, comrade.
Thanks, Lamont. Wow. Okay, so Valerie had a question. She can't be in the VC, so I'm going to read it out for her. Do you think that Natal women are entitled to specific rights, spaces, grants, etc., as women are oppressed as a class of people under patriarchy? And do you think that they have the right to not include men who identify as women in women's prisons, rape crisis centers, etc.?
So this is literally just turf shit.
Apparently.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's bring this down here. All right, so we're gonna take this point by point. So, women have been oppressed under patriarchy, and cis women. I mean, cis women have been oppressed under patriarchy. A lot of ways. Okay, like listen, can't press elevator buttons with the ding. I know. Listen, it's hard. And I do think that there are ways in which preferential treatment should be given to women on a systemic level to compensate for that disadvantage. We still have shit like the wage gap. We've still got a wide variety of stuff concerning like paid maternity leave. It's a big wide range, okay? I'm not invalidating the fact that cisgender women have experienced a lot of shit in the patriarchy. There is, however, a group that has experienced more shit under the patriarchy, and those people are trans women. Because trans women do not get treated with the respect that you do, sweaty. Cisgender women, for all the shit they have suffered through, experience, on average, a fraction of the shit that transgender women experience. Transgender women get the worst elements of being a woman, not getting taken seriously, being relegated to worse socioeconomic roles, with all of the worst elements of being a member of the queer community. Being seen as a freak, being seen as degenerate, being seen as subhuman, being seen as mentally ill. This is why trans people have such disproportionately high suicide attempt rates and murder rates, because they are treated far, far worse than cisgender women. I have gone over the data. I have studied it relentlessly because I am interested in this argument. There is literally no evidence that the inclusion of transgender women into cisgender women's space harms cis women. It simply doesn't exist. That data. It's not there. I have looked at it. I have looked at it in prisons. I've looked at it in bathrooms. I've looked at it in shelters. It doesn't exist. And the reason for that is because, in spite of whatever propaganda you might have consumed, the majority of trans women are not, in fact, gigantic, burly, husking, burgeoning, facial hair bespeckled man women who are 6'8" and could crush you with one hand. The majority of trans women are actually quiet and absolutely fucking terrified all the time of how they're going to be treated and regarded in public. Constantly. And when a woman who is trans wants to go into a woman's space, like a woman's bathroom or a woman's shelter, their primary concern all the time, every time, is to blend in, to get what they need to do done, whether that be seeking service, counseling, or just fucking taking a shit. And the last thing on their mind is enacting some horrendous, some Rube Goldberg machine contraption where they transition and completely, let's be real, fuck up their life in a lot of ways. Wear different clothing, present differently, wear makeup, all so they can go into a woman's bathroom, which I could do anyway, me, myself, and rape a cis woman. It simply doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Again, rape is already illegal. I could just go into a woman's bathroom and rape a woman if I wanted to. Why the fuck would somebody feel the need to transition just so they could play this weird long-term game of convincing? It's so fucking bizarre. At the end of the day, you're probably just kind of grossed out by trans women, hence the term male women. I encourage you to get over whatever degenerate fucking mental illness has led you to believe these people are anything other than your comrades.
That's a fairly good answer. All right. Pillow has a question for you. Let me
hit it up.
Unmute that. All right, Pillow, you're unmuted.
Hi, Vaush.
Howdy.
Before I ask my question, and I'm from your Discord server, I love your stream. I just wanted to say that I have been in a factory that is extremely diverse, and they're just absolutely awesome. Like Jambo, my Swahili brothers, and Sawati, my Thai brothers, because they're just so great. And honestly, they work a lot harder than many of the lazy white pissants that worked there.
I just want to say
and
I ain't got no problem with white folks, but I will say I do believe that an openness to new and different things is a mark of a good and interesting person. And for that reason, it is the ethnically exclusionary spaces that cultivate not just only whites or whatever ethnicity we're referring to, but the worst of them.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And it's funny that you just answered the turf thing, because I always actually almost cry, because if I, as an intersex person, were to state my existence to a turf, they would literally tell me that I do not matter to the conversation. But anyways, on to my question. Do you think that after a anarchist revolution, which I do get behind, but I would be fearful of my safety being marginalized and poor. But what do you think of localized governments in a globalized socialist society?
I'm very much in favor of it. Human beings were designed evolutionarily to live in tribes of a few hundred people. This isn't some weird, like, evolutionarily essentialist argument or anything. This is literally how our brains were constructed, because we lived like this for hundreds of thousands of years. In those times, government was local. We knew our representative. Well, they weren't representatives. They were like tribe leaders and shaman, but we knew them. We knew them. They knew us. Everyone knew everyone. We can't get that anymore. There's no way to. It's not possible for the majority of people. There are just too many humans. And cities are too unique and wonderful in all they offer us, even if we have to lose a few things to participate in them. But the idea of working with local government, the idea of building a system which is receptive to the needs of their immediate local constituency, this to me is a tremendous, an essential goal. Alienation from political discourse is one of the ways in which we are kept down by the bourgeois. Everything is so abstract now. What, 320 million people vote, and then some guy in office 3,000 miles away from my house gets to decide some policy that will be enacted in 2 years. Oh, so broad, so vague. I know nothing. I know no one. But with local government, and I mean really local, not even just city, but maybe even more local than that, even boroughs, consisting of perhaps a few thousand people at the most. And this is doable. This has been done in previous societies before. This is not too complicated. Being immediately familiar with how things are going in your area, knowing those people, and maybe even them knowing you, that's a really powerful thing. And I would fight for that 100%.
Yeah, I agree. And I wanted your take on the whole states' rights, kind of anal about letting the states decide local laws, because I completely agree with this local government, but I feel that it often gets obfuscated by fascists who are super anal about states' rights. How would you counteract this?
Yeah, I've had this problem before. When I argued with the distributist who advocated for like radical local central, like decentralization of government, and some people in my chat were like, "Oh wow, it's like anarchism," and I tried to argue like, "No, it's not. He's just trying to get away from federal protection of minority rights," and that ultimately is the point I would make. People pursue political positions for a reason. When people pursue states' rights, sometimes they do it because they genuinely don't like the idea of a federal government ruling over them with absolute power and no way of locally representing their interests. I agree with that, and that's one of the reasons why I like local representation. But a lot of the people who advocate for states' rights do it because they live in fucking dumbfuck Alabama, and they knew if they were freed from federal restrictions, they'd have Jim Crow laws back in foot in 20 years. That's the reason why a lot of them want it. That's why the distributist wanted his little locally organized cities too. I would argue that the reason why you're arguing for local government is because you care about the representation and constituency of the local population, not because you're trying to slip on by out of any sneaky federal legislation like you can't piss on black people on the street.
All right. Well, thank you very much for talking with me. And before I go, I just wanted to say trans women are women and non-binary people are valid.
But non-binary people aren't women.
Right. I said they were valid.
No, I know. I was going to make a joke that you shouldn't confuse the two. Okay, yes, no.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. I enjoyed speaking to you.
Thank you, Pillow. All right, next person is gonna be Dago. Let me unmute him.
Hello.
All right, Dago, you're unmuted. Oh, you can't VC.
Somebody just made an
I'll read
attack
his
helicopter
question.
joke. That's pretty
Oh
funny.
no.
Haha, classic.
Find his question. All right. He asked, should people who make pro-pedophilic comments be arrested for supporting such an unspeakable act?
So I'm going to take that as a good faith comment, which it's not, but I'm going to answer in all seriousness. No, I don't believe. I believe in freedom of speech. I don't believe the state should be able to arrest people for advocating support of things, no matter how disgusting they are. If you are, however, planning to engage in an act like that, or you are doing anything which indicates that you may have in the past engaged in such an act, I believe the state is at that point well within its rights to open up an investigation or even arrest a person. But no, if you start arresting people just because they say they support disgusting things, I mean, where would that leave the alt-right? You guys really want that? Wait, actually, hold on really quickly. Can I expand on that?
Yeah, go for it.
There are some people right now who are like, who are Pepe laughing because of comments I've made in the past. I would challenge anyone here to come on here and argue my position against me. Because I am and always have been very much against pedophilia. I have no idea how people would get the impression otherwise. I've said in the past that it is hypocritical that in our society, we go super fucking hard crazy over like child rape, which is bad, of course. And then we completely ignore systems of oppression which lead to the exploitation and sometimes slavery and sometimes rape of literally millions of children abroad. It seems like it's a kind of moral dumbfounding. We get obsessed over something that's close and really easy to condemn, but then we kind of ignore other stuff or, oh, not a big deal, whatever, that's just how it works, to other stuff when it's farther away. And that hypocrisy to me is disgusting because I believe all children should have the right and freedom to grow up in an environment where they are safe and healthy, secure, and given access to education and free from the worries of prying hands of older people, whether they be perverts or capitalists.
Yeah, that would be a good debate to listen to for sure. All right, Hagar has a question for you. I'm gonna unmute her. All right, Hagar.
Hello?
Yo!
What's up? I'm trying to find my name. Oh yeah, my question.
Is there anything you can do to boost your mic levels?
Yeah, hold on. 22, 23. Is this good enough?
That's better. Yeah, hit us up.
Okay, let's see. Oh my god, so many questions. Anyway, when it comes to Marxist theory, people often assume Leninism is the best way to achieve socialism. What are your thoughts on other interpretations from Marx from the left-com perspective, such as Luxemburgism, De Leonism, and would you also consider the USSR state capitalist? If so, why?
3 answers there. For one, I have nothing intrinsically against the idea of a transitionary state, obviously, and also of a vanguard party. I want that vanguard party to be democratic, however, and I want their immediate aim to be to deconstruct and democratize whatever system it is they're taking control of. Some Marxist-Leninists are okay with vanguard parties being strictly authoritarian. As in the case of the Soviet Union, let's be realistic here. Party admission does not a democracy make, especially since such a small portion of the population was a member of the party. So it's not so much the existence of, but rather the implementation of vanguard parties that I think discerns me from the perspectives of many Marxist-Leninists. In terms of other political perspectives, from what little I've read of De Leonism, I think that I feel pretty strongly, I feel fond about it, though I admit I have not read enough on that subject to feel comfortable making a strong affirmative statement. Most of the advocacy that I do on my channel is based around convincing people of the validity of progressive and socialist arguments. But in terms of the hard rock theory for moving past socialism to moving to a true post-socialist society, that tends to be something I stray away from because I feel as though it's not as efficacious at bringing people over. I try to focus on immediate problems and immediate solutions, or at least as immediate as one can reasonably do when it comes to political theory. What was the third question you asked? There were third. I forgot the third one.
Do you believe that the USSR is state capitalist? If so, why? And do you have any critiques of it?
I have plenty of critiques of the USSR, many and varied, and I've screamed about them quite a bit. Do I believe it's state capitalist? It depends on how you define state capitalist. So state capitalist in the sense that the whole society functions effectively as a capitalist system, except the ultimate bourgeois, the only bourgeois, is the state and the state apparatus and the state bureaucracy that controls the industry. If that is the definition by which we are using state capitalism, then yes, it is unquestionably the case. The USSR did not meaningfully change the relationship between the workers and the means of production. All it did was essentially, steal the factories and steal the farms, collectivize them, nationalize them, and then rake in profits and authoritatively, discern goals in the same way a traditional member of the bourgeois would do over their workers. If by state capitalism we're referring to something more like modern China, that is to say laissez-faire capitalism that operates within a strict regime policy system, then the USSR would not fit that model. I think that state capitalism can fairly refer to both systems, though both systems are extremely different. So whether or not we want to decide, we should probably come to a conclusion which one state capitalism means, because I've heard it used for both. Finally, in regards to the Soviet Union, with criticism, fuck me, where do I begin? Okay, the illegalization of homosexuality, the existence of gulags and slave labor, the existence of literal fucking commissars and KGB who are spying on political dissidents to send them to said gulags, the fact that it was for a great deal of time controlled by Stalin, who was, let's not split hairs here, a bloodthirsty fucking maniac who, by the way, terrible writer, and also had sex with like a 14-year-old. So come on.
Ew.
Yeah, right? Yeah, he can have anyone. Like, why if you're the leader? Like anyone. Okay, but anyway, highly authoritarian, highly dictatorial, no suppression whatsoever of hierarchy. In fact, the hierarchy was striated to the extent that party elections and voting had to be made closed because of the fear that if anyone disagreed with what Stalin was known to believe, they would be executed, which in many cases they were, or disappeared. The fact that the workers' relationship to the means of production was never fundamentally changed, and that for many workers things got worse. The ethnic supremacy, the fact that certain ethnic groups in Russia were treated as subhuman. We could talk about Chechnya. We could talk about the fucking Ukraine. We can talk about the imperialism done to its satellite states. The USSR really was a cavalcade of horrible fucking failures held together by a few scant successes. Even the idea that the Soviet Union was better on women's rights. They had better women's integration into major industry because they pursued it, and to their credit, that is a good thing. But because the Soviet Union was so socially conservative outside its major industry centers, women were treated as second-class citizens in most of the villages in the USSR, which was most of the USSR. Across the broader swath of the place, any non-industrialized area was likely to be about as proportionally conservative as any American rural southern area would have been at the same time, Jim Crow laws and all. All this put together, there are things we can learn from the USSR, but anyone who unironically believes that the USSR is a shining beacon of socialist success and that if only it hadn't fallen, the world might be in a better place, I consider these people delusional. And it really frustrates me because socialism is so much more than that.
I can understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I think it would be appropriate to see you debate a Marxist-Leninist, for example, because I think a Marxist-Leninist could do a better job at, defending the USSR. I'm not a Marxist-Leninist personally, but yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that if there are any, I haven't watched your videos, by the way, but I do want to see you debate a Marxist-Leninist on this topic.
I mean, I've come close to debating Marxist-Leninists on this topic, though it's mostly in the context of discussing tankies. My main issue is that arguing this point doesn't really serve my goal of bringing center-leaning and conservative-leaning people on over to the left side. It mostly feels like infighting. But it is something people keep telling me to do, so I suppose I should eventually get around to it.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. Another thing, you said you supported a vanguard party, but you wouldn't be in support of, say, for example, the unions being controlled instead of the vanguard party.
No. If the Vanguard Party could be like a union led thing, like worker syndicates rising
Yeah,
up, that would be like
yeah.
ideal to me because those are a
Right.
fundamentally democratic structure.
Right, and then we wouldn't have the bureaucracy.
Yeah, no. Yeah. If a Vanguard Party was literally like workers' unions or syndicates rising up to seize control of the governmental like structure and then like disseminate it so that it can be made for the workers, that to me would be like an ideal system. Like absolutely. The problem is a lot of people just tout the Vanguard Party and then don't care when they essentially replace the pre-existing authoritarianism. You know, that's a bit of an issue.
Okay, well, that's enough. Thank you again for answering my questions. I'd like to shout out Doobie because he pinged me for me to tell him that I'm whatever, I don't know why, but hi, Doobie. Doobie.
Hi, Doobie. Thank you, comrade. I appreciate the discussion.
And I'd also like to shout out the Aang Gang, Mark Doof, Famen, Kyosan, and everyone else that I like. Bye.
Farewell.
Thanks, Hagar. All right. The one and only Bernie Sanders is here.
Oh, shit.
He has a question for you. So you're unmuted, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, what's up, man? It's good to see our guy on the JLP show representing.
My pleasure. I had a lot of fun.
You did very well being assertive and dominant and like not like Destiny kind of being like kind of like I don't know, not as assertive.
Well, that's because I'm not a beta male.
Exactly. I have to go check my pinned question real quick. Okay, I said what is your opinion of market socialism or just like a society where that is socialistic and has like a free market?
I am a market socialist. I don't believe in a free market. I actually believe in a very heavily controlled market. But I advocate for this very strongly. I like markets. I do think, I know my chat's going to cringe out of their fucking skull, but that's because they're thinking of laissez-faire capitalism rather than the concept of markets, which have been around for thousands of years. Markets are a wonderful way of expressing individuality and personal control over your economic life. I like markets. The problem is, markets fail horribly in many, many respects in regards to externalities, their inability to deal with systems that have very low elasticity, such as healthcare or housing. That is a problem. And for that reason, I want those things to be decommodified entirely. But if we go, for example, into the purview of the realm of art, movies, film, illustration, book writing, coffee shops, I think that these things in a market setting can function very well.
Okay, and since I had a second question and my first question was kind of short, is it okay if I lead up to
me
the
up.
second one? I was more to the mods because I don't want to.
Yeah, go for it.
They would never backtalk me.
I can't tell Bernie Sanders no.
Well, yeah, I'm your future president. You're gonna have to bow down eventually. I mean, so I asked if there was anyone trying to start a YouTube channel, like perhaps in the left breadtube sphere. Sometimes people don't worry about the numbers and more care about the quality of the viewers or they're procuring like a dedicated fan base. So what do you have any advice on trying to get like a loyal dedicated fan base and any advice for marketing?
I don't have much market. Excuse me, I apologize. I don't have much marketing. Oh my god, hold on. Sorry, I just had a bagel. Let me take a sip of water. Beautiful. I don't know much about marketing. I've been very fortunate in my exposure. I'm very, very thankful for how things have gone down in my regards. When it comes to creating good content, that's on you. But when it comes to creating a dedicated community, having a Discord server is super helpful. That interconnectivity, the ability to speak to people who care about you. Also, networking is really important in the sense that you need to find other small content creators and find a synchronicity between the content you produce and they produce so that the two of you can have something of a shared audience. It bolsters the size of both your audiences, and because there's now 2 points rather than one on the connection between you and whatever audience you might have, it increases the likelihood of some degree of permanence there. Beyond that, I don't really have much advice other than making good content, being likable, and keeping at it.
What's your opinion on like shilling?
I don't have a problem with shilling. I mean,
if you're just like, like you're putting your Patreon everywhere, or you're like, hey, check out my channel, like what do you call it, like unapologetically, like promoting your content.
As long as you're not annoying people, really. The point there is to drive exposure and revenue, and if it's doing it, that means it's working. If you're doing it so much that people start to think you're an annoying cunt, then it doesn't. But I mean, you should strike that balance and do it as much as you can before people find it annoying. I don't know where that balance would be, and it also depends on how you do it, what kind of content you make, but if you can pull it off, then go for it. There's no shame whatsoever in trying to find monetary support for your passion.
Okay, I'm gonna end this off with tell Hyena Bernie Sanders himself said hi, and can I get a trans rights?
Oh, easy, comrade. Trans rights, and I will.
Trans
I'll tell her.
rights, Sanders.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next question is gonna come from Nacrostar. Go ahead and unmute.
Is it my turn?
Yep,
Am
go
I
ahead.
on?
Yep.
Yo.
Well, I have like 2 questions, and also just mad at the guy before because I definitely wanted to commend you for the JLP debate.
Oh, it was
So I'm a
my
little mad
pleasure.
that
I got some
he was
decent
right
exposure
before
off
me.
it too. How can I complain?
Yeah. Well, anyways, I have 2 questions. The first one is more you can elaborate more on it. When it comes to trans individuals in sports, do you think there's a level playing field between trans and cis individuals after HRT and SRS surgery?
I don't know if SRS surgery has much to do with it, apart from like how vulnerable you are to getting smacked in the cup. But it's okay. So as I understand, okay, so here's what I've read, and this gets really complicated. So I can only like break down a simple version of it. Okay, so HRT fucks your body up when it comes to athleticism. It really does. Cisgender men are objectively athletically superior to cisgender women in almost every case across the board by a wide margin for the sports we currently have. There are some sports where this is not the case, but for most sports we consider when we think of sports, this is the case. Now, that leads a lot of people to believe that trans women who were assigned male at birth have an unfair advantage. However, many of the advantages which are brought about by experiencing what is typically referred to as male puberty are destroyed through HRT. Muscle density, bone density are the 2 huge ones. Your lung capacity, I'm pretty sure, sees a bit of a decrease. Your ability to recover quickly from injuries is affected by your testosterone levels, so that's affected as well. There's a lot of stuff that's affected very heavily by HRT. And to my knowledge, after 2 to 3 years of sustained HRT, most trans women will fall within an acceptable range of athletic performance of athletic cisgender women. The only issues are this: there are a few things that that HRT doesn't fix or doesn't like alter. Height is one. Wingspan is one. It doesn't bring muscle density and muscle strength all the way down to what it would be for a cisgender woman on average. And there is also the lung capacity, I'm pretty sure, doesn't correct to the same extent either. And there are still some degrees of androgen sensitivity that might lead to a slightly higher level of muscular recovery. But I think it's all within a less than a standard deviation of what athletic cisgender women can do. One last point. All of this is taking into account the idea that the trans woman experienced male puberty. However, if the trans woman was put on hormone blockers prior to transition and then transitioned having never experienced male puberty, I think in those cases, with just a little bit of HRT, you're pretty much right in the ballpark of where you would need to be to fit within the same range as a cisgender woman. Sorry, that was really long. That's everything I know about it.
Nope, that was perfect. I actually really was looking at that exact subject, so
yeah. The only thing I would say, there is some ambiguity because like the height and bone density stuff can be a little bit of an issue when it comes to cisgender and trans women, because trans women will on average have small advantages there. However, to my knowledge, the degree to which trans women have an advantage in those respects specifically puts them close enough to the average performance of athletic cisgender women that it wouldn't be unreasonable or unfair to include them in athletic performance. I think that it would be fair. 2 to 3 years of HRT.
Okay, and I think that actually didn't like the Olympic I forget the exact name, but some committee was like, yeah, you need 2 years HRT minimum and like a specific testosterone level to even participate.
Yeah, I think the testosterone. I think the testosterone levels are the thing they currently test for because it's like an easy across the bar thing. The problem is that apparently leaves out some cisgender women. There are some cisgender women who have really high natural testosterone levels and really high natural levels of androgen sensitivity. And apparently, these cisgender women are getting excluded from competitions just because of their what is effectively incredible genetics. You know, so it's all very weird and warbly.
Do you think that's like a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. There's no fairness here. That's kind of the fucked up thing, right? Because athletic events already aren't fair. Like I'm a really big dude. I have very little like training or whatever, but I did used to box like 6 years and I got pretty good at it, you know? If I went up against someone with equal training who was 50 pounds less than me, I would rock them every single time, like almost easily. And that's just because I'm tall and have long arms and have broad shoulders and wide hips and a generally like strong center of balance. But I didn't work for those things. It's genetic. There's always some genetic variability that leads to an intrinsic unfairness in how sports plays out. And sometimes I wonder if the system of separating men from women is even how we should be doing it. Men and women on average do have a massive disparity in their athletic performance, but I mean, some men are really shrimpy and some men are really big and vice versa for women, right? It's really hard to know.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. But anyways, I mean, we could blab on forever about this subject.
Yeah, I apologize for rambling. It's a very interesting subject.
No, I loved it. So thank you. I appreciated it. Well, I'll just get my second question in because it's super quick for you. What literature would you suggest to somebody who's interested in communism aside from Marx?
Oh God, I'm really sorry. I'm actually going to defer to expertise here. There's a YouTuber who I respect called Radical Reviewer. They are extremely learned, and I enjoy my discussions with them, albeit infrequent as they are very much. They have a wide range of literature that they not only know of but have read themselves. I would look at their itinerary, their log, and see what they have to offer.
Awesome. Well, it was very awesome talking to you, and again, big fan. Keep up.
Have a wonderful day, comrade. I really appreciate the discussion.
You as well, comrade.
Awesome, thank you. All right, next question is going to be from Big Hosser.
Hell yeah.
Yes, hello. Give me 1 second. I would like to say thank you for doing the Q&A, and I have 2 questions. First, do you acknowledge the overrepresentation of Jews in the porn industry and the media? My second question is, what do you think? Excuse me, can I ask my question?
Here we go. I'm ready for it.
No, should I just mute him?
If they want to talk, I'm ready and I can answer these questions.
All right, go ahead.
And my second question is, what do you think about the Lavon affair and the USS Liberty? Thank you.
Okay. The Lavon affair and the USS Liberty. I'm afraid I don't know as much about that. Is this one of those things where like maybe Israel bombed America's ship or something?
Yeah, so the USS Liberty, which has been acknowledged by many people in the U.S. government to be a deliberate attack on a U.S. ship. But I would like you to answer the first question, which is about the overrepresentation of Jews in the porn industry and in the media. Do you acknowledge it?
You mean ethnic Jews or religious Jews?
Ethnic Jews.
I consider most ethnic Jews to be white, as do most people. I would say there's an overrepresentation of white people in those industries.
Right, but there's plenty of studies that show that, you know, this idea that Jews are white is ridiculous. They are an ethnicity, and this has been shown.
Wait, there are white ethnicities as well. Wait, do you think white is an ethnicity? White is a race. There are like hundreds of ethnicities.
But if you look at the mitochondrial DNA, there's a clear distinction between European. Well, I mean, you can laugh, but there are plenty of studies out there.
My dude, Jews are an ethnicity. I'm not disagreeing with that, but as a race, they're considered white by quite a few people.
Sure, you can consider it, but they're definitely not white.
No, dude. Wait, please. Yeah. Listen, wait. Have you ever been, out of curiosity, to Africa?
Yeah. No, I have not.
Okay, I haven't either. I assume it's very hot there. You know, I haven't been there.
Sure.
Africa and its denizens have a greater level of genetic and ethnic diversity amidst them than in any other continent on Earth. Sure. Including Asia, which means Asia, which includes everyone from Pacific Islanders to Russian Slavs, has less genetic diversity than what exists in Africa. And in spite of that, I guarantee you that if I brought out someone from Northern Africa, someone from Southern Africa, someone from Nigeria, someone from, I don't know, God, any number of countries in Africa, if we brought them out and we lined them up, all I would be able to say is that they're all black. That's all I'd be able to say.
Right. Sure,
So the reason why I'm saying this, hold on. Sorry, I had them into my mouth. I didn't expect like JQ shit. I wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready for this either.
No, it's okay. So, because I'm answering in good faith, or at least I'm trying to. So,
no, I appreciate it.
When we see all these black people, these Africans lined up, we would basically just say they're all black, even though on a genetic and ethnic level, there is actually an insane amount of variance between these groups. The reason for that is because when we assign the category white, black, Latino, we're usually not doing this with respect to some mitochondrial or genetic differentiation. We're usually doing this in respect to how we socially regard these groups, which is one of the reasons why, for quite a long time, Germans and Italians and Irish were considered swarthy whites, as opposed to the Nordic whites, who were said to have thinner blood and were more temperamental and more easily convinced of things due to their thin heads. There's a lot of strange differentiation between groups of people that we now just call white. So when I talk about ethnic Jews, when because I've seen the poll boards where they show all the Jewish people or whatever, some of them do look pretty Jewish. I mean, they got the yarmulkes and stuff. But when I see a lot of these people, they just look like old white dudes to me. So I include them in my head as white people, as do a lot. And that's a valid categorization, a valid taxonomy. So I would say to you that there is and this is true, Jewish or not, an overrepresentation of white people in essentially every single industry, every single form of business, banking, media dissemination in existence in the Western world, disproportional to the population of the nations in which these industries exist.
Sure. So you can say that, you consider them to be white, but if you ask these individuals, or you ask them, or look at what they've said about their family lineage, they clearly say that they're ethnically Jewish. I mean, you can believe that Jews
but
are
you
white,
can be white and call yourself German.
That's fine.
If you ask white people what are you, they'll be like, oh, I'm German, oh, I'm English, oh, I'm Italian. They do the exact same thing. Why is it different with Jews?
But if you truly believe that Jews are white, then would you also acknowledge logically that the Holocaust was a white genocide?
No, because it wasn't targeted against white people. It was targeted against a specific religious and ethnic group, the Jews. But if you want to say, like, was it white people targeting white people? Yeah, a lot of the Jews that died in the Holocaust were white. Have you seen the pictures of them in the camps? They really don't look much different from the Germans standing outside the fence.
But just in that statement, you do acknowledge that there's a distinction between, what I would say Europeans and ethnic Jews. I mean,
Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years.
I'm not denying that. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. And I know that they've interbred. But again, can you please, do you acknowledge
the point is the point I'm arriving at. You've unveiled the hypocrisy here, my friend. Yes, it's true that a lot of Jewish white people say they're Jewish. A lot of white people also say they're German or Polish or whatever. I did that. My old username was Irish Laddie. I'm white. I'm barely even Irish, and I did that. People tend to take some form of pride in their ethnicity because there's culture attached to that ethnicity. So with that being said, the point that I am getting at here is: are there a lot of ethnic Jews that are up there in banking or porn or whatever? I would never disagree with that. Of course not. Because that'd be very silly of me. However, the implication you're making from that statement, and this is the implication Nazis rely on, is that because there's a disproportionate number of these people there, that's because of some conspiracy, which is at broader aims to destroy
the implication. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a Nazi.
Well, then I ask you this: why be concerned with the disproportional exposure of one particular white ethnic group amidst all of the disproportionately exposed white ethnic groups in the higher echelons of banking or porn or whatever?
Right. Again, so that my premise, or what I truly believe, is that Jews are not white. And the reason why I have a fixation, like you asked, is because when you look at the porn industry, or whether you look at the media, I think that it's important to realize that there's a disproportionate amount of a disproportionate group, right? And like, if there were Germans, or let's say hold up. So let's say that there are a bunch of white nationalists, right, that were in a specific industry. Would you not say that those individuals, or the group, the white nationalist group, would have a say in how that industry would function? You're
doing it again. What does the fact that there is a disproportionate number of a given ethnic group in an industry have to do with white supremacists being in an industry? Not all Jewish people are Jewish supremacists. You're doing the Nazi.
No,
Wait,
no, it's not
wait,
a
wait,
Nazi
wait,
thing.
but
I'll
that's
give
the
you an
problem. You
example.
just said you're not a Nazi when I said that the implication to saying that Jews are overrepresented in these
Okay,
industries is
so I'll
that there's
give
a
you an
conspiracy.
example.
But then you
Wait,
gave
let me
me an
give you an
example that
example.
equivocated them to white supremacists.
No, okay, so let me give you a better real world example, which I've observed, right? So if you look at the top 10 biggest donors on OpenSecrets.com, they have an extensive research where they've, tracked out who the biggest donators for the RNC and DNC are. And what you clearly see is that the top 8 out of the top 10 biggest donors happen to be ethnic Jews
Wait, what's this deep research? Like a pull thread?
Zionists. No.
Wait,
OpenSecrets.com is a major nonprofit organization
most people
that
in
tracks
American
funding.
government are Zionists. Most wealthy people
No,
are
I do
Zionists.
agree with that. No, I do agree with that. That a lot of people in our government are Zionists. However,
This is the piddle talk that I talk about with the fucking conspiracy theorists. You realize you completely walked away from your original point here. We were talking about disproportional representation of an ethnic group in porn or whatever, and I pointed out that there are many disproportional representation of ethnic groups across a wide variety of industries. You only care about the Jewish one because you don't think they're white, but you have no grounding upon which you can say they're not white because that is a social ascription. Well, hold on, wait. This is a Q&A, so I'm answering. This isn't a discussion or a debate.
I apologize.
No worries. So my problem here is that this is how conspiracy theories work. You have a bunch of disparate facts that when framed in a particular light through a particular narrative seem as though they combine to make some evident truth clear. You tell me you're not a Nazi, but you equivocate Jews in media to white supremacists in media, kind of implying that Jews in media are acting off Jewish supremacist tendencies, and then you deny that implication, but then you follow it up and say that most of the major donors to both parties are Zionists and Jews, which indicates that you do believe there's some conspiracy. This double talk you're engaging in, this backtracking, this lying, it's cowardly. Why not just openly say what you genuinely believe, that there is a conspiracy of Jewish people who are trying to destroy the white race in America by prioritizing certain policies, whether that be open borders, immigration, cultural degeneracy? Why not just be open with the things you believe in so I can directly attack those positions rather than trickling it down, asking about the USS Liberty and whether or not I think there are a lot of Jewish people in porn?
Right. Again, so if you'd let me finish, I would explain to you why I believe it. And like I was saying about the RNC and DNC, these individuals, the 8 out of the top 10 biggest donors, they all support pro-Zionist policies, such as increasing foreign aid, such as making more intimate ties with the Jewish state. I mean, you can't say
That's
that.
a common
they just
policy
give
in
money.
our government.
No, but I'm talking about the donors who spend the most amount of money in influencing our political parties.
Yeah, no shit. Most highly wealthy people didn't have their interests attuned to the interests of our politicians because those are the people who the politicians listen to. If the majority of the politicians of the country are Zionists, then I would expect the billionaires donating to them to be Zionists as well.
Okay, so you do acknowledge that. That's my point.
I would never. Yes, I agree. The political establishment, along with many of its donors, along with many of the institutions they operate through, are largely Zionist. I am not a Zionist. I don't like Israel.
But you also do acknowledge that the 8 biggest donors happen to be ethnic Jews, right? By coincidence.
I don't know. You said deep research and exploration, which means pull thread to me. I don't know. How could I acknowledge that? I haven't seen the data.
All right, I'm just gonna mute him because
Okay.
he isn't a member of the server. So I'm just.
The only thing I want to conclude on like this is notice how he completely walked away from the initial point there. The like haven't you noticed there were a lot of Jews in porn? That's such you would never make that point unless you believe in like the cultural degeneracy theory. But then like when I point out that they're just one white ethnic group amidst many that also have disproportional representation in a wide variety of industries, he's like, oh well, I don't actually believe they're white. But anyway, that doesn't matter. Have you noticed how these donors are all Zionist? Like this is what I mean. This is how conspiracy theorists talk. You throw them off on one point, you blow their assholes open on one, and then they move on to the next point where they can make their next bullshit misleading argument that doesn't actually correlate to the data they've provided. Anyway, my dude, I don't know if you're still listening. Good luck, okay? Jews aren't trying to fucking rule the world, okay? Maybe some wealthy people are Jews. I don't know. Shit got weird, okay? Really, the bigger problem we have to worry about right now is capital. Can we just focus on that?
All right. Thank you for BTFOing him. We'll get on to the next question. Tack and R, I'm gonna unmute you.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, just before my question, I just wanted to say one thing. The Holocaust also included Roma and Sinti people who are not white, so you could never say the Holocaust is white genocide. Just
Oh no,
pointing
well I
that
didn't.
out.
Well, I didn't concede that point either. It's an
No,
incredibly
yeah, no,
stupid
I'm just
reduction.
making it. I'm just clarifying it in case people thought the Holocaust is only the Jews.
Not to mention
But
the
to my
fucking
question,
the gays. A lot of them Jew
yeah, and the
folk.
disabled people.
Yeah. A lot of them Jewish folk they had in the camps too. I mean, if you actually look at like the pictures, they really did look as like Aryan essentially as the camp guards. In some cases more so. I remember reading writings about how the Nazis stormed into Poland and were shocked that these Untermenschen that they came into contact with were in many cases blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white-skinned, freckle-faced, Nordic-looking people. Just very silly, very silly.
Okay, now to a less depressing topic. So my question is, I'll read it out, and if you want, I can elaborate. So my question was, how do you think democratization can proceed in countries where fundamental institutions of democracy, so like parliaments, have a conflict of interest with the idea of democracy itself? So my example was Canada and the U.S. Still use first past the post and systems and like the electoral college. And my follow up is, oh, sorry, my question got scooped down. Oh, fuck, someone deleted it. Okay, I'm pretty sure my follow up was, is it possible to trust these institutions to reform themselves? Like if you're from a reformist perspective, is it possible to trust these institutions, so like the Canadian Parliament, for example, to reform its electoral system to democratize itself further?
I don't think so. I don't really have much faith. I believe that all power fundamentally comes from the bottom up in all instances. And there are some ways to abstract that power. So for example, I don't think that boycotts are a very good way of like fucking over a company because it's very difficult to coordinate boycotts in a way that meaningfully fuck over a company. However, it is nonetheless the consumerate which has the power to, should they choose to, fuck over a company through other means, whether that be canvassing, voting, or throwing Molotovs through windows. Whatever the case may be, we have a similar system here with the Parliament. Parliament is, or Congress, however you want to fuss it out. Ultimately, there is an intrinsic willingness on the part of the members of that parliament and Congress and what have you to adhere to whatever systems it was that got them in power in the first place. If you were brought into power based on a particular voting system, you will never want to change that voting system because you already know you can win with the one that exists now. You have no idea what's going to happen if a new voting system comes through and mixes the game up and prioritizes votes in a different way. First past the post voting is one of the most abhorrent, disgusting, undemocratic conceivable systems that I have ever had the displeasure of learning of in my entire life. And the fact that it still hasn't been reformed after its problems have been known for perhaps at this point a century is revolting to me.
Yeah, would you oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please continue.
So based off of, because I totally agree with what you said on first past the post, would you say that a country that uses first past the post electoral system is not a democracy by any stretch of the imagination?
I have a stretch calling anything that we really live with right now a democracy because so rarely is the interest of the working people represented in what's voted through in Congress and what have you. Like I have difficulty really because a true democracy there would be a 1-to-1 ratio between the average will of the proletariat or the population and what actually gets passed through. Obviously, nothing is ever going to be that good, and also what the proletariat wants isn't necessarily always the right thing. It's easy to imagine a popular but nonetheless stupid economic policy that economic advisors should wisely say we shouldn't, engage in. But otherwise, yeah. In regards to first past the post voting, it obscures and destroys legitimate democratic voting to such a horrendous extent that I might actually be willing to say that it's like that like a democracy cannot function with that system. And I don't think that our current democracy functions either. So I think that's consistent with my current principles.
So that leads well into my second question. So since you think that it really like erodes any like democratic system, at least at the electoral level imaginable, right? Would you say that a reformist approach to first past the post and getting rid of it is even possible? So is it possible to work within or with a first past the post based parliament to get rid of first past the post? Would you say it's possible?
With pressure from a strong third party, yes. I feel like if there was if a strong, it'd be I guess like the Lib Dem party no, not the Lib Dem, sorry. What's the left party for Canada?
The NDP?
The NDP, yeah. You're Canadian, right?
I am.
Yeah. I imagine that if like the NDP or if there was some new like sort of like Justice Democrats thing or like a split party that that operates within very safe districts so they know they're going to be reelected no matter what voting system they use, if that party was able to push for it and maybe even get it reformed on like a local level first, I think that might be possible. I don't know if it would ever be possible to expect, even with an enormous amount of public pressure, for an existing hegemonic Congress or Parliament to change something like that.
Okay. I'm wondering, this is the last question, and it's really quick because I don't really know that much about the U.S. But are there any candidates or parties who are like in favor of moving past first past the post in the electoral college and stuff like that? I haven't
No.
really been following.
It's not
Not
discussed at all in this country.
Okay.
It's
Well,
just,
thank you. That's all.
it's just not. I've never seen this brought up in Congress, not once in my life.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay. Hey, have a good one.
Also, is it Vosh or Vaush? How do you pronounce it?
It's
Because I don't
Vosh.
know anything about you. Funnily enough, I only watched your ContraPoints video 2 days ago. It's Vosh.
Yeah, it's Vosh. Vaush is typically what people who don't like me call me. I don't know why, but they seem to have settled on it. Did you enjoy the ContraPoints video? It's been getting an absurd number of views relative to the normal amount I get.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was too
hesitation.
busy to follow the drama. No, it's not. It's the only video from you I've watched. So yeah, it was good. It was pretty good.
Well, I appreciate that, comrade.
It's
and I hope
good
you have
on
a good day.
1.25 speed. Let's just say that.
Gotcha.
Okay,
yeah,
thank
they
you.
all
That's
tend to
it for
run
me.
long. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, thank you. All right, one of our mods has a question to ask.
Hit me up.
Rothschild.
Hello, Vosh. How are you? Yeah. So, I watched a few of your videos, etc. And from what I understand, you're an anarchist, not anarchist, a libertarian socialist, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
So, me, as a right-wing Israeli, I wonder how, foreign people who are libertarian and socialist see the kibbutz system. The one that was used in the original Labor Zionism as a sort of a system that could be used in like a transitionary state. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad?
You're going to have to describe the system to me because I'm afraid I'm not familiar with how it functions.
Okay, basically it's a system where small groups of people congregate around a gen. It's basically where a small group of people congregate around a general area and they build a small town, and around it are also a bunch of small towns, and each town creates a certain sort of good. And all of those towns are connected to, some sort of a general council of all the towns. And it's communistic because all the wealth is shared and all the work is shared.
Yeah, I do actually remember. I do know that for there were socialistic elements to some of the earlier Israeli settlements. Though I am afraid I'm not familiar enough with how they were invoked for me to be confident, like ascribing any sort of favoritism towards them. I will say this: I don't have a problem at all with the concept you've laid out. I do know, however, that if my history is correct, typically after those communal settlements sort of branched out, that was when the settlement line for Israel would encroach further into Palestinian territory. So
No. The kibbutz system was what do you call it? It was pre-Israel. It was during the Ottoman Empire, right?
Okay, well, in that case, then I have principally no issue with it as you have described it here.
Okay. I have to leave, but I wish you a nice day, and I hope you enjoy this.
Of course, and I am. I hope you have a wonderful day, comrade.
Thank you.
Moderator, can you give me just 30 seconds? I have to go use the restroom.
Of course, take your time.
All right. Be right back, folks. And we're back.
All right, welcome back. We're gonna be hitting the 3-hour mark at the end of the hour, so I'll just take a few more questions from people.
Hit me up.
Thank you for your time. All right, Sliver Tongue has a question for you. Let me unmute him. All right, Sliver, you're muted.
Hello.
Howdy.
So I don't really know much about you, and since there's a lot of people that sound like they have the American kind of English, I gotta ask: are you in the U.S. or
Oh
somewhere
yeah,
else?
I'm pretty American, yeah.
Okay. So a few questions related to the American political system.
Hey, hit me up.
Do you hate right wingers?
No, not really. Not actually. I think their ideology is disgusting and I want to fight against it, but one of the first things I learned in sociology was that people are ultimately more or less products of their environment. I don't think it's really fair to hate people for something that many people don't really have much control over.
Does that mean you don't hate people?
Some people personally fuck me over, and I do hate those people. Hate is a
okay.
personal thing for me. I am not fond of their ideology, but I can't hate a person for believing a wrong thing.
Okay, well, I was just curious if you hated anybody, because if people are just a product of their environment, and so you can't hate them, but then you do hate some people.
I think hate is
still people.
I think hate is a very unproductive emotion that doesn't really lead to much good. So in a systemic, political, broad, ideological sense, ideally I would hate no one. But on a personal level, I am fallible, and there are some people I dislike very much.
Okay. Do you have any right-winger friends?
No, I eschewed all of them once I realized I was moving further to the left.
So would you be friends with a right-winger?
I don't think I could, no. For one, I mean, my job is so politics oriented. Like the fighting would be constant, but also I consider many right-wing values not just to be a difference of opinion, but also a fundamental ideological divide between whether or not we should be compassionate towards people, help them, aid them, or whether we should not. And that, I think, is so severe a difference I couldn't really be friends with another.
Do you think right-wingers don't care about people?
I think right-wingers tend to support policies that indicate they don't care about people, yes. Whether or not they personally care or don't care doesn't really matter to me. The outcomes of their opinions tend to lead to a harsher world, though.
All right. Do you consider Hillary Clinton to be left-wing?
No. I mean, the left-wing, right-wing thing is super, like, fucking subjective, and it depends on where you're standing. You know, like, something in Europe might be a little bit more left-wing, and in America, everything is right-wing. You know, but no, Hillary Clinton has been one of the most obsequious, stubborn establishment Dems who has only barely met the progressive standards necessary to be considered a viable candidate in the modern elections. I don't consider her left-leaning at all.
Do you believe that any current presidential candidates are left-wing?
Yeah, I do genuinely believe that Bernie Sanders is an actual socialist. He's done enough stuff in his past, enough activism and organizing. He so frequently speaks of the rights of workers. He so frequently, like his proposal to have a share of businesses be owned collectively by the workers there. I think he's an actual socialist. I don't know how far he could go policy-wise if he was elected, just being the president, you know? But I do believe he's really left-wing, yeah.
Do you see much of a difference between democratic socialist and socialist democrat?
Yeah, totally. Democratic socialists want the means of production to be seized for the workers. That's a huge societal upheaval that requires the elimination of the bourgeoisie as a class, like that it no longer exists, which would probably involve some sort of violent revolution or a very strong government takeover, at the very least a social upheaval that this country hasn't seen since the Civil War. Whereas being a social democrat, you functionally keep the system as it exists. The power relations stay the same. You just make things nicer, better, more functional, more humane, which is better than the alternative, I guess, but I think the system itself needs to be changed.
Which one do you think Bernie Sanders is?
I think Bernie Sanders pushes for soc dem policies like social democrat, but I believe that he is personally a democratic socialist, as he calls himself, though he could never get away with any democratic socialist policies because that would involve warfare with the bourgeoisie that a president can't really sustain without getting Epsteined in office.
So you believe that he's stated that he is that?
Yeah, I believe his policies aren't, he is. I think the only reason he calls himself a socialist is to destigmatize the term.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure, comrade.
All right, thanks, Sliver. All right, Wavy, I'll unmute you. You can ask.
I'm ready.
All right, let me pull it.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
No worries.
All right, so I was wondering what your opinion is on the Groyper War, and do you see it as having the potential to ruin the party? And which outcome best helps the left electorally? And is there a leftist type of thing similar that we leftists could be undertaking right now?
Okay. So I don't believe the Groyper War is a good thing because in the specific instance we're talking about here, the neo-Nazis are correct. The policies that people like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro push for, these like as they call it conservative Inc. policies, these do inextricably lead towards the ideological conclusions the neo-Nazis hold. So if you believe, for example, like Ben Shapiro, that Western civilization is under threat by a plot of cultural Marxist academics trying to destroy everything that the Western civilization have built, and also immigration is bad, and also Muslims are dangerous, and also if you believe all of these fucking things, and then you turn around and say, oh, I'm not a Nazi, I'm not a racist, like, nah, fuck out of here. The only reason Ben Shapiro ideologically distinguishes himself from the neo-Nazis that he's helped to propagate is because he's A, Jewish, and B, because it's in his financial interest to not walk that line. With that being said, just because the conservative Inc. folk have been hypocritical in that they don't take their positions to their ideological conclusion, which is a white ethno-state, that doesn't mean the Nazis are better, or the Groypers or whatever you want to call them. The Ben Shapiro Republican types are already bad, and to take their ideas and take them to their logical conclusion makes them worse. So that's all very bad and such. I don't know how much the left can really take advantage of this, and I don't think that it's a very good thing, because no Nazi is going to be convinced by Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro fans can be convinced by Nazis. That's how radicalization tends to work. Ben Shapiro at least pretends to be a liberal rather than a fascist, which is what he actually is, and because he pretends to be a liberal and advocates for ostensibly liberal policies, liberalism is never going to sound attractive to a neo-Nazi. There's nothing he has that means anything to somebody who's been radicalized that far, to any Groyper folk. So what this is inevitably going to do is bring a lot of attention to the alt-right and bring a lot of people over until inevitably Nick Fuentes gets banned off YouTube and has to go live out his Nazi days on Telegram or Gab or wherever the fuck else people like him go after they're done. It'll burn out eventually, I think. I don't know if there's anything equivalent that we can really do. The closest thing we have is what the Justice Democrats have been doing with mainstream Democrats, but that's obviously nowhere near the same. The Justice Democrats, the squad, are not even close to being as far left as the Nazis are far right. And they're also not capable of putting pressure on in the exact same way. I don't know if there's any way to do so, because I don't know if there are any far left socialist apparatuses which are capable of putting any meaningful pressure on the propaganda wing of the Democratic Party. Because the Democratic Party doesn't have people like Ben Shapiro. It doesn't really have people like Steven Crowder or Charlie Kirk, It doesn't have these independent like YouTube orgs that it works with to disseminate propaganda. The Dems don't really do that in the same way. You could maybe say the Young Turks, but they criticize the Dems quite a bit too. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of sucks all around, I think.
All right, cool. Thank you.
That's the most one-sided conversation yet, but okay. I got my point out, I think. Hello?
Can you hear our Australian friend?
What's their name?
Kyo-san.
Kyo-san.
Or Kyo.
Kyo-san.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Kyo, but I don't know.
Wait. How do you spell that?
Yeah, I can hear him too.
KYO.
Wait. How do you spell Kyo-san?
Kyo, you have that weird. I don't know what to say to him because you have that weird thing in your name.
Uh-oh.
It's got a weird thing above it.
God damn it. Wait, I'm just
He's
trying
like two things above. He's like a thing above you in the Discord.
Okay, here, wait.
He's got Tribune. Tribune Kyo, yeah.
Tribune Kyo, there we go. Oh yeah, I muted because I heard keyboard noises. Sorry, comrade, no offense.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right. So I'm going to be taking over from here. Poor Thotto's got to head to bed. Just hit me back on the DM if you could, please. All right, questions. Where are we at? Righto. Sophis made you around? Apparently not.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Pescatios. That's okay. I'm
Wait,
here
Dirty,
for
do you
the...
want to pose your question now?
That's my question. So how do you feel about polyamorous or polygamous relationships, specifically as they are like applicable to maybe the larger swaths of the population rather than just maybe a minority of people? Do you think people can operate in this way and be like, fine, will relationships fall apart if the majority were polygamous or polyamorous?
Yes, I love actually discussing this. Yes, I do not like monogamy at all. Now, mind you, I'm not opposed conceptually to people doing whatever it is they want with their time or life or love. I'm not arguing against that. What I am arguing against, however, is this very, very much socially constructed idea that the ideal relationship is exclusively between two people, and then they can only have sex with one another, and they must be locked off into their own little box house where they must raise their children alone unless maybe they have an aunt or an uncle who's willing to help from time to time. This nuclear family dichotomy is an extremely toxic and subversive one, which hurts people in many, many ways. I am polyamorous. For polygamous stuff, I don't like marriage very much personally. I don't really care. But in terms of polyamory, I think that it's possible for people to take satisfaction and enjoyment from a wide range of relationships, and people should have the freedom to explore that. But moreover, a society which is oriented around the expectation that people sort of find love or relationships communally rather than singly or dually, I think this is a healthier one than the one we have today. It used to take a tribe or a village, one might say, to raise a child. You know that it takes a village to raise a kid. There's even a saying about it. But nowadays, again, we raise children in these little locked off communities. Myriad social and interpersonal problems are caused by the economic burden that a child placed on just two parents, sort of inflicts. Myriad social problems associated with the expectations concerning sexual monogamy. These things are a real issue. I would love to see a restructuring of whatever civil union program we have, whether you call it marriage or not, to open up its doors a little bit, to broaden itself somewhat, and allow people to form more meaningful, legitimized relationships outside the monogamous duality.
It's very frustrating that the system's kind of set up to make these kinds of relationships fail. And then even beyond that, people will shame those who partake in such relationships. So they'll be like, oh, these people are always unhappy. Well, how would you feel if like your parents, your family, and everyone else around you is telling you what you're doing is wrong? Very frustrating.
Yeah, and so not only not only that, not only the like social pressure and such like that, but there's also the I think there's a very spiritual, it sounds so hippy dippy, but there's a spiritual sickness, I think, to how this tends to lead people to think and feel. The idea that intimacy and trust and companionship is something that should be cordoned off to one specific person, maybe that works for some people. In fact, I know it does, but not for everyone, not even close. And it's weird that that really does seem to be the only option for a lot of folks.
Locking you in a, I guess, I don't know if I'd say social, but I'll say social cage almost. In
Yeah,
some
yeah,
capacity.
definitely.
All right, thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it, Vosh.
Of course. I hope you have a wonderful day, comrade.
All right. Dio, are you around?
Hello? Can you not hear me?
Howdy. I just want to point out to chat, by the way, that the turf I responded to earlier is now whining in chat saying that turf is a slur. so that's a good one. All right, yeah, hit me up, comrade. Hit me up.
All right, so I have a question. Let me just see what it was. Okay, sorry about this. Sorry, guys.
Not at all.
Where was it?
So you have two questions, one on AC. Oh, sorry, go.
So, I have a question on your belief about allying ourselves with right libertarians for open borders and the impact borders have and its discourse in left spaces. So basically what I don't agree with right libertarians on like the vast majority of things. But I think that open borders issue and such an important issue and something that would largely benefit the left more than the right and like dismantle a lot of like power that's currently held by capitalists.
Yeah.
So much so that I think that it would be worth it to with right groups for open borders.
Yeah, so I will say one thing. While I did catch that message, your mic is cutting out like crazy. I think it's an internet issue rather than a tech issue. Excuse me, sorry. But I did catch that. I will say this in regards to open borders. I'm not actually in favor of open borders right now. I'm very much in favor of it as a concept, as a goal, as an ideal. But realistically, if we were to open up open borders here in this country, this would be a legal, civic, and economic nightmare. Trying to orient our society in a way that could accommodate that like flow, that tide of people. That would be very, very, very difficult. I think it's a broader goal, and I think one thing we should push for, unquestionably, is the laxening of immigration laws, the push for accepting refugees and so on and so forth, with the goal of eventually pushing for open borders. But beyond that, I feel like if we snapped like the open border fucking Thanos gauntlet shit right now, it would probably lead to an enormous number of problems.
Well, I mean, sure, but that would be impossible, right? Like no policy.
No,
like,
yeah, of course not. We could never just do that.
Yeah, so my thing is like anybody advocating for open borders, even ones that would ideally want it to be snapped immediately, realize that it would be politically impossible to do such a thing, to actually immediately institute open borders. So I was wondering, given that you'd have some sort of policy of like allowing people in increasingly like.
Hello? Hello?
He appears to have muted himself.
Yeah, with all
hello?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm afraid that your latency is causing some pretty severe mic issues. I apologize terribly. Would it be possible for you to type your question out and have another answer it? I'm having a little bit of difficulty parsing the phrasing.
Am I better now?
Possibly, but it cuts in and out intermittently.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'll just type. I think my question is already typed.
Yeah, can I respond to the question I believe you just asked, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
I'm very much in favor of
Yeah.
I'm very much in favor of tactical unity. I'm very much in favor of the idea that even if you broadly disagree with someone, you can work with them on one issue. I could work with Ben Shapiro on not being a fucking Nazi. I could work with a libertarian on opposing police brutality, though many libertarians for some reason don't seem to care very much about that. I could work with God, I don't know. I can work with people with whom I have differences. I can work with liberals on progressivism. I can work with authoritarian communists on defeating capitalism. I'm in favor of all of these things. If working with people who I consider to have odious political and economic views means that I can bring about a more ethical, efficacious immigration policy in this country, I'm here for it.
All right. Secondly, what do you think about like ACAB? Like I recently had like a Twitter discussion. I know you shouldn't have those, but
you fucked up.
I had a Twitter discussion of on it, and my idea was like I'd rather have like a reluctant like cop than one who's very into it. So I'm not so sure like ACAB is good praxis, like saying it and like spreading that belief. Like I believe the police should be abolished, but you know, like
I actually, for the most part, agree. When people make arguments against police and all they have to say is cops are pigs, ACAB, ACAB, that shit doesn't really convince anyone. It doesn't change anyone's minds, and it sure as fuck doesn't affect policy. If somebody says ACAB, but then they're like, well, actually, ACAB, because the institution of the police is fundamentally oppressive, and if you trace these historical and social roots of the police back through time, you see that they have existed traditionally to suppress, you know, oppressed groups and what have you. If you can back the ACAB up with a systemic understanding of why that's the case, then I think I'm fine with it. But a lot of people don't engage in that discourse. They just say ACAB or whatever. Also, I do believe I would rather have cops who are not horrible than cops who are horrible. You know, a lot of people, when people say ACAB, I think a lot of people are forgetting that there is a world of difference between a piece of shit cop and a actually pretty decent cop. Anyone who can't see the difference between those two is LARPing, 100%.
all right, thanks.
No problem. The institution is always bad and should be broken down. But if a person is incapable of recognizing, like, oh, this cop actually does believe that they're trying to bring about civic reform and trying to make things better for people, and even though they're part of an oppressive institution, they do care about people, and then there are cops who are legit just, like, terrorize black people, police neighborhoods, harass homeless people, slip drugs on fucking people they just knocked out, that kind of stuff. There is a big difference between those two. Amazing.
Okay, cool. Up next is the last Blockbuster employee.
Uh-oh.
There, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm just gonna say this now. I don't like your political videos, but I think you're an alright guy.
Hey, thank you. I try my best.
I'm more conservative, so I think we just have a little bit of beef.
Maybe we can find friendship at the end of this discussion.
Ooh, you'd be your first conservative, and that'd be such an...
Hit me up, comrade.
But I'm thinking of starting a political YouTube channel because all that shit, because every single time I'm more politically ambiguous, I'm not gonna lie. I've been banned from 17 political discords because someone said, oh, you're too right-wing, you're too left-wing. I even got called a communist and a neo-Nazi and got instant... I'm just politically ambiguous, and every time I look at fucking political YouTube channels, like, you are just doing stupid shit. I can do a better job than you. And one time I got into a fight with a mod on a political Discord over a communist issue of, he was saying the Holodomor didn't happen. All the Ukrainians just died for no reason. And I basically backed him up and I got Instagram from the server. And I'm thinking fucking starting a political Discord.
Is there a question you want to ask?
I just want to start a political YouTube channel. I'm thinking, is there any tips, because you do political YouTube too, to really do anything? Like anything?
Yeah, 100%, comrade. So, excuse me. So if you're going for that dissonant, the all over the place politics, the hitting people where it hurts, no matter where they are in the aisle, what you should probably do is some more confrontational channel. Okay, you got to do them video reviews like what I do, or you got to do the fucking the debates. All right, you got to hit them the fuck up for making a YouTube channel. Honestly, start that shit, create a Discord, create a community, and begin. I would say probably either by making a video calling someone bigger than you out, which everyone will be bigger than you because you just made the YouTube video.
I know.
Yeah, or pester somebody into a debate and blow them the fuck out. Okay, you got to get
I
that.
already did that a couple times with the mods with a couple political discords and they insta-ban.
Well, this time you got to do it while recording. Maybe with them even
Fuck.
getting a webcam on, okay? Then you got to upload it, say fucking libcuck or Nazi tard BTFO'd, and then you work from there. You got to play off that aggression. That's the easiest way to get a ground following.
The problem is, I just say I'm conservative, but I'm more politically ambiguous. I go all over the damn place. Like, I'm like everything between communists and neo-Nazis, to be honest. I have some weird fucking political ideas that people don't.
All right, listen. If you ever come after me, I'm gonna fucking bury you. Okay, I'm warning you.
He's gonna fucking kill me. Please.
In
Well, this is gonna
Minecraft.
be my first idea for YouTube. Voss threatens to kill Anderson.
Get the feds on me. Hey, good luck, man.
Another thing, I fucking hate this, but every single time I watch YouTube, I fucking hate all these political channels. Like, oh, this guy did this, and he brings up weird facts from some weird fucking 90s internet channel. This doesn't make sense. Like, you are obviously biased. Every source you have is biased. You're using biased facts to back every single one he claims of. And you're saying you're right, and everything else is.
I have one last suggestion, and this helped me a lot. I found that I became a lot more politically efficacious when I made an attempt to understand the perspective of everyone who has every political opinion, no matter how stupid I may find it or how irrational I may find it. So now, whenever I'm critiquing people or debating against them, I always make an effort to understand where they're coming from because it helps me understand how to fuck up their arguments.
Right. Up next is Yuki.
Yuki?
Yuki, you there?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Howdy.
Hi. Apologies for the accent. I'm Scottish / Irish. A little bit common.
Nothing to apologize for, comrade.
So I'm a member of the Scottish.
I'm afraid you cut out. Scottish nationalists?
Scottish Nationalist Party.
Yeah.
It's a Soc Dem / Dem Soc left-wing party in Scotland. It's the largest party and currently ruling over the Scottish Parliament right now.
Nice.
I'm just wondering about your opinion on the breakup of the UK / Brexit.
God, your Brexit shit is so fucking wild. Oh my god. Fuck me. I mean,
it's kind of embarrassing, to be honest.
I mean, well, it's not the Scots' fault. You guys voted all to remain, didn't you? For the most part?
Yeah, 56%, I think.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was a greater majority. Okay, well, still, majority. Fuck me. Okay, so the fucking Brexit is pretty fucking embarrassing. Obviously, it was fueled largely by right-wing delusion and paranoid xenophobia. There's no getting around that. However, I have heard some better arguments for Brexit. I'm not familiar enough with them to repeat them back comfortably, but I have heard some people who I occasionally pretend to respect telling me that that there are actually legitimate left-leaning excuses or reasons or justifications for Brexit. I'm not familiar with them. As a general rule, however, I'm not in favor of countries like ours, England, America, breaking out of broader trade deals, because those trade deals are one of the ways that we can negotiate prices and, more importantly, exert political and economic pressure on other nations. And because I am American, I do want us to be in the TPP because it was how we could impact, China. And because you are Scottish, I imagine that the inclusion of the United Kingdom of England into the European Union would have been helpful in other respects, like negotiating trade deals, also maybe putting pressure on Turkey. I have no idea, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the left wing argument is coming from is that generally left wingers like, well, suck Dems generally like the idea of a customs union, etc. But the problem is the sort of bureaucracy in Brussels is kind of far away, which is kind of sounds like the right wing shell argument for Brexit, but
Right.
that is a genuine critique that can be had of the EU. I'm more coming from the point of I'm wanting it's kind of a loaded term, nationalism.
Yeah.
But I'm coming from the point of view that I would like Scotland to be independent and break up from the UK, just due to how likely it is the Tories, sorry, Conservatives, will win the next general election that's coming up at the 12th of December, and the growing power that is the Brexit Party.
Yeah,
So I was
at
just
this point, I
wondering.
think you guys should just fuck England. Just fucking end them. Break up, have unfavorable trade deals with them, just punish them for their stupid ass mistake, okay? Please, just do it.
I wish. My problem with that though is that there's Are you familiar with Thatcher at all? Sorry to keep rambling.
No worries, comrade.
Do you know Thatcher's policies or anything about our neoliberal?
Yeah. I mean, I know about neoliberalism, austerity politics, individuals, not society. I know a good bit about Thatcher. I'm afraid you cut out, comrade. Can you repeat that?
Apologies, shite internet. That's all I wanted to ask. Just an additional point, I was going to ask about your general thoughts about sort of right wing media slash non-political media, sort of the tendency to spread, like the Facebook news about not banning political content, which obviously favors right wing capitalists and stuff like that.
I think that right now the system we have for the dissemination of information, and I mean everything from the 24-hour news cycle to the way Facebook news works to the way information is disseminated on YouTube. No matter where you go, my opinion remains the same. This is a thoroughly unworkable system that will cause the downfall of society if it continues to operate in the way it has up until this point. We, as a society, literally cannot survive if half of the population has a different version of reality than the other half. Not that they disagree over issues, but that they have a different version of society. Right now, in the West, right-leaning people have a different version of society. They don't see what I see. Their facts, their data, their statistics, all of it. I mean, coined beautifully in the term alternative facts. It's a fiction. It's impossible for me to communicate with these people because they don't operate on the same reality that I do. Not to say all liberals are like fucking perfect analogs of rational empirical reality either, but still, it's a big problem. I don't know what needs to be done about this, but something needs to be done about it. That's all I really have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Have a good one.
Okay, so up next is Mod Monkey. You there, Monkey?
Hit me up.
Vosh, have you got Prefect Monkey muted?
Let's find out. Yep, y'all sure do type a lot. All right, here, we got it.
Okay, so it's not so much a question as just a clarification.
Yeah, hit me
The
up.
left-wing version of Brexit, right? I think if we have anything to be embarrassed about as a nation, what we have to be embarrassed about is the fact that we allowed the right wing to take over an idea of what Brexit should be, because it's like it was a left-wing idea really until like the 1990s, and then it became like a very right-wing idea. And the reasons that we wanted it was because essentially we believe that like the European Union is a fundamentally neoliberal institution. It exerts control over like different nations within it in order to like force them to adopt neoliberal policies. Like if you look into the ECB, and like what happened to Greece, for instance, is a great example of like what the European Union can make nations within it do that is just like fundamentally opposed to like socialist ideas. So that would be the reason rather than like other reasons that people give for it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, it's how fucking mad. Fucking lefties trying to get Brexit, or at least something like it, going for decades, and then all it takes is a 18-month propaganda disinfo campaign by a bunch of lunatic xenophobes to get it actually voted in on referendum.
Well, it's a much longer term project than that. So it started with like with that Thatcherism really. It's like I do British political history, that's why I really care about it. So it started with Thatcher. Thatcher like really disliked the idea of us losing our sovereignty like to the European Union, and it's just like spiraled out of control for there. So it's like a 20-year project from them, but like a 40-year project from us. So
Gotcha. Okay,
failed massively.
I'm only no. I mean, fair. I'm only familiar with the with the like 2015 to 2016 like huge buildup. But I imagine if I had lived in England, I would have been familiar with the idea for a longer time. Nobody in America had even heard about the concept of Brexit or the UK leaving the European Union until like 2015 when it really started ramping up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
No, please. I love
I get so
learning.
embarrassed about Brexit, right? And I just want to know that there was a left wing Brexit, and we're still advocating for the left wing version of Brexit. So
Gotcha. Well, Godspeed. It's not going to happen, but I believe in you. Okay.
okay, thank you.
All right, cool. Up next is counterpoints.
Oh shit!
Hey Vosh, how are you?
My man, counterpoints. Hello.
I came back. I'm trying to be the nice chud on your Discord. I don't know how that's working out.
Hey, it's so far so good. No one's banned. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. So, I actually had some cop questions, but if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to do like a anti-alt-right address of the JQ guy who came in a little bit.
Go for it as a preempt. Yeah.
So, unrelated to the cop thing, and I'm sorry, I do have a. But I actually did read a book about kind of like the foundation of Israel, and they actually address some of like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about why Jews crawled into the higher levels of government. And what they were saying is that it's actually a very common sense defense mechanism, that because they were a landless people for such a long time, they had to become doctors, lawyers, political figures. They had to, basically climb into, the echelons of society in order to protect themselves from anti-Semitic attacks. And this is, Jewish author from Israel, basically coming up with that. So if there was any alt-right figure who was trying to look for an alternative perspective of why smart Jews are in the upper echelons of society, I actually thought that was like a pretty valid historical argument from a Jewish author.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, because I'm not like fucking crazy, I recognize that even if there is a group of people that have a disproportionate amount of power, even if that is the case, like my goal isn't to stop that group of people. My goal is to just make things functional, make things democratic and equal. So it's undeniable that as an ethnic group, Jewish people are fairly up there, as ethnic groups go, as are several other white ethnic groups, but they're up there. But in efforts to explain it, one does sometimes validate the other prescient of the alt-right conspiracy theory. I believe Mouthy Buddha addressed this in his JQ video before he got yeeted off YouTube, which is essentially that the Jewish question is made all the more prescient for the fact that Jews are such insidiously talented masterminds of industry and economics and porn, But I mean, if you're going that direction, then you're picking and choosing which disproportionately represented groups you're caring about. But then these people don't care about logic anyway, so who cares? All right.
Okay. Well, then I don't want to waste any more time on that, but I do want to thank you for kind of taking me from, I would even say like 48 hours ago, LibSoc was just a complete meme. And now I feel like I understand it a lot better just from listening to a few streams. So thank you for that.
My pleasure entirely, comrade. I'm delighted to hear that.
Well, and then in reference to, and I think I'm still going to remain a self-identified chud, but I do want to engage in civil discourse as best I can. I'm actually a former law enforcement officer, and I kind of wanted to get your perspective on, A, how you see cops contributing to systemic racism, and B, what their roles or opportunities or potential problems would be during a socialist upheaval.
Yeah. Excuse me. So typically speaking, people call cops class traitors in lefty spaces. And the reason for that is because cops are, pretty much all of them, members of the proletariat. They're working people. They're not like crazy wealthy business owners or whatever. The issue is that cops are essentially the gatekeepers of the law, and the law has historically been used to malign marginalized groups. So, for example, say for example you have laws about loitering or soliciting or a public disturbance. And all of these laws can be used to hurt homeless people if they're applied in that way. All of these laws can be used to systemically disenfranchise the homeless or very poor people. It is the cops, ultimately, who make the decision as to how those laws should be enforced. Not in a legal sense, but in an interpersonal sense. A cool cop, one who is good and kind and cares about their community, for the most part, in my experience, tends to leave the homeless alone, doesn't bother them that much, tends to be lenient when dishing out penalties or tickets or what have you, and usually seems more interested in upholding the general peace. Whereas worse cops, at least from a leftist perspective, are more interested in upholding the aesthetic of peace, to keep the poor, the homeless, the dirty out of sight, in some communities to keep the blacks out of sight, that sort of thing. And it is ultimately on the police. It is their it is the system of the police which is responsible for the enforcement of those practices. And because systemically it tends to be the case that the police's behavior hurts people of color and hurts the poor, they're typically called class traitors. I don't believe all cops are bad people. I just think the system itself is designed to put cops in a position where they have to do bad things to good people.
Well, and I don't want to take up too much of the questions because I know there's a lot of people patiently waiting. But I would love to have an extended conversation with this or about this with you, only because I definitely agree. And there's like there's a level of perverse incentives when it comes to licensing, tickets, driver's licenses, driving while suspended, marijuana infractions. That basically it boils down to we're not taking actual criminals off the street and sticking them in cages for prolonged periods of time. We're basically harassing working class folk who are trying to get to their minimum wage job. And all we're doing is we're punishing poor people for being poor. And that was actually a pretty large source of frustration while I was on the job.
Then it sounds to me like you would have been one of the good ones, my man.
I tried. I think I tried, but one of the ironies of trying to be the good cop is that, I want to, defend even bad cops a little bit. It's such a mentally and emotionally taxing job where you're just constantly the enemy of everybody and you're always being lied to, that even that small amount of negative interaction adds up over time, not to mention the actual trauma of dealing with dead people, murders, rapes,
I don't disagree at all. Again, I've led a very cushy life, but I'm fairly familiar through osmosis of what cops have to go through. They are trained systemically, basically, to view the general population as an enemy group, to be constantly vigilant for any threats to one's person. The good cop, the first rule of being a cop is to always come home safe, such and such. And being a cop, you are going to interact with a fuck ton of people who hate you, a fuck ton of people who are mentally ill, or who are drug users, who are belligerent, who are violent, who are threatening, or who are having the worst day of their life just by interacting with you because something has happened to them. And that will definitely wear on a cop. And that's one of the reasons why I really do think it's a systemic problem. The way it's structured right now is almost designed to breed out the worst authoritarian breed in the worst authoritarian tendencies in people. I feel like if there was a way, even if we kept all the other laws in place, even if everything else was kept as was, if it would be possible for cops to function more as like community service folk, to work with the community, not feel like the dogs that patrol it, I feel like that would probably beget really, really superior emotional outcomes for the people who have to go through all that.
Well, and can you still hear me? I accidentally logged off for a second.
I can still hear you just fine. We also hear your beautiful little child.
Thanks, man. And we are raising him in a cishet, monogamous relationship. So I'm sorry for offending your polyamorous sensibilities.
Oof. But listen, it hurts, but I'll take it on the chin. Okay.
So I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I would love to have an extended conversation. And actually, part of the problem is that there's this external attempt to make cops more. They call it community-oriented policing, where they're trying to get back to this like 1950s, 60s, 70s community-oriented mindset. But then what's happening is a lot of police administrations are drug war cops who came up in the 90s and thousands. So they reward and promote drug war cops while either punishing or just like not rewarding community service cops. And I would consider myself a community service cop. And there's no way to quantify the work you do by not being a dick. Whereas it's a lot easier to quantify how many homeless people and how many small level drug addicts you took
Yeah,
to jail.
exactly. Because they get all the attention. They get the fucking Facebook post with them standing next to a bunch of like duffel bags of cocaine, or this officer made 19 arrests this month, or some shit like that. But the people who do what they should be doing, which is keeping stuff calm, friendly, and safe for the local population, who don't fucking go put their ass out doing giant drug busts to get families incarcerated. These people, even though they're the ones who are really respected and loved by the community, get essentially no formal recognition, or at least very much less of it, and that incentivizes a certain type of behavior.
Well, and this will be my last point because I do want to be respectful of the other people.
Gotcha.
But I agree wholeheartedly, and it's one of those tragic things where just the cops who do try to make that difference do try to treat the community that way. Yeah, sure, you're going to see the school resource officer posts and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to specialty assignments, promotions, all that kind of stuff, it's very much dependent on the higher culture. And I just think that the people who are going to survive in the job are going to be predominantly the people where the adrenaline and the job is in their blood. So they never feel comfortable leaving it. So those are the people who are going to stay, but then they're going to promote that toxic culture.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, that kind of bred out in like in Vietnam too, didn't it? In a way, with the, at least from what I've read, with like Vietnam soldiers, that was like a very high stress, low reward environment. The hyper paranoia and the incentivization of this like ruggedly authoritarian model of engagement with the community, I guess, with the environment that you're in, led to some pretty horrific war crimes being committed and abetted because the environment bred the people who would then go on to commit it. It made people worse people.
Well, and I'll break my rule, but I'll shut up very quickly, and I will let other people talk, literally 20 seconds. But I do want to have this conversation with you more.
Yeah, of course.
There's actually a book about the Marshal Service post Vietnam. It's written by one of the descendants of Wyatt Earp, and he basically talks about how Vietnam veterans came home and the Marshal Service was completely impotent. Basically, they were federal clerk court guys, and they didn't do anything. They carried guns, but they didn't do anything on a day-to-day basis. And basically the Vietnam vets came home, wanted to be more proactive, and basically militarize the service. It's of course written from like the adventurous perspective, but then you also just have to think about how I'm also a veteran, just how I think there's actually a lot of military and counterinsurgency tactics and strategy that can be very positive for the job. But then there's also a broader conversation that we need to have about militarization of law enforcement in general that I think can get pretty nuanced pretty quick. And I'm going to keep my promise this time and actually shut up.
Hey, tell your kid that the chat loves them very much, okay?
Okay, I will. And hit me up anytime. I would love to talk more.
Of course, absolutely. And thank you, comrade, for your time.
Okay, welcome. Have a good one. See you.
Have a good one.
Okay, so up next is the Imperial Battle Mage.
Fucking
there,
baby,
brother?
so cute. Hello? Hello?
Looks like he's not around, so we'll bump on to the next question and come back to him.
Uh-oh.
So I've got one from.
Oh, just so you know, I've got time for I think 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, I was literally about to ask how much longer you got. So we'll try Foxy, and then we'll see if we can sneak in some quick questions, and then we'll call it a day.
Gotcha.
What is it? As a right winger, Brexit supporter, non-racist type of guy, I actually voted to leave the European Union based on the bureaucracy in the system you know, basically the unelected commission have usurped control of the entire European
Foxy.
continent. Sorry.
Foxy, you started halfway through, buddy. I need you to start again.
Oh God. Okay, so as somebody who voted Brexit, I and a non-racist person, I actually voted to leave Europe based on the bureaucracy in the European system, the unelected commission that have basically usurped control of, you know, the whole of Europe through these Lisbon treaties and stuff like that is terrible. But I mean, so I sort of had a couple of questions because you mentioned a couple of things about Bernie Sanders there and, you know, the authoritarian police. Do you think that people should have the right to religious freedom, and do you think that they should be allowed to bring up their kids in the way that they see fit?
This is a really tricky one because child abuse is against the law. I think we can all agree child abuse should be against the law. But what constitutes child abuse is a really, really complicated question. So, for example, I believe that not getting your children vaccinated constitutes a form of abuse. That's not currently in the law books, but I believe if that were added to the law books, that I would be in favor of it. Another thing, raising your children inside of some sort of hellish cult where you teach them nothing but lies and make them utterly unequipped to deal with the world at large. This isn't technically illegal, but it is child abuse, I think, by any reasonable definition. The reason why I'm saying this is because while I do believe in religious freedom, and I do believe that people should have the ability to raise their children as they see fit, generally, there are unquestionably some things which I consider abusive that are done in through the purview of sort of religious freedom. Sometimes it's vaccines. Sometimes it's really weird, like sometimes like it's like incest stuff. It's fucking. Sometimes it's like getting your kids like married really young, like or forced marriage or some shit like that. I guess in a legal sense, I'm not really comfortable infringing on religious rights, but I'm very, very skeptical of the impact that religious upbringings can have on children.
Okay, so let's say somebody was bringing their child up to be a homophobe. Would you take their child off them?
Nah, I can't. I mean, it's not good that they're being
I'm
raised
glad
to be.
hear that.
It's not good that they're being raised a homophobe. I don't agree with that, but I could never. The consequences of the state being able to intervene in something like that, the amount of state oversight, the ability to just have your child taken from you because you believe something that 10 years ago would have been a commonly accepted belief in Congress. No, I can't abet that.
Okay, what is it? Do you think that a global socialist agenda could lead to more wrongs than National Socialism?
Like Nazism?
Well, I mean, you know, they had some socialist agendas. I feel like the only thing that could be worse
I
than
can't let you
National
slide on that.
Socialism
They weren't
is
socialist.
global socialism.
The Nazis weren't socialist. There was no seizure of the means of productions. It was just a fascist state. But but in terms of like a global socialist regime doing more damage, I mean, sure, like it's possible to have a really bad socialist state. I can imagine a socialist state that has liberated, democratized means of production for all the workers, but they like rape and kill all like black people or something. I don't fucking know. It's possible, yeah. But I think any system, literally any system, can be bad. I just think that some systems are less likely to be bad. I think that socialism is less likely to be bad than modern neoliberal capitalism because it fixes a problem with neoliberal capitalism, which is the authoritarianism inherent to the economy. Because in a workplace, you know, there's no democracy there. You just do what your boss tells you. I think that's a big issue that could be fixed in a socialist society. Would there be other issues? Conceivably, yes, maybe even horrendous ones. But it's a way of fixing one problem or several problems that have similar causes.
Yo, I'm all for the devolution of power because I think that's the best means by which, you know, neighboring ideologies would be able to keep certain groups under control and not doing anything too outrageous. You know, if there's a devolution of power, then it would be much easier for alliances to form that are against certain things happening and therefore prevent them. But really, this is the last question. Do you condemn political violence?
I condemn political violence so hard, it is disgusting to me that people would even consider using violence against people who systemically control and abet the death of millions through poverty and forced starvation. With political violence, that's disgusting to me. Only in Minecraft.
Thanks for that. 2 more, and then we're done.
Gotcha. Thank you, comrade. I didn't get to say
Sorry,
thank.
buddy.
Yeah.
Imperial Battle Mage, you're up now.
All right. Is it actually working this time?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. So, all right. My question was, do you think that the Ukrainian famine or the Holodomor was an intentional genocide, and that the government of the USSR bore like major culpability for it?
Whether or not it's a genocide depends on the extent to which you believe it was a deliberate attempt to eliminate an ethnic group. Now, the kulaks were not technically an ethnic group. They were a way of referring to a particular political substrata of the area there, and they were the ones who the propaganda targeted most. However, I think it is unquestionable that the consequences of the Holodomor did end up disproportionately impacting the ethnic groups of that region. Now, was it deliberate? I don't think so, and that's why I don't call it a genocide. So again, ethnic groups hurt, millions dead, it's the government's fault. However, I don't think the millions dead were deliberately part of an attempt to eliminate those ethnic groups. And for that reason, I can't call it genocide. Mass murder? Absolutely. A horrific crime against humanity? Yes, easily. But I can't fairly call it a genocide. I believe the government is 100% culpable. There were a number of ways in which they could have worked to oppose the famine earlier on, and they did not. Like they made some effort, absolutely, but they did not do anywhere near sufficient enough for it to be acceptable in my book. I consider it a horrendous crime of the state.
Would you say I'm trying to figure out, but like, are you saying that that it was a byproduct of their policy, but that because some people say that the Holodomor was basically an attempt to crush Ukrainian nationalism intentionally. So would you say that, or would you just say that as a result of the terrible policies of the USSR, that it resulted in that famine and that they didn't do enough to stop it afterwards?
I think it was both. I think that poor policies in the area, along with a natural famine, were exacerbated by the state's interest in squashing Ukrainian nationalism. So some stuff the USSR couldn't avoid. There was a famine. I mean, sometimes that just fucking happens, you know? That's on its own. However, other stuff, like the fact that they continued to maintain grain exports for a time up until they knew well past the point where they knew there was a famine taking place, and even then, even after they began to divert grain exports, they didn't begin importing them. They continued to maintain an export ratio. The fact that they didn't allow people to leave the region that was starving to death. The fact that at the entire time this was happening, there was a propaganda campaign being disseminated by the Kremlin that was telling people that this was like due and righteous punishment to the selfish, greedy kulaks and Ukrainian nationalists who were hoarding the wealth of their people and engaging in counter-revolutionary activity. Nah, fuck that. I think that state malevolence united perfectly with circumstance to abet this genocide. Not genocide. Fuck this mass murder. Sorry.
What do you think about the fact? I think it was like the government brought in like, was it like 2 million tons of food grain aid to the Ukrainians, and then I can't remember the exact dates, but I remember that I think it was the year that the famine began. They dropped exports to almost zero, food grain exports.
Yeah, I know they did. I just feel like we wouldn't accept that excuse if it was America, you know? If in America, like, there was something of that scale happening, nothing short of a national rearrangement of our economic priorities to prevent millions of people starving to death would be considered even remotely acceptable, you know? But then we kind of go with the Soviet Union, like, oh, well, you know, they pulled in some of their exports. They didn't really do much in the way of imports. They pulled it in a little bit, and they still all died. That's all. Again, like, and I don't have like a huge stake in this or anything. I just feel like if it was America, everyone would collectively agree this was a huge fuck up.
Yeah, and I guess you brought up some things that I wasn't totally aware of before, because my perspective on the Holodomor, which is probably a mistake on my part, mostly comes from Marxist-Leninist blogs and shit. So, you know, probably not the best. So I wasn't. I heard before that the Soviet Union like kept in the people from Ukraine. I wasn't entirely sure of the background of that, but I did not know that the Kremlin was actually like sending out propaganda and such.
Yeah, it was because the kulaks were considered counter-revolutionary, so there was a bunch of propaganda at the time, and just the convenience of the USSR not being able to do enough to prevent a famine in a region where they had political enemies, it just strikes too clean. But I'm not subscribing to the like 100 million dead Black Book bullshit or anything like that, you know?
Oh yeah. But the causes were mostly, wasn't it the fact that the kulaks were basically like intentionally sabotaging?
It was
like they slaughtered all their animals and shit.
It was a fine mix of Ukrainian nationalists with very legitimate grievances against the imperialist USSR, who I support, kulaks, which was a pejorative given to a group of people who had sort of a higher level of collective responsibility, who out of spite refused to give the Soviet Union the grain it was owed, or meat, or whatever goods they were owed, by burning their crops and killing their animals, and that happened to coincide with an enormous famine in the region. But the kulaks were a very small minority of the people who were hurt by that famine and by the USSR's policies to keep them from moving away from the famined area. They were just a politically convenient target, you know, like a few 100,000 or maybe 10,000 people rise up against the USSR. Well, years later, millions starved to death. So there you go. That's your response. But it's all a very like complicated thing, you know?
Yeah. One more question. I'm going to try to wrap it up really quickly because I know you're trying to get like one last question in. But so I wanted you to clarify your position on like the idea of socialism and social ownership rather than all workers' ownership. So I actually asked this question in a donation a while back. And you said that, so your basic response, as of like what I remember, was what was that socialism can be defined only as workers' ownership in the means of production, and that social ownership generally can't really be factored into that.
This is a product of my bias, I admit.
Yeah, but you've also said I think that we should nationalize the energy production, healthcare, and that kind of stuff. So I mean, would you would consider like a nation that has like worker co-ops for the most part, besides like essential services, like nationalized? Would you consider that? I mean, you would consider that a socialist nation, right? So I mean,
I would. I do believe, and this is, I do believe in a mixed economy in this respect. I don't believe, so say for example, healthcare is nationalized, housing is nationalized, so on and so forth. For the people who work for the government on those projects, I do not believe those workers are liberated to the same extent that those workers of a worker co-op would be. I don't believe that much in social ownership. My goal would be to have a society where collective ownership is streamlined so efficiently that it is the democratically elected workers themselves who are operating nationalized industries. So essentially, to transform the democratic apparatus of the state from a representative democracy, where then you have the departments and they hire the employees and the employees manage the nationalized services. Rather, the nationalized services are themselves simultaneously a workers' syndicate and a nationalized production. You know, there's no state to nationalize them, but nationalized in the sense that they operate outside the traditional market system. So while I do not believe that social ownership really is the same thing as worker ownership of the mean of production, I do believe that a mixed economy with forms of social ownership is necessary in the meantime, because there are some things that simply should not be privately owned or like collectively owned. It should not be left to the market.
Yeah, I mean, wait. So, would you be referring to something like the way the DPRK has it, where I think it's called the Tau work system, in which the state owned means of production are like partly a lot of the input comes from workers, but then there's also like state direction, and there are other like experts that come in and kind of work with it. Would you be referring to something like that in regards to nationalized industries?
I am afraid I am not familiar enough with the North Korean model of this, but if it is as you have described it, which I imagine there is some extent to which it is not as you have described it, then I believe that would be a workable model, though I would like to do more research on the subject.
Yeah, I'm probably not describing it perfectly because I read about it a while ago, and as I said, a lot of tanky sources on DPRK, so not good.
No worries, comrade.
But like you would, so you don't like ultimately reject like the social ownership argument? You do think social ownership generally can factor into?
I think that it has a place, but I don't think it contributes the same degree of economic liberation that one would expect from collectively owned workplaces.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll get out of your hair now. See ya.
Thank you, comrade. I appreciate the discussion.
All right. We got time for one more question. Is that all right?
We got time for one more.
Okay. Cool. Where's the homie Yosef? You there, buddy?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Howdy.
Hello, Wushi. What is your opinion on the current situation in northern Syria?
Hey, something I'm actually familiar with. I think it's cucked as fuck. Fuck that. I like Rojava a lot, flaws and all. It really sucks to see them getting blown the fuck out by Turkey. They're doing a good job holding themselves out, but it's only a matter of time, right?
So you're pro Kurdish forces?
Yeah, I'm pro Kurdish forces, pro fucking Rojava, anti-Turkey in this respect, yeah.
Why?
Oh, because the Kurdish force, for one, the Kurds are in that region a historically oppressed group. There's no denying the fact. The way that Turkey has treated them, they've been promised an independent nation for the past century, so it seems meaningful that they have the opportunity to express their political will now. Additionally, the Rojava project has been a pretty extraordinary demonstration of the efficacy of anarchist policy. It's not perfect by any means, and there does seem to be some indication of some Kurdish supremacy going on within the multi-ethnic factions that have made up Rojava, but I think that given what they had to work with, this is actually a fairly extraordinary project, and it doesn't look like it'll last much longer, but I wish it would.
So are you saying that Turks are oppressing Kurds in that area?
That Turks are oppressing Kurds?
Yes.
Well, right now Turks are bombing Kurds, so I would say yes. But even before the whole Syria PKK thing came about, like the Kurds were still getting pretty fucked over in Turkey.
Do you believe that Turkey has a problem with the Syrian Kurds?
I mean,
a real problem.
I mean, they're invading the region right now. They have a national and economic interest in suppressing dissident ethnic groups, and they also have an interest in expanding their borders and securing the complicit, reliable allyship of neighboring nations, which they know a Kurdish state would not be. So, yeah, I mean, definitely.
Have you heard what the Kurdish regional government in Iraq said on this situation? That Turkey doesn't have a problem with Syrian Kurds, but the PKK. And they have...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's the Turkey's lie. I mean, that's the justification. That's what you do every time you want to deal with a supplant ethnic population, you know? You have a problem, you have a problem with like BLM? Oh, point out the couple of times at a rally that someone went crazy and shot a cop. You have a problem with like Muslims? Point to 9/11 and use that as a justification for a 20-year war that kills hundreds of thousands of people. They can point at the PKK as justification for doing what they're doing in the Rojava region, but the idea that the Rojava project itself is like some terrorist cell, I firmly reject this, and they have no justification for what they're doing right now.
The person who said this, that Turkey doesn't have a problem with Syrian Kurds, is the president of the regional government in Iraq, Neshirvan Barzani, who said Turkey doesn't have a problem with the Syrian Kurds, but the PKK.
Well, he's free to feel that way, but the PKK isn't in Rojava right now. Rojava is, and the Kurds are, and they're bombing those people and killing those people. So I don't know if it's really fair to blame the PKK on that.
I see. But the Kurdish region is blaming the bombing on the PKK's policies, and that the Syrian Kurds should take distance from these PKK members.
Well, sure. I mean, they can say that. It's in their interest to say that, because if the Iraqi Kurds say that it's the PKK's fault, that distanced them from whatever Kurdistan project the Rojava region would have been working on. If they can blame the terrorist group, that means they're less liable to be held culpable for whatever conflict happens between the Kurds and Turkey. So it's in their interest to lie about that, you know?
I see. Yep. I just wanted to see your opinion on the situation. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, comrade. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Vosh, thank you so much for your time today. Could we get in a sneaky plug before you duck out?
No, feel free, comrade.
Okay, cool. So, appreciate you coming to the Calliopean Club. We're a Discord that focuses ourselves around open-minded dialogue, civil and rational debate, intellectual curiosity, and a positive and welcoming atmosphere. We try to keep it like calm and chill here, have some interesting discussions. We have a lot of people here that run the gambit from like far right to communist to centrist. If you want to come here, the link is discord.gg/Calliopean. That's CALLIOPEAN. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
The pleasure has been entirely mine. I appreciate you having me on and look forward to doing it again in the future.
We'd love to have you back, buddy.
Okay. All right, I'm going to head out. Y'all have yourselves a good day, okay?
You too, brother.
All right. I know, Twappy, but I feel like I answered that as best as I could. Damn. I did not expect that to go on for nearly 4 hours. Wow. Oh, I saw Imperial Battle Mage. I opened it up in another thing. Hey, looking at game stream tonight. No, I've got to take my cat in for surgery. Folks, let me read donations, huh? It's been so long. But before I read donations, let me go use the restroom, okay? Yeah, that was a much better discussion set than the last AMA. The last one was pretty bad. How about that Jew porn guy? I think I responded to that pretty fucking perfectly. Actually, I know this sounds stupid, but the Jews just being another white ethnic group, just like any other, I actually had never thought about that argument. I kind of came up with that on the spot. I'm actually really, I'm really proud of myself for that. Arguing against JQ shit is really fucking difficult, but I feel like on that point, at least, I blew him out. Also, the TERF one. The TERF was in chat being like, Vosh is misogynistic. No one calls men a TERF. Nah. I have a debate on my channel of me calling a dude a TERF. Fuck out of here. All right, one sec. It's also funny that TERFs will say that the term TERF is misogynistic because it's only applied to women, when they themselves typically are the ones who say men cannot be feminists by way of them being men. So that's kind of the contradictory argument there, huh? If you say men can be feminists, then you can call men TERFs too. Trans exclusionary radical feminist. But if you don't believe that men can be feminists, then you can't blame anyone but yourself if only women are called TERFs. Which I call everyone a TERF if they're a TERF, because I believe men can be feminists. Alright. Fuck me, it's warm in here. Ugh. All right, get me out of this. Get me out of this confined, this stage. I got my shots yesterday. Are you guys proud of me for being a big boy and getting my shots? I got my fucking sore. Got my tetanus shot. Got my flu shot. I'm ready. I'm healthy. Did I lose weight? Yeah. Washed hands? Yep, washed hands and everything. Oh. Is Kitty gonna be okay? We can only hope. Okay. All right. Let's go over donos. Wolf Queen with $5 gave me a link and said this shit is terrifying, yo. A German princess, a cardinal, and an anti-LGBT activist walk into the Supreme Court. Two Supreme Court's most ardent Catholic judges, Samuel and Ben Kavanaugh, met at the court. Old trio of visitors. Sam Brown. Homosexual network inside the church is responsible for the sexual abuse scandals. Well, I can't read all this right now, but defended ex-gay conversion therapy. Numb. Latter-day Saints. Act right. Socialist environmentalist Pope was a gay man himself. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. I love it. Drunken E-Dubs, the $1. About a month ago, a friend linked me a video of yours in Discord. Been watching your content nonstop ever since, and you've really rehabilitated me from disgusting opinions like JQ and isolationism. Keep up the good work and thanks. Thank you, Drunken E-Dubs. That really means a lot to me, and I am genuinely delighted you feel that way. Here's to many more. Talcat, with the $5, gave me a link clip of Mexican neo-Nazi epically poning Vosh. Oh no.
You're gay, you're Jewish, and cringe, and you're not even funny. And I'm epic and based and red pill.
I mean, sometimes you just have to take the L, you know? Can we see a Flex show off some fucking guns? Dude, guys, I'm not fucking ripped. I haven't been to the gym in like 3 weeks since I hurt my back. So soon, though, soon. Daxi with the $5. Have you looked into the free software movement? There seems to be a lot of crossover between free software advocates and lefties. I have a little bit, actually, yeah, mostly because of my interest in video games, but I'm not tech savvy enough to really get into it, you know? There is a lot. I mean, it makes sense, right? IP law and stuff. Darcism with the $5 for Artemy, not for Vosh or Hyena. Hope it goes well. Aw. Yeah, remember, guys, anything you donate right now can be used to heal my poor baby cat and for his upcoming surgery. Thank you. Katie and Sheila with the $5. On a scale of 1 to 10, how triggered do you get when people ask you about JREG for the nth time? Well, now that I've actually watched a JREG video, the pressure's off a little bit, but I don't understand why people hyped him up so much. His videos are good and stuff, but I expected some groundbreaking stuff. Maybe it's just a meme, you know? Balthazar, cucked by API228 with $5. Her bar for acceptance into the trans community begins at her navel and goes up. Yeah. Oh yeah, from the Blair White shit. Man, fuck me, dude. God, she's such a stupid cunt. Fuck me. Oh, did I really gay fesh? Oh, interesting. Filth Wizard with the tier 1 sub. Vosh, I can only afford tier 1, but wanted to thank you for all you do for the left. It's so important. Wish the rest of your left would hop off your dick. Actually, I've been getting a lot less heat from the left lately. Though I will say in the Discord chat, the Discord that I was just in, not our Discord, the Calliopean Club, there was like 1 or 2 people in the AMA discussion that were talking about me, like the fucking woke scoldy types, like, ooh, Vosh, sexual harasser Vosh, ooh, hates black people, you know, like that kind of shit, you know? Get that shit out of here. Jay Selden Scarfo with the $5. Thank you, comrade. I just accidentally deleted your message without actually reading it. Hold on. God. Fuck me. I do that a lot, I think. How do we counter the $500 million already spent by the right on the 2020 election? I volunteer my time, but fear it is not enough. Jay Selden, we will literally never be able to beat the right when it comes to raising money. Of course, the right's always going to have the capitalists' back. However, we can win in popular support. And at the end of the day, votes are made by people, not by money. That's what we need to focus on. It also wouldn't hurt, by the way, if we pressured billionaires into giving us some kind of popular financial backing. You know what I mean? Like if we could be like, hey, billionaire, with 1/100th of your income, you could like single-handedly revolutionize lefty YouTube. Maybe one day, huh? We can only dream. We can only dream. Pope Jupiter, thank you for gifting 4 subscriptions. Thank you so much. To Rhino, you said, am I doing this right? To DPSD, you said, I think I'm doing this right. To Straka, you said, give 4 tier 1 subs, right? And to McSqueeb, you said, give everyone tier 4 subs. Fuck, oh well, close enough, dicks for everyone. Pope Jupiter, your kindness, generosity, and overwhelming generosity? I already said that. Has been noted by everyone in chat. You are a hero of the proletariat and to me. And I appreciate the shit out of it, comrade. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind subscription donations. I really, really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Aria Varis with the tier 1 sub. Hey, I'm starting HRT today and I thought it would be good to celebrate with a sub. Also, I need the dick emote. True! Congratulations, comrade. I hope HRT goes well for you. I sincerely, sincerely do. Nino gifted a tier 1 sub to NRB. Thank you, comrade. Pepe? Pepe indeed. You have indeed smugged your way past donating to me and have instead found a way to give me money while also giving other people the Dix emote. Thank you. Airzel with a tier 2 subscription. Thank you, comrade. You've taught me a lot, young Vosh. Keep it up. Hey! It is a pleasure to be in a position where I can speak to others, and I'm glad that some folk take something from it. That's all I've got to say. Thank you, comrade. That's very, very kind of you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Comrade Roture gifted a tier 1 subscription to SLNC. You people have been very generous today. I have a final paper from my middle school ages class, and middle school ages? I'm sorry. For my high middle ages class, and I decided to research transgenderism and gender identity in that time. Do you or any of your shitters have any experience with that area of study? Thanks. Also, my name is pronounced like culture. Culture, Rocher. Gotcha. Comrade Rocher Culture. I don't know anything about that, but if there's anyone who knows anything about trans people or anything that would have been trans back then or would have been treated like trans or in that something or other, if you have any information or research on that, please go right now to my Discord into the Education and Theory channel and let your information flow forth, okay? Post a link, indicate that you know something. Comrade Rocher needs your help, and we can help them. You can help them, because I don't know shit. Good luck, comrade. Somniostatic with the unbelievably generous, eternally appreciated $20. Ask me anything about wieners. I fucking wish that this was like a dicks out, let's just talk about genitalia fucking stream. That'd be some good ass shit right there. I have lots of opinions about dicks, okay? Lots of opinions about dicks. But do I ever get to share them? No, nobody fucking cares. At least not in an AMA setting. Maybe one day, Somnio. Jules S with the $5. Copyright and trademark are useful for small creators, but overall, IP is private property and must be abolished if ownership is to be abolished. Well, it could also be collectivized, you know, like people collectively own the IP or something like that. But yeah, I think there are ways to striate or stratify IP law in a way that will allow people who need the protection of their intellectual property to thrive while not letting Disney hold on to fucking century-old cartoon mascots as a monopoly. There has to be a middle ground there, but if there is, it's very complicated. Behemoth with $1. Do you know India has a rich tradition of radical leftism, and there are huge swaths of India that are radical leftist and progressive? BJP only had a 37% vote share. I hope we figure things out. I hope so too, Behemoth. Especially since every time I interact with Indians online, they're all fucking crazy Hindu nationalists who are talking about how Muslims are disgusting, fucking filthy animals. You know, every time, on Twitter. You know. But no, India is an enormous fucking subcontinent. I mean, you've got 1 billion people, right? Or in that ballpark? Yeah, there's no way you guys are all fascists. I hope you guys figure your shit out. I really, really do. Shidcat P with the $5. My black girlfriend knows I'm racist against people who look like her and others. What does this mean on her part? Maybe it means she has low self-esteem? I I don't quite know, should cat be, but I appreciate the donation. Asterism Alex with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Sorry, Vosh, but the soul math clearly shows your mitochondria are Jewish. When he said mitochondria, which by the way, like, when the fuck do you bring up mitochondria in a fucking discussion on ethnic heredity? You know, like, you talk about genes or genotypes or like allele, fucking any shit like that. Yes, your mitochondria are Jewish. At first, I thought I heard midichlorians. When he said, I had to do a double take when he said that. If you look at their midichlorians, I thought, wait, like, fuck, wait, hold, like, you know, hold. I had to pull myself together there, you know. Flevier with the $1. Here's a link. I was forced to watch this, so now you need to be too. Warning, it will likely make you angry, and you may want to destroy Crowder's career even more than you already do. Wait, is this the Powerpuff Girls shit? Nah, this is fucking based, bro. Hold on. Wait, hold on. This is some quality shit right there. Mitochondria has its own DNA and is matrilineal? Oh, okay, interesting. I guess so are Jews, right?
Sharia. Socialism. Sharia.
Okay, that shit fucking slaps, okay? Listen, I don't care if it's fucking dog shit political propaganda. Can you believe it? They're gonna do it. They're gonna defeat America. That's good. I feel like AOC and Ilhan and shit. I feel like AOC and Ilhan and shit watched that because they've definitely seen it. There's no way they haven't. And they saw that shit and they were like, fuck yeah. Like, come on, dude, that's so cool. Listen, I know this isn't exactly a hot take or anything. I understand that I'm not exactly the first person to throw this fucking, this wild, this crazy fucking idea out there. But AOC sure is fucking hot. Yeah, that was a 2 out of 10 meme, but holy shit, AOC is so, like, revoltingly attractive. She's so productive too, you know? Like, she's like, does a lot of shit. Stop being weird about it. Fuck you, Hyena. Nah, everyone else is truant. True. Hey, listen, can I get some true in chat if AOC actually is like unreasonably attractive for a political servant, or for a public servant? And hit false if you don't. False if you're with Hyena. True. No, I'm sorry. The plurality, oh God, the overwhelming plurality. The overwhelming plurality. Every time you bring up women politicians, you say they're hot and it's weird. I really don't think I do that. Yeah, Ilhan Omar is also extremely attractive, but we were just looking at AOC dancing, so. Labor wave dashing with the $5. I love cats. Me too. Ruby to Queen with the $5. Why choose a market socialist state over a syndicalist one? Because I believe syndicalism requires a fundamental reorientation of our civil society. People need to think differently about how society works before we can really adopt a syndicalist society, an anarcho-syndicalist or a syndicalist state or whatever, you know? So I advocate for market socialism as a transitory period where people can get more accustomed with economic democracy. That's my favor. Axis Audio with the $3. Thank you, comrade. Did you see Brooks Heatherly no bullshit diss your girl? Yeah, I saw that. No bullshit actually fucking tweeted about me because the JLP interview and made fun of my fucking girlfriend's appearance. And again, and it's worth pointing out, and I have to point this out every single time, and this is very important to me. This is what no bullshit looks like. This is the best picture of no bullshit. Like, listen, again, I'm not trying to body shame here. I'm just saying that you should pick your battles because the idea of this person saddling up online and like giving me and my girlfriend shit for how we look, like I don't know. I I don't know, man. Maybe that's not where you need to be coming at me from. I mean, they do that a lot. It's the exact same. What's his name? Bad Empanada did the exact same thing. He called me a fat, ugly, greasy-haired motherfucker and a rapist. And Brooks Heatherly is a neckbeard too. And again, I'm sorry, folks. Again, no fucking body shamerino. No fucking body shamerino or anything. But if you're gonna call me a neckbeard, you probably shouldn't look like this. I'm just. Again, listen. You can be however you want to be. Just like fuck me, man. Why are you calling me a neckbeard when you look like this? I'm not saying that would make it okay if they were attractive. It would still be a shitty thing of them to do. But but he's still being a hypocrite, you know? Did he really insult his looks? Yeah, dude, Bad Empanada directly, unprompted, insult me like multiple times in a BreadTube thread so severely that he had to delete all of his comments afterwards. Twappy with the tier 1 sub. Let me at him. I deal with this 24/7. I know, Twappy, I know, but you know I can't. For real though, I think I handled that just fine, right? I feel like my answers were fine. I don't know. Balthazar228 with the $5. Male exclusionary radical feminist equals MRF. Can we push them into the sea so they can become MRF folk? Ha! Oh, I hope they can swim. MRF. 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 Aren't all MRAs technically MRFs, right? Like MRA, exclusionary, radical. Well, no, because. Wait, never mind. Soup is made? Gotcha. Jacob Bouchier with the incredibly generous $10. You talked about open borders. Why not support a massive trade agreement like the EU between Mexico, Canada, the Caribbean? Obviously, it should be different than the EU, but for the short term, it would help. I support large trade agreements. I think that they cause problems, but they also bring in a lot of solutions. And it's very, very complicated. And I don't want to get all the way into it right now because it's very, very complicated. But generally speaking, the idea that like all big trade agreements bad because capitalism, I think this is a very, very myopic way of looking at economics. Tarot TT with the incredibly generous $15. Thank you, comrade. I'm Jewish and I also vehemently disagree with the actions and policies of the State of Israel. I'd like to know why you disagree with a Jewish homeland, as you said you're anti-Zionist. I don't like ethno-states of any kind. I don't want anyone to have a homeland. There are no homelands. I don't give a shit. I don't care what people do or where they live. I want people to live happily. But my problem is, excuse me, my problem is that, anytime you allow groups of people to sort of congregate and they have a shared sort of ethnic or racial background and they just congregate together in a space, you're invariably going to get supremacist tendencies there. I like multiculturalism. I actually like it, like for its own sake. A Jewish homeland is always going to be, well, pretty exclusionary by nature of its existence. Now, mind you, I know that Jews are like very vulnerable as a minority community, okay? So I'm not advocating that we just leave them out to dry or anything crazy like that. All I'm saying is I'm sure there's a reasonable middle ground between allowing Jews to continue to be the victims of hate crime constantly, all the time, and letting them have an ethno-state. I feel like somewhere in between there's a better there's a better way. Thank you. Neon Noir with the €10. Thank you, comrade. Shout out to all my YouTube chat bros. Hey, YouTube chat! Hey! Yo! Oh, did I die? Whatever. Thank you, Neon Noir. Imperial Battle Mage with the $5. Is it valid in your opinion to say that anarchist projects will always be crushed and ML states will always be hijacked by opportunism? Sorry for so much tank, it's helping me develop my positions. No, nothing to apologize for, comrade. I do not believe anarchist projects will only be crushed only if they are in a small region of the world. Larger anarchist projects, big swaths, I think have the potential to succeed. I do believe that anarchist societies are capable of defending themselves well, even with the decentralized militaristic and social structure they work with. And ML states won't always be hijacked by opportunism. I don't believe that vanguard parties are intrinsically bad. I just think they tend to be bad. I think that it's possible to structure one through a democratic apparatus that wouldn't be as susceptible to opportunistic authoritarianism, such as one that is procured through unions. I would be in favor of that. So yeah, again, I'm really, at the end of the day, I'm just in favor of whatever system brings about a good society, you know? So I feel like there are positives and negatives to both of those approaches. Oh, of course, Terra2T. My pleasure. Dathip with the $5. Would you debate any of the following? Oh boy. Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer, Stefan Molyneux, Nick, Red Ice, or JF? Would I debate any of the following? Okay, I do love debate. I love debating the Nazis. I'm trying to focus my content away from Nazis for a little bit because I feel like there's a broader swath of center-leaning conservatives that I can reach, or even liberals that I can reach, that are largely unreached by like the Nazi stuff. You know what I mean? I believe that very strongly. So I don't want to over-focus on Nazi stuff. Molyneux I would be willing to do because a lot of people like Molyneux for non-neo-Nazi reasons. Everyone who follows, I would also do Red Ice for the same reason. However, everyone who follows Nick Spencer, Richard Spencer, sorry, God, been streaming for a while. Everyone who follows Nicholas Fuentes, Richard Spencer, or JF is fully aware of and in support of the neo-Nazi views. So I feel like that would just end up being like a blood sports shouting match. As for Jared Taylor, I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone knows that he's a Nazi. I don't know if there'd be much to get out of that. One at a time, of course. I've also said that if Nick Fuentes ever wants to come on this channel and debate me, that he's free to. I just don't feel like debating him with his fucking butt buddy squad, the Killstream dudes behind him. Dathip with the $5. Oh wait, I already just answered that one. Coop with the $5. I donated, so now I get to ask a really complex question, right? How do we deal with the threat of counter-revolutionaries without devolving into authoritarianism? That's really complicated, Coop. You knew it when you donated it, too. The problem, ultimately, is that it is possible to deal with counter-revolutionary activity without authoritarianism as long as you have faith in the ability for power to be delegated effectively in a democratic constituency. So you don't need some supreme leader to deal with counter-revolutionary activity. If you had a democratically elected council who was also interested in preventing counter-revolutionary activity, I think they could do that just as effectively, maybe even more effectively than authoritarianism. With authoritarianism, all you have to do is get the leader, think of Tito, and the whole system collapses around them. People with strong cults of personality tend to leave ruined societies after their death because nobody knew what the fuck to do without them. However, contrarily, a more decentralized democratic system has a wider range of leaders that it can pull from to meaningfully defend the society that they're in. Oh, thank you, Otto der Otto. It's entirely my pleasure. Scottish Laddie with the $5. Hey, sorry for my accent again. I'd love to talk to you again. Comrade, there was nothing at all wrong with your accent. Don't even apologize. My chat was even complimenting you on it. And perhaps we will. I'm pretty swamped in the near future, but never say never, right? Thank you. It was good to speak with you. Balthazar228, you are being incredibly generous today. Thank you. For the $5, some mitochondria are passed on through maternal lineage, therefore everyone shares at least some mitochondria genetics with the first hominids in Africa, and from the first human who was sexually female. Cool. Now I know. Hold on. Thinking representing parent, opportunities to infiltrate the government, largest autonomies, institutional reforms, that's a Imperial Battle Mage. That could take like an entire stream to unpack. It would definitely take a while to unpack that. I have a little more faith in democracy than that. I don't think that a socialist state would have any interest in bringing about liberal reforms. The USSR was not a socialist state, keep in mind. Or Shovel with the tier 1 subscription. Thank you. As an anxious / depressed dude, you're a huge inspiration to me. Thanks for doing your thing. Do you have any tips for improving speaking skills? I wanted to start a YouTube channel, but got really self-conscious about my voice, cadence, and accents. First of all, thank you, comrade. I'm happy to be playing the part. And second of all, the only way to improve your speaking skills is to just keep doing it all the time. Try going to discords and starting arguments with people, you know, like political discords and stuff, or just have chats. Learn how to have conversations comfortably. Learn how to be confident in your own voice. I know this all sounds very like forehead, you know, like just be confident forehead. But at the end of the day, practice is the only thing that makes you better at something. And there are different types of practice. You can get better at it, of course, but practice does it. So practice. Keep practicing too. And it'll work out. Maybe. Revan with the $1 made this just for you. Gave me a link. May your cat be healed.
We're coming back.
Oh no.
Like a fucking 100 times. I am so mad. I am so fucking mad at these people. They don't do this to fucking me. We're gonna fucking ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every fucking weekend if I have to. This is never over. I win, they fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works. Little fucking kites. They get ruled by people like me. Little fucking octoroons.
Wait, that's actually really fucking good. What the fuck? That has only 27 views? That's actually fucking based, comrade. That's really good. Wait, hold on. Let me post the link in chat. That's good. That's good content. That needs to spread. There you go. Nice one, Revan. Balthazar, you are fucking kicking it off today. Fuck me. Balthazar with the $5. I feel like crap. I just ate some Van de Kamp beer-battered cod from the freezer when I am a trained chef and have the capability of making amazing beer-battered cod from scratch with some nice fries. Listen, I'm not a fucking chef, but let me tell you, when I have those fucking days where I've got a bunch of like high quality ingredients in the fridge and then I turn around and I go for some fucking pretzels, I know what you're talking about, comrade. Listen, whew, oh man, that always comes back. That regret always fucking comes back, doesn't it? But you know what? Such is the suffering of existence, comrade. That is just how it do be sometimes. Lefty Tick Boy with the $3. I recently lost my 3 cats in my breakup, so I want Twitter updates on how the little Bubba is doing. We will update Twitter with information when we have it, okay? Of little Artemy, okay? So our cat's okay? Because he's got a big old lump in his belly. I hope it's not like a hernia or whatever. He's not showing any signs of pain. And finally, at long last, Balthazar228 with the incredibly generous $5. Thank you again, comrade. I really appreciate it. Should public representatives be able to have closed-door meetings, or should that shit be yeeted in full and open meetings always? I'm always in favor of full and open meetings, with the exception of investigatory committee hearings, because in those instances, you probably don't want the people you're investigating hearing what you're up to. That I am in favor of. However, for other stuff, I believe all of this shit should be kept in the public record. That's just my opinion, though. Guys, look at this fucking self-harm shit. My stupid fucking cat fucking scraped down me. Jesus. Every time I get scrapes like that across my arms or forearm or something, I worry that people are going to look at it and think like that I'm like self-harming or some shit. Yeah, I know. It's soup time.
We're gonna need to leave in like 20 minutes. So.
Yep, soup time. All right, folks. Thank you so much for the lovely fucking stream. I really appreciate it. Maybe I'll even do a game stream tonight. I have no idea. No idea. I love you all very much. Soup time is now. And I have to live up to that promise. I have to. Have a wonderful day. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. I thought the AMA went pretty well, and I'm going to be streaming for you tomorrow, at the very least, I assume. So I'll see you then.